Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please be seated.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam Malaysia Madani, salam Segulai Sejalai dan salam Sarawak Maju Makmur. Yang berhormat Datuk Dr. Anwar Rapai, Deputy Minister for Education, Innovations and Talent Development Sarawak. Yang berusaha Miss Hajah Salina Haji Zawawi, Deputy Chief Executive Officer Services Sarawak State Library. Yang berusaha Madam Makikat Suno Hayashikawa, Director and Representative UNESCO Regional Office to Brunei Darussalam, Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines and Timor-Leste, and liaison to ASEAN. Yang berusaha Madam Fazila Fazil, Secretary General of the Malaysian National Commission for UNESCO, MNCU. Yang berusaha Associate Professor Dr. Shamila Muhammad Syuhidan, Lecturer School of Information Science, Mara University of Technology, UITM. Speakers and participants, friends from the media, as well as distinguished guests, welcome to Sarawak Global Media and Information Literacy Dialogue 2025. To commence our ceremony, let us take a moment to seek blessings and guidance for a successful and meaningful event. With that, I would like to invite Mr. Muhammad Abdullah Hamdan to lead us in the opening prayer. Falyatafadhal mashkurah, dipersilakan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Al-Fatihah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Amin, amin, amin. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa ashabihi ajma'in. Ya Karim, Ya Wadud. Indeed, we gather here today to express our gratitude for your immeasurable blessings. Make us among your servants who are always thankful, whether for the small favors or even more so for the abundant blessings you have bestowed upon us. Ya Allah, Ya Rahman, Ya Rahim, bless and shower with your mercy the proceedings of the program of the Sarawak Global Media and Information Literacy Dialogue 2025 Sgmild today. Truly, you the all-knowing, and you know that we are here to seek your vast knowledge, so that we may broaden our understanding as your servants whom you are pleased with. Ya Allah, indeed, misinformation has eroded trust in institutions, the media, and even scientific facts. Therefore, make this Sarawak Global Media and Information Literacy Dialogue a means to cultivate critical thinking, ethical judgment, and digital competence, so that we may create informed citizens who are skilled in delivering information effectively. Ya Allah, bless and shower us with your mercy today. Grant us your knowledge and illuminate our hearts with your light and guidance. May it enable us to easily receive, understand, and put it into practice. Ya Zal Jalali wal Ikram, grant us also physical health, mental alertness, peace of mind, and strength of spirit. With these blessings, may we be able to face challenges, remain competitive, and uplift the dignity of ourselves, our families, our society, and our nations. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار ربنا تقبل منا دعاءنا إنك أنت السميع العليم وتب علينا إنك أنت التواب الرحيم وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم والحمد لله رب العالمين.
Amin, Amin, Ya Rabbil Alamin. Jazakallahu khairan kathira. Thank you for that prayer.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are starting our program on a high note with a vibrant showcase of Sarawak's rich culture, Segulai Sejalai, performed by the Daya Cultural Foundation. Through rhythm, movement, and graceful expression, this performance embodies the harmony between tradition and modernity. A beautiful reflection of our theme today, Minds over AI, Media and Information Literacy in Digital Spaces. So ladies and gentlemen, sit back, relax, and enjoy the cultural showcase celebrating unity, creativity, and identity. thank you to the Dayak Cultural Foundation for that spectacular and energetic performance. What a wonderful way to begin our day celebrating culture, creativity, and connection.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now move to the official segment. To begin, we are honored to invite Yang Berusaha Tuan Haji Japri Bujang Masli, Chief Executive Officer, Sarawak State Library, to deliver his welcoming remarks. Please welcome him joining us virtually. Dipersilakan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, salam Sarawak maju makmur, salam segulai sejalai, salam Malaysia Madani. Yang berhormat Datuk Dr. Anwar bin Rapai, Deputy Minister for Education, Talent, Innovation and Talent Development Sarawak, representing Yang berhormat Datuk Sri Roland Sagahwi In, Minister for Education, Innovation and Talent Development Sarawak, Madam Maki Katsuno Hayashikawa, Director and Representative, UNESCO Multi-Sectoral Office, Jakarta, Madam Fazila Fazil, Secretary General of the Malaysian National Commission for UNESCO, Hajah Salina Haji Zawawi, Deputy Chief Executive Officer Services, Sarawak State Library, speakers and panelists, members of the media, distinguished guests and participants. A very good morning and selamat datang to everyone present here today, both physically at Pustaka Negeri Sarawak and virtually, either through Zoom, Facebook, or YouTube. On behalf of the State Library, it is my honor and privilege to warmly welcome you to the Sarawak Global Media and Information Literacy Dialogue 2025, held in conjunction with Global Media and Information Literacy Week. I regret that I am unable to be with you physically here, as I am currently on official trip somewhere. Nevertheless, I am truly delighted to join you virtually and to deliver these welcoming remarks. My heartfelt appreciation goes to my colleagues at Pustaka Negeri Sarawak for ensuring the smooth organization of this meaningful dialogue. Every year, Global Media and Information Literacy Week brings together people from across the globe to reflect on how we access, evaluate, and use information responsibly. This year's theme, Minds Over AI, Media and Information Literacy in Digital Spaces, is both timely and urgent. Artificial intelligence is no longer a distant idea. It is already shaping the way we learn, work, communicate, and make decisions. From the social media feeds that influence public opinion to the generative tools that create content in seconds, AI holds enormous promise, but also presents complex challenges: algorithmic bias, misinformation, digital exploitation, and ethical dilemmas. Here in Sarawak, we believe that media information literacy is the compass that can guide us safely through this evolving landscape. Media and information literacy equips individuals not only to consume information, but to question it, verify it, and use it for the public good. In the age of AI, media and information literacy is more than a skill. It is a form of civic empowerment. Sarawak has consistently demonstrated leadership in advancing digital inclusivity and lifelong learning. And through the initiatives under Sarawak Digital Economy Blueprint 2030 and the Post-COVID-19 Development Strategy 2030, it underlines the importance of building an informed, resilient, and future-ready society. Through Pustaka Negeri Sarawak, we have pioneered literacy and digital empowerment programs, such as People Accessibility Network for Digital Empowerment and Inclusivity, or PANDE, and our network of digital community centers, ensuring that both urban and rural communities are not left behind. This dialogue will allow us to promote critical engagement in AI-driven information ecosystems, empower youth to become ethical and informed digital citizens, integrate indigenous and multi-ethnic perspectives into the conversation on AI and media and information literacy, reinforce libraries, archives, and public institutions as trusted guardians of truth, advance discussions on AI ethics, governance, and digital rights in Malaysia and beyond, and importantly, chart practical steps towards operationalizing UNESCO's guideline on MIL, cities in our Sarawakian context. These are not just ambitions, but are practical needs. In an era when deep fakes can distort truth and algorithm can polarize communities, we must work together to protect the integrity of knowledge and strengthen the trust between people and institutions. Ladies and gentlemen, the strength of Sgmild 2025 lies in the diversity of its voices. We are joined by librarians, educators, youth leaders, civil societies, champions, indigenous representatives, media professionals, technologists, policymakers, and international experts. Together, we represent the whole spectrum of society needed to make media information literacy a reality in our daily lives. I wish to extend my deepest appreciation to our institutional partner, the Malaysian National Commission for UNESCO, as well as the UNESCO Multi-Sectoral Office Jakarta and UITM, for their unwavering support. Your collaboration has made it possible for Sarawak to engage not only locally, but also globally in this vital dialogue. This year, we are especially proud to highlight the voices of young people who are among the most active users of AI and digital technologies. Their role is not just to be beneficiaries of policy, but to be co-creators of solutions and advocates for safer digital futures. Equally, we recognize the importance of indigenous and multi-ethnic perspectives. Sarawak's cultural diversity offers invaluable insights on how technology can support, not erode, our languages, traditions, and stories. By honoring these perspectives, we ensure that AI serves as a tool for cultural continuity rather than cultural erasure. As libraries, archives, and museums, we carry a profound responsibility. In this age of information overload, society looks to us as beacons of truth, as beacons of trust and credibility. With the right strategies and technologies, we can curate reliable knowledge, support fact-checking, and empower communities to navigate AI ethically. Yang berhormat Dato', honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, Sgmild 2025 is not just a conference. It is in fact a call to action. Over the course of today, you will engage in rich discussions across our 6 sub-themes, from critical thinking in algorithmic spaces to the vision of MIL cities for Sarawak. I encourage you to share openly, question deeply, and collaborate widely. Though I cannot be here in person today, I am with you in spirit. Together, let us ensure that human wisdom remains at the center of artificial intelligence. Let us build a future where media information literacy is not the privilege of a few, but the rights of all, where every citizen, young and old, rural and urban, can navigate the digital age with confidence, ethics, and inclusivity. On that note, I once again welcome you to the Sarawak Global Media and Information Literacy Dialogue 2025. May today's dialogue inspire meaningful partnerships, practical outcomes, and renewed commitments to media and information literacy here in Sarawak and across the world. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Thank you, Yang Berusaha Tuan Haji, for your warm words and for leading Sarawak State Library in promoting lifelong learning and media literacy. Thank you.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is now my great honor to introduce a special guest who is joining us here today. She has been a leading advocate for education, media, and information literacy in the Asia-Pacific region, and her commitment to promoting sustainable development and public interest information is truly inspiring. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Madam Maki Katsuno Hayashikawa, Director and Representative UNESCO Regional Office to Brunei Darussalam, Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, and Timor-Leste, and liaison to Asia. Please welcome.
The Honourable Dr. Anwar bin Rafi, Deputy Minister for Education, Innovation and Talent Development of Sarawak, representing the Honourable Dato Sri Roland Sagawin, yeah. That's better? Yes. Dr. Sri Roland Sagawin In, Minister for Education, Innovation, Talent Development, Sarawak. Mr. Tuan Haji Japri Bhushan Masri, Chief Executive Officer, Sarawak State Library. Madam Fazila Fazil, Secretary General of the Malaysian National Commission for UNESCO. Associate Professor Dr. Shamila Shuhidan, Science, Mara University Technology, Malaysia. Haja Salina Haji Zawawi, Deputy CEO, Services, Sarawak State Library. Speakers and panelists, members of the media, distinguished guests and participants. Assalamualaikum and good morning. On behalf of UNESCO, it is my great pleasure to welcome you to the Sarawak Global Media and Information Literacy Dialogue 2025, held in conjunction with the Global Media and Information Literacy Week, celebrated annually from 24th to 31st October. I would like to extend our sincere gratitude to the Sarawak State Library for hosting this important forum and for their continued leadership in promoting literacy, digital empowerment, and inclusive access to knowledge. Allow me to begin by recognizing a remarkable achievement. In 2022, the Sarawak State Library was awarded the UNESCO Confucius Prize for Literacy for its innovative digital literacy program, People Accessible Network for Digital Empowerment and Inclusivity, or PANDE in short. This long-established prize honors the library's outstanding effort to enhance digital skills and promote digital literacy and digital inclusivity across Sarawak, Malaysia, as an inspiring examples of how local initiatives can drive global impact. This year's theme, Minds Over AI, Media and Information Literacy in Digital Spaces, could not be timelier. As we gather here in Malaysia, we join a global conversation on how media and information literacy, or MIL, can empower individuals and societies to navigate the digital realm with discernment, ethics, and resilience. Ladies and gentlemen, according to the International Telecommunication Union, 66% of the world's population, that's some 5.3 billion people, is now online. In urban areas, internet adoption among youth exceeds 95%, and social media usage is near universal, with 90% of young logging in more than 7 times a day. Adults are not far behind, with 85% actively using social platforms for news, communications, and commerce. Every day, users watch over 1 billion hours of video on YouTube, and nearly 3 billion people use Facebook, so do I, often as their primary source of news. These platforms are not just entertainment hubs. They are shaping public opinion, civic engagement, and even democratic processes, as we just heard from the previous speaker. Generative AI tools like ChatGPT now have over 100 million monthly active users. UNESCO's recent data shows that 80% of young people aged 10 to 24 use AI several times a day, whether for learning, creativity, or recreation. These numbers reflect a profound shift in how we access, consume, and share information. These opportunities, however, come with serious challenges: misinformation, disinformation, hate speech, privacy concerns, and the growing difficulty of distinguishing between human and AI-generated content. As algorithms become more sophisticated, so too must our ability to understand their influence on our choices, our rights, and our societies. And this is where media and information literacy become essential. MIL equips individuals with the skills to critically evaluate online content, understand how algorithms shape digital experiences, and discern fact from fiction. It empowers people to engage meaningfully with diverse sources of information while upholding their rights to freedom of expression and access to knowledge. Yet MIL cannot be effective on its own. It must be supported by robust regulatory frameworks that promote transparency, accountability, and pluralistic media ecosystems. It must be integrated into and practiced by every sector of our societies. UNESCO is thus actively working with multi-stakeholders at the heart of digital transformation to make MIL everyone's business. Let me share a few examples. In Malaysia and Indonesia, UNESCO has supported over 200 educators to integrate MIL into classrooms and develop guidelines for the ethical use of the generative AI. Through the guidelines for the governance of digital platforms, UNESCO is engaging with social media companies and regulators to ensure that user empowerment is placed at the heart or center of digital regulation. UNESCO continues to support journalists and media professionals to strengthen free, independent, and pluralistic reporting, a cornerstone of public interest information. UNESCO has launched a free online course for digital content creators and citizen journalists titled How to Be a Trusted Voice Online, which applies MIL principles to real-world digital engagement. Ladies and gentlemen, these efforts reflect UNESCO's holistic approach to digital transformation, one that integrates internet governance, media freedom, global citizenship education, and media and information literacy at the core. And that is why today's forum is so important. It brings together a diverse coalition of stakeholders, educators, librarians, policymakers, technologists, civil society leaders, and youth advocates. Together, we can build a digitally responsible, media literate, and ethically grounded society. Let us use this opportunity to share insights, forge partnerships, reaffirm our commitment to empowering minds over machines. Thank you once again to the Sarawak State Library and all partners for making this event possible. I wish you all a very fruitful and inspiring forum. Terima kasih banyak.
Thank you, Madam Maki, for your insightful and inspiring sharing. We deeply appreciate your continued support and leadership in advancing media and information literacy across the region.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for a significant moment in our event. We are deeply honored to have with us today the Honorable Dr. Anwar Rapai, Deputy Minister for Education, Innovations and Talent Development Sarawak, who is here representing the Honorable Datuk Sri Roland Sagahwiin, Minister for Education, Innovations and Talent Development Sarawak. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Yang Berhormat Datuk Dr. Anwar Rapai to deliver the officiating remarks representing Yang Berhormat Datuk Sri Roland Sagahwiin. Dipersilakan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh dan salam sejahtera. A very good morning to all of you. Tuan Haji Japari Bujang Masli, the CEO, I hope he's still online. Madam Maki Katsuno Hayashi Shikawa, the Director of UNESCO Regional Office to Brunei Darussalam, Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, and Timor-Leste, and the license to ASEAN. Madam Fazilah Fazil, the Secretary General of Malaysian National Commission for UNESCO. Hajah Selina, the Deputy CEO, Services, Sarawak State Library. Speakers, panelists, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to convey the apology from our Minister, Yang Berhormat Datuk Sri Roland Sagah, who is not able to be with us this morning because of other commitments. However, he prayed that the function today will run smoothly. Before I proceed to a very simple task of reading his speech today, let me personally congratulate the organizing committee for having this function, and I think it is very timely because of the advancements in technology. I used to tell people about AI. I use AI every day, that AI will never replace human being, but human being will be replaced without the knowledge of AI. Therefore, the knowledge of how AI works, the importance of it, and the significance of it have to be learned by each and every one of us particularly in the media, and of course, for the students, almost every student are using AI to gain knowledge as much as possible and as fast as possible. Therefore, what we have today is very timely, and again, I would like to congratulate all of you for having here today. Ladies and gentlemen, let me proceed on a speech by the Minister. On behalf of the Ministry and State Government, I wish to extend heartfelt congratulations to Pustaka Negeri Sarawak in collaboration with Malaysian National Commission for UNESCO and UITM for organizing this important platform. It reflects our collective determination to nurture a society that is both digitally literate and ethically resilient. The theme for this year's Global MI Week, Minds Over AI, Media and Information Literacy in Digital Spaces, is both timely and urgent. Artificial intelligence, or AI, is transforming how we access knowledge, consume media, and even form opinions. As UNESCO has reminded us, information is a public good. It must be accessible, reliable, and inclusive, especially in an age dominated by algorithms. Yet alongside opportunities comes risks. Algorithmic bias, deep fakes, disinformation, and echo chambers. This threatens not only personal decision-making, but also social trust and democracy itself. This is why media information literacy is no longer optional. It is essential. As UNESCO notes, media and information literacy is not a privilege. It is a human's right. Ladies and gentlemen, Sarawak has set a clear direction through the Post-COVID-19 Development Strategy 2030, or PCDS 2030, and the Sarawak Digital Economic Blueprint 2030. Our aspiration by 2030, Sarawak will be a thriving society driven by data and innovation, where everyone enjoys economic prosperity, social inclusivity, and sustainable environment. This vision is anchored on three pillars, namely economic prosperity, inclusive society, and environmental sustainability. PCDS 2030 states no community should be left behind in Sarawak's journey towards a digital and green economy. These principles guide our efforts to bridge the urban-rural divide and ensure that every citizen, from Kuching to Kapit, from Lawas to Lundu, can participate fully in the digital economy. This dialogue strengthens that commitment. It provides a platform to promote critical engagement in AI-driven ecosystem. It empowers youth to become responsible digital citizens, safeguard indigenous knowledge and cultural diversity in the age of AI, reinforce the role of libraries, museums, and archives as a guardians of truth and public trust, and chart a roadmap towards making Sarawak a UNESCO Media Information Literacy City, a model for the region. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to turn to the role of our youth. Our young people are not only digital natives, they are leaders of tomorrow. But they face challenges that my generation could not have imagined. Disinformation campaigns, cyberbullying, and algorithm-driven manipulation. As one Sarawakian told me recently, we don't just need access to technology, we need the wisdom to use it well. This is exactly what MIL provides: the wisdom to navigate complexity, the skills to verify truth, and the courage to use digital spaces responsibly. Ladies and gentlemen, at the same time, we must ground our digital journey in Sarawak's unique cultural richness. Our state is blessed with indigenous languages, oral traditions, and cultural heritage. These are erased, but rather help to preserve. And one UNESCO report has highlighted diversity of languages and cultures is not a barrier to development. It is a foundation for sustainable futures. Though through MIL, we can ensure that Sarawak's digital transformation uplifts, not undermines our cultural identity. Distinguished guests, today's dialogue gathers more than 3,000 participants across physical and online platforms. Librarians, educators, civil societies, leaders, policymakers, and youth. This diversity underscores a vital truth: no single actor can address the challenges of the digital age alone. As UNESCO's Director General has said, we need multi-stakeholder collaboration to safeguard truth, strengthen trust, and protect human dignity in the digital era. This is exactly what Sgmild 2025 is about: collaboration, dialogue, and co-creation. Ladies and gentlemen, so what do we hope to achieve today? We hope to leave this dialogue with not only ideas, but also actionable commitments to strengthen digital literacy in schools, to promote responsible AI governance, to empower youth-led initiatives, and to preserve our indigenous knowledge in the digital sphere. Most importantly, we must remember that technology must always serve humanity, not the other way round. With this reflection, it is my honor to officially declare open the Sarawak Global Media and Information Literacy Dialogue 2025. I trust that the discussions today will inspire bold solutions, faster, stronger partnerships, and chart a clear path towards a digitally inclusive and ethically grounded Sarawak. Let us work together to ensure in this era of artificial intelligence, it is truly minds over AI. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yang Berhormat Datuk. Kindly remain on the stage for the next agenda. Once more, we would like to thank YB Datuk for his insightful remarks and for officiating the Sarawak Global Media and Information Literacy Dialogue 2025. With that, we would like to invite distinguished guests at the front seat to join Yang Berhormat Datuk on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome them to the stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to the official launch of Sarawak Global Media and Information Literacy Dialogue 2025. May we invite Yang Berusaha Hajah Salina to guide the Honorable Dato Dr. Anwar along with our distinguished guests to the iPad for the launch. Ladies and gentlemen, we are moments away from the official launch of the Sarawak Global Media and Information Literacy Dialogue 2025. In just a moment, we'll begin our countdown, and on the count of 1, the Honorable Dato will press the play button on the iPad to mark the official launch. All right, everyone, let's count together. Ready? 3, 2, 1.
Access granted.
be the official launch of the Sarawak Global Media and Information Literacy Dialogue 2025. Let's give a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. The symbolic launch truly marked the beginning of another meaningful journey in advancing digital literacy and responsible use of AI for
Distinguished
all.
guests, ladies and gentlemen, please remain on the stage. We will now proceed with the presentations of token of appreciation to Yang Berhormat Dato'. With that, we would like to invite Yang Berusaha Hajah Salina Haji Zawawi, Deputy Chief Executive Officer Services, Sarawak State Library, to present the token of appreciations to the Honorable Dato' Dr. Anwar Rapai, Deputy Minister for Education, Innovations and Talent Development, Sarawak. Dipersilakan. Thank you, Yang Berusaha Hajah Salina, and our esteemed guests. We will now invite everyone to kindly return to your seats as we continue with the next segment of today's program. Dipersilakan. Thank you, Yang Berusaha Hajah Salina, and our esteemed guests. We would like to invite everyone to kindly return to your seat as we continue with the next segment of today's program.
Ladies and gentlemen, a little gift exchange from Madam Maki to Yang Berhormat Dato'.
Thank you, Yang Berhormat Dato' Dr. Anwar Rapai, for officiating today's event for the Sarawak Global Media and Information Literacy Dialogue 2025. Thank you, Yang Berhormat Dato'.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, before we resume, if any of you would like to use the washroom, please do so. We will resume in 5 minutes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, as all of you have been provided with the tumbler, so if any of you have forgotten to bring your water bottle so you can refill the water, we have the water dispenser at the entrance of the gallery. Thank you.
Follow the Moskwa down to Gonky Park, listening to the wind of change. August summer night, soldiers passing by, listening to the wind of change.
So for those yang lagi mau to have a coffee or tea, you can have yourself coffee or tea at the back of the gallery. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin shortly. So please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session is the keynote address entitled Critical Thinking in the Age of Algorithm. We will begin shortly, so please, if you need, take your coffee or tea before we begin and have a seat. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We will now proceed to the keynote address entitled Critical Thinking in the Age of Algorithm. This is to be delivered by Madam Maki Katsuno Hayashikawa, Director of the UNESCO Regional Office for Brunei Darussalam, Indonesia, Malaysia, the Philippines, and Timor-Leste, and licensed to Asian. Madam Maki brings over 30 years of experience with UNESCO, UNICEF, and JICA, serving in various global and regional roles, including Director of the Division of Education 2030 at UNESCO headquarters and Executive Secretary of the Transforming Education Summit Secretariat in 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Madam Maki Katsuno Hayashikawa to the stage.
Forward. Previous. This is next. Okay. Yes. Okay. So good morning, ladies and gentlemen, once again. So this time I have a great pleasure to deliver this. I think it's called a keynote, but I think it's more like setting the scene for the day today. Just to begin, in the past, when I used to do a presentation, I would use a printout with my presentation with notes so that I don't get distracted. Today, I try to use my mobile phone, and I think this is one of the skills that I have learned over the years in terms of digital literacy. Of course, this is very basic skill that currently we need to adopt more skills, and also with that, it's not just the skills to operate digital technology, but also along with it, we have to get our thinking critically, developed together with it, and that is really the theme of this presentation. So, critical thinking in the age of algorithm. So, very pleased and happy to be with you, as I mentioned in my opening. Thanks again to the Sarawak Literacy. State Literacy for Library, for opening this, organizing this information literacy dialogue. And of course, today this critical thinking in the world is increasingly becoming important, and especially because there's so many forces, technology that is beyond sometimes our daily control. So our thinking, our skill sets become critical. And this topic is really central to UNESCO's own mission to promote inclusive, ethical, and informed digital citizenship. So let me try to make sure I operate correctly. And I'm not this way? Or should I focus where? Uh-oh. It's okay? Yeah, okay. So let me begin excuse me, my presentation with some current scale of digital transformation. I mentioned this figure already in my opening remarks. According to International Telecommunication Union, ITU, today 2/3 of the world is really online. Maybe even more. I mean, I don't know how the data is being taken, but I think this is the safest that we can say. But 66%, and this is the data coming from 2024, so this year, 2025, could be even more. It's approximately 5.3 billion people. They're connected online on internet, and this figure reflects the dramatic expansion of digital access over the past decade. It means that more than half of humanity now engages with a digital platform already and on a daily basis, and they use it whether to just communicate or for education purposes, or even to do online shopping, commerce. I think many of us use Amazon.org or Shopee and so on. And also for entertainment, watching YouTube movies and films, and also videos and recording, and even using for Zoom, presentation, conferences as well. But it's interesting. I mean, this whole connectivity really presents unprecedented opportunities for learning, civic participation, global dialogue. As we saw today, the CEO was able to connect through online to give us an opening remark. In the past, this was not possible. And I think this is rather a great opportunity that we can also connect online in events important like this one. But on the other hand, it also underscores the urgency to equip people ourselves with more skills to navigate the digital space, and also not just to be able to kind of play around with the digital space, but to be able to navigate critically, responsibly, and ethically. Now, I am not so digitally skilled here. Okay, no, it's not working yet. Is it me or the technology? Okay, now it's working. Sorry. So now, in 2025, so this year, UNESCO reported that 80% of young people between the ages of 10 and 24 uses artificial intelligence tools on a daily basis. And this includes everything like generative AI platforms like ChatGPT, as I mentioned earlier, and image generators to algorithm-driven apps such as TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube. I'm sure everyone has used TikToks, Facebooks, Instagram, yeah, and I use it too. I'm not a very active user, but I watch TikTok sometimes just to keep up with my daughters who are great, TikTok users, or even Facebooks to even see some of the government, interviews. I mean, many of the prime ministers and presidents around the world now have their own Facebook, TikTok, Instagram pages. So it means that these online platforms are now serving as the main information source for us. Yeah, and so this statistics is actually it's really remarkable, but also very revealing because it tells us that AI is no longer somebody else's technology. It's like it's no longer niche technology, I would say. It's embedded in everyday lives, of every youth and every adult, even younger than the youth age group. And whether we're using AI to study and create content, to socialize, explore, or their identity, these tools are clearly shaping how we think, especially the young people think, how they communicate, and how they learn the facts of the world today. Or maybe not facts, maybe not the facts that they learn, but still they're certainly learning something through these social platforms. So ChatGPT, this is really a wake-up call because AI is no longer a future technology, and if you see that 100 plus million people are today using the generative AI, ChatGPT, it means that it is no longer a special skill set or special tool. And nowadays, students and young people, even us, the professional world, we use ChatGPT and similar tools to write, essays, solve problems, math problems, generate code, even make decisions, which is also quite worrying sometimes, But many of them, I don't know how many of them really understand how these systems work. They are users, but they don't maybe know what goes behind ChatGPT. And how do you actually critically evaluate and assess whether the outputs they receive are really true and trustful and reliable? Because I tried once. I don't use ChatGPT at all, actually, but I did use once. And I asked the ChatGPT to give me the latest report by World Bank on education on certain topics. And then actually the ChatGPT gave me a fake information, a report by World Bank that did not exist. But ChatGPT tried to generate and pull out information from different sources that they get from the big data source, and they gave me a report that never existed. So that was early years, some 2-3 years ago. I'm sure ChatGPT has also learned and evolved since then, but yet it means that we don't necessarily can't trust necessarily what generative AI does, but how much do our young people really know? They may just believe what they see in front of them. And so this is where I think MIL really helps users to understand the limitations, the biases, the ethical implications that AI-generated content may carry. And that's why I think this forum also carries great weight in today's world. Oh. Okay, TikTok. So even TikTok, yeah? According to Reuters Institute, in 2023, 20% of young adults between 18 and 24 now rely on TikTok as their primary source of news. I wonder how many people have actually opened up a paper newspaper the last couple of days. Anyone? No, you don't go to the cafe or anywhere to open a big newspaper like this? This week, no one? See? Where do you get your news? Maybe on TV, yes. But TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, I think these are the main sources we get our daily news. You know when Trump came, maybe through TikTok. He's a great TikTok user, as you know. But not from, maybe from Washington Post, the New York Post, not from the newspapers. So did I learn from, Facebook. But this reflects really a profound change, in the way how information is being consumed, accessed and consumed. It's moving away from traditional journalism towards algorithm-driven and very short-form content. So we don't read a lot anymore, just short sentences, maybe 2-3 lines at most. And this, of course, for UNESCO, this trend may raise opportunities, but also concerns. On one hand, like TikTok, they offer also creative ways to engage youth in civic dialogue. We have managed to really engage, young people on MIL through TikTok and social media on kind of in heritage, in intangible heritage, cultural heritage. We promoted it through our Instagram and promoted youth entrepreneurship for cultural industry. But it also, kind of poses serious challenges to information integrity, transparency, and critical engagement. That TikTok's algorithm prioritizes engagement over accuracy. And that's really concerning because it can amplify sensationalization, amplify misinformation. It could echo chambers. It could really amplify wrong messages and snowballs. And then you don't know where the real source of information is as well. So we try to really emphasize the importance of MIL in our daily lives, especially for young people who are navigating these social media platforms on a daily basis. Okay, so why critical thinking matters here? Critical thinking is not only, of course, for digital technology, but it is the ability to judge, to question, and to reflect, what is right, what is wrong, how to make sure that the information given to you is really worth for you, it's reliable, accurate. But this can be also applied in the digital age. And today, I think it's not just simply a skill, critical thinking is not just a skill, it's a necessity, It helps us to navigate these complex information ecosystems and make ethical decisions, in our online lives. MIL is a framework that enables this critical thinking, and that's why critical thinking is really at the core of MIL activities. In education, UNESCO promotes critical thinking as a core competency in global curricula. And other agencies, we have also sister UN agencies like UNDP, the UN Development Program. They also integrate critical thinking into digital literacy programs for civic engagement and democratic resilience. Now, algorithms shape what we see, what we believe, and how we behave online, but they are not neutral at all. When we think of technology, some people say, oh, they are technology, they can be neutral and objective. No, not at all. I think they can be extremely subjective and biased. And so UNESCO emphasizes that algorithm systems must be transparent and accountable. And we do have a guideline called the Guidelines for Governance in Digital Platforms. And through this, UNESCO advocates for ethical design and user empowerment. User empowerment is really the key word here. Because governance digital platform often tends to be associated with government regulations or regulating companies, social media companies. But we want to say that user empowerment should be at the core of any governance of digital platforms. And it reminds us that critical thinking is essential to challenge the automated decisions and protect human agency. Now I'm getting a hang of it. And this bias, caused by algorithm, occurs when AI system reflects and amplify existing social prejudices, and that can be input, transplanted into the digital space by human beings themselves. And this can also happen due to non-representative training data flawed assumptions in design, or unequal access to technology. UNESCO has another recommendation called the 2021 Recommendation on the Ethics of AI. Malaysia was one of the active countries participating in assessing the methodology around assessing how the country is ready for AI integration ethically and responsibly. But this recommendation outlines the need for inclusive data sets and participatory design. And also we have an AI and gender equality initiative, through which we found that voice assistants often reinforce gender stereotypes. It responds passively to male voices and dismissively to female voices. And this really, is concerning because, how can a system that we believe is neutral can be gender biased, right? There must be some biases already implanted into the system. And these findings from our advocacy, these findings actually inform and really guide us in how to conduct our advocacy for inclusive AI development. Now, these statistics, we have heard, we have been following are quite alarming because AI systems are not just flawed, they are harming real people as well. UNESCO's Red Teaming Playbook, launched in 2025, so this year, provides tools to test generative AI systems for bias and violence. And in one exercise, identical prompts about male and female students yielded drastically different responses, portraying women as less capable, and supports training programs for women in STEM fields across Southeast Asia. It's interesting how biased these technologies can be. I mean, how can, just because there are 30% AI professional women doesn't mean that women are less capable, but then the AI may judge this to be that, because women are less in this profession, women are less capable. And so, of course, we want to promote more STEM education field in Southeast Asia. Malaysia is one of the leading countries where female participation in STEM education is very high. Yet, again, in the professional world, you don't have that many leading scientists in the profession, which is very unfortunate because you have a very good cadre of young female potential scientists in education, but not necessarily in the professional world. And this may also reflect in terms of the data. And then maybe ChatGPT will tell you that, Malaysia, no, women are not good in science and math because they're not represented in scientific field. This is just an assumption, but this is how the information are collected by these technology and start representing and replicating and reinforcing the stereotypes. And it doesn't have to be a human being to do this. Now, media and information literacy, MIL, is thus, our UNESCO's key strategy to building digital judgment and an ethical judgment. It aims to teach individuals to question the sources, evaluate the credibility, and also understand how algorithm is shaping what they see. And in the age of AI, MIL helps users distinguish between human and machine-generated content, reflects on data privacy, and engage ethically online. Of course, they may educate us. I think it still requires a lot more than just MIL to be able to identify AI-generated image and a human-generated image. I sometimes do not, I cannot really make a distinction between what is really AI-generated and not. Some of them are so sophisticated, it looks so real. But if you see a dinosaur walking on the beach, Penang, of course, that must be AI-generated, but it looks so real. And so UNESCO is promoting an MI curriculum, and it's been used in over 100 countries now. And other UN agencies like UN Women and UNICEF are also integrating MIL into digital safety and youth education programs. So MIL, of course, is more of a broad area of work, but it also requires many of us to work in the different sectoral engagement. And also, it's really not about the goal is not just to consume information, as I said, it is about critical thinking, nurturing critical thinking here. So where should we begin? And often people ask, where do we begin with MIL? It can begin anywhere. But I think one of the very effective and strategic place to start with is the classroom and with teacher training. And because everything, learning starts in the classroom in schools, and also educators also need to be supported. you can bring in MIL in a classroom with students, but if the teachers have no knowledge of MIL or do not know how to use TikTok or Facebook or Instagram themselves, how would you actually, guide and teach their students how to bring critical thinking and judging the content of what they see through these social media platforms? So we support, UNESCO supports educators by integrating MIL into their national curriculum and teacher training programs. And here in Malaysia and in Indonesia, we have trained over 200 educators to how to embed MIL into subjects like civics, language, and digital skills. And also through global master classes, the MIL curriculum for educators and learners, teachers are empowered to guide students in questioning sources, understanding algorithms, and engaging ethically online. So we first empower the teachers with the knowledge and skills on how to introduce MIL, and that's when we see that young people are also starting to carry on the message beyond themselves. And also, I mentioned other agencies, UN agencies like UNICEF, they are also supporting MIL through their own digital education programs. They do capacity building for teachers, but they are also producing role models for critical thinking in digital age. So, in a world that is shaped very much by algorithm and digital platforms, governance and accountability becomes really essential. And so UNESCO's guideline for governance of digital platform calls for transparency, ethical design, and user empowerment, as I mentioned earlier. These guidelines can help governments, regulators, and even tech companies to ensure that digital systems respect human rights and democratic values. And for example, in promoting human rights, digital rights and protection from algorithm biases, our partners like ITU, they support policy frameworks for inclusive and secure digital infrastructure. We know that other agencies like UNDP also develop digital governance strategies that promote equity and civic participation. So I think for the United Nations, AI and digital ethical governance of digital platforms is becoming a really central topic, heated topic for us to work together and support countries and also various stakeholders involved. Okay. So in this kind of digital landscape, we have to see how we can really access trusted information. This is really more vital than ever. And with rise of deepfakes, disinformation, algorithmic amplification, journalism, they all play a very critical role in safeguarding truth and accountability. Of course, one of the areas that UNESCO really actively engages in is the promotion of media freedom and freedom of expression. And for this, we have a program called the International Program for the Development of Communication, or IPDC, which funds training and safety initiatives and legal protection for journalists worldwide. And also, MIL component is there to empower the public to recognize credible sources, understand media production, and resist manipulation. We also train media professionals in MIL. So just because they're media professionals, they don't necessarily automatically understand what media information literacy is all about, which is interesting because media information literacy, but media professionals do not necessarily know what it means. So we try to really help our media professionals to integrate an MIL in their daily work, and also help them to uphold ethical standards in their reporting that they do. And of course, engaging with young people, not as learners of these skills, but as co-creators. And they are not just consuming digital, they're not digital consumers anymore, right? They don't just passively consume. They are active creators on the platforms. Many of them are influencers, they're storytellers. They post their dancing and art on TikTok, YouTube, Instagram. And this really gives the power to the young people to shape the narrative, for them to build their own communities and spark movements. And we can see that Instagrams and all these social media have really sparked some of the protests and demonstrations around some of our neighboring countries recently and around the world. So of course, it may empower youth for the good and for the bad, but I think it's still important to see that the young are finding their channel to express their voices. And it's important that they release what they think and share, but of course, hopefully in a non-violent way. But this, because of this, We have sources like to make sure that they are using this platform in an ethically and responsible manner. We also do have a guideline called How to Be a Trusted Voice Online, because the young people can also express themselves through the social media platforms, but if their voice are not trusted, how could they be more impactful? So we have this guide, this training, so that youth can learn how to verify information and also to avoid putting themselves in a disadvantaged position by seeing as providing harmful content, and then sometimes they get into trouble with authorities, even though it's not really harmful, but it could be harmful to the establishment. So we try to to work with the young people how they can present their voices, their opinion, their views without being harmful, and also to be trusted information, and so that these platforms can promote their engagement through a very ethical, responsible, and inclusive manner. Okay, great. So we say that digital platforms must be inclusive, and this is easier to say than done. But I know also here, as we also heard from CEO and also from a minister, that inclusion in the digital era is extremely important. It should facilitate, those people who would have been otherwise marginalized or excluded to be included if you use the digital technology wisely and ethically. But it doesn't always automatically happen. And we know that marginalized communities, including indigenous people, persons with disabilities, women and girls, and underserved youth, they do still face systemic barriers to accessing and benefiting from digital technology. So the UNESCO's Media Information Literacy Cities initiative, which I know that Sarawak and Kuching are applying for that, this cities initiative ensures that MIL is embedded in urban development strategies to reach, try to reach people where they live and learn, and ensure that the disadvantaged population or otherwise unreached population are all included within the digital platform community. And this can be done through libraries like this one, community centers, also through local media, and MIL can become an empowerment tool for a tool for empowerment and equity for all. So we would also make sure that MIL becomes a tool for cultural empowerment, inclusion, and ensure that there will be no, I would say, marginalization happening. And as I mentioned about cultural empowerment here, it's we see that for indigenous communities, the MI has really been able to promote and support the preservation of languages, heritage, and identity in the digital space. So we have been working closely with indigenous media networks to strengthen community radio, promote storytelling in native languages, and also ensure access to digital platforms without discrimination. And it can also play a role in reconciliation and inclusion. It helps indigenous youth to critically engage with mainstream media, challenge stereotypes, and share their own narratives. And the MIL Cities framework encourages local governments to indeed support indigenous-led media initiatives as part of urban development. So we see a lot of potential also happening in Sarawak in this area. Now, as I said, we have to make sure that digital technology, digital literacy must be accessible to everyone. And this, of course, also includes persons with disabilities. And so we have been advocating for universal access to information and promoting inclusive design in digital education for people with disabilities. And this has been done through the Open Educational Resources, or OER, and also the MIL program. And we have been making sure that learning materials are available in format that accommodate the diverse needs, like including screen readers, captioning, and sign languages. And I see that many conferences today, when they are also connected, hybrid, you always have a sign language interpreter at the corner, making the meeting to become much more inclusive for people with disabilities. And so they can also engage more critically, meaningfully in activities and conversation that is happening on the digital space. And also, it's really not about access. It's really about, nurturing their sense of agency through digital platforms. And then, bridging the gender gap. We have been seeing and hearing a lot that digital plays can now really encourage and promote gender equality. But in reality that we see there's a huge gender gap and distinction, differentiation between men and women, and especially in low-income and rural communities. Women and girls often face barriers to connectivities. They do not have the digital literacy skill sets. They do not have the opportunity to learn them and acquire them. And also, the girls and women tend to be less safe online, which is a very concern globally today. Online, harassment, on gender-based violence online is increasing in many countries, in many societies. And what is challenging is that it's very difficult to really capture the source of that harassment happening because it's in the cyberspace, in the virtual environment. So, but we do, of course, with all the limitations we may face and barriers we may have, we still try to aim to close that gap, the gender gap, by equipping, women and girls with the skills to navigate the digital space with confidence and also with critical mindsets. And through initiatives like the Gender Equality in Digital Skills Program, UNESCO has been training women to evaluate online content, protect their privacy, and become leaders in tech and media. And MIL has also helped challenge these harmful stereotypes and promote inclusive narratives online. So media literacy, media information literacy is not just a skill, as we've been saying many times. It is really a framework that connects education, digital governance, media freedom, and human rights. It's a very holistic concept in itself, MIL. It really is an approach to build resilience, to inform societies and empower individuals to understand how digital systems work. They can also, understand how to question the information they receive and engage ethically across different platforms. Also, MIL is really represents an intersection of key digital rights, the freedom of expression, access to information, privacy and inclusion. And so this week that we are celebrating this week, the Global MIL Week, it brings together different multi-stakeholders from education, from the media, journalists, policymakers, civil society, and then so that with all these different stakeholders, we can really integrate the vision of a holistic MIL. So this, I think, I tried to present some kind of scene for the continuous subsequent sessions, and I hope this was a useful presentation. And thank you once again for the opportunity to deliver this presentation. And I look forward to also learning from all of you on your experience and knowledge, and exchanging and building a more inclusive, ethical digital environment and the future together. So thank you once again, and terima kasih banyak.
Thank you, Madam Maki. Kindly remain on stage. Once again, thank you, Madam Maki, for your insightful presentation on the importance of critical thinking in navigating the algorithm-driven world we live in today. To express our heartfelt gratitude and appreciation, we would like to invite Yang Berusaha Hajah Salina Haji Zawawi, Deputy CEO Services, Sarawak State Library, to present a token of appreciation to Madam Maki. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm round of applause. Thank you, Yang Berusaha Hajah Salina, and once again a big round of applause for Madam Maki Katsuno.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to our next stations, please take a moment to sit back and enjoy a truly special treat, a sape performance brought to you by the Dayak Cultural Foundation. The sape, a traditional string instrument of the Orang Ulu community, carries the soulful melodies of Sarawak rainforest heritage. Its music tells stories of harmony, reflections, and deep connections between people and nature. A perfect reminder that even in a world shaped by artificial intelligence, our human creativity and cultural spirit remain timeless. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a warm round of applause to welcome our Sape performance by the Dayak Culture Foundation. Ladies and gentlemen, that is a Sape performance by Dayak Cultural Foundations. Thank you for that mesmerizing performance. The soothing sounds of the Sape truly captures the heart of Sarawak, blending traditions, emotions, and artistry in every note. Thank you.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed with the next session, we would like to invite Yang Berusaha Haji Salina Haji Zawawi, Deputy Chief Executive Officer Services, Sarawak State Library, to accompany our distinguished guests for refreshment at the seminar room. Madam Maki Katsuno Hayashikawa, Associate Professor Dr. Shamila Shuhidan, and we also would like to extend the invitation to Mr. Gunawan Zaki, Dr. Muhammad Fazli, and Dr. Ute Lies Siti Khadija. Please proceed to the seminar room. May we also invite Encik Ramzan to accompany them. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall take a 5-minute to 10-minute breaks before we proceed to the next session. Thank you.
For fast relief from headache, Panadol can. Back pain? Panadol can. The pain.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin shortly. So I hope everyone is settled down there. I mean, going to the washroom or taking your coffee or tea. So before we begin, I would like to invite everyone to have a seat first before we move on to our first panel discussion. So, ladies and gentlemen, we now move into one of the most exciting and inspiring parts of today's programs. Our first panel discussion titled Empowering Youth as AI-Aware Digital Citizens. These stations will showcase youth-led initiative, peer education efforts, and innovative ideas that promote responsible and ethical use of AI and technology. It's all about giving young voices the platform to lead, inspire, and shape the digital future. Ladies and gentlemen, to lead these engaging discussions, we are honored to have Madam Ashley Pan, Chief Commercial Officer of Bumi Sarasi and Borneo Talk, as our moderator. And joining her are four distinguished panelists, Mr. Ali Suhaili, Chief Executive Officer Angkatan Zaman Mangsang Azam, joining us virtually. And then Mr. Muhammad Isma Mazidi, Azam Young Soul, Angkatan Zaman Mangsang Azam, and Mr. Melvin Janga Rupitan, the President, Youth Empowerment Society Sarawak. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our moderator and panelists for the sessions on empowering youth as AI-aware digital citizens. Madam Ashley, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, MCs. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues and friends, both here in Kuching and joining us online as well. I'm Ashley Pan and I'll be your moderator for this session on empowering youth as AI-aware digital citizen. As we navigate this new digital era shaped by artificial intelligence, our young people stand at the forefront. As the most active users of social media and also AI-driven tools. You know, as Madam Maki Katsuna said actually earlier today, that 80% of youth use AI daily. So, but with that comes responsibility, challenges, and a growing need for media and information literacy, MIL. So that's what we're here to talk about. To think critically, act ethically, and engage meaningfully online. So now before we dive into the serious topic and the heart of our conversation on empowering youth as AI-aware digital citizens. Let's get to know our panelists a little better, yeah? So I actually asked them 3 questions a few days ago. So they sent me a few things that they love, right? So I asked them what drives their passion for youth, what are their achievements. They share a bit of their achievements, and also, of course, the favorite question, what is their favorite Sarawak food? So joining us online, Mr. Ali, actually he is the CEO of Azam, and Ali has worked tirelessly to empower communities and bridge generations through leadership, civic participants, and innovation. So when I asked him what he loved most about working with youth, he said their energy, curiosity, and resilience. Youth brings so much fresh perspective that challenges old ideas and remind us that learning never stops. So when it comes to Sarawak cuisine, he stated, umai has always been my favorite. So simple, authentic, and full of flavor. If you know him, it's exactly like how his approach to leadership. So we will welcome him online, Mr. Ali bin Zuhaili, via Zoom later on. So now we're gonna introduce a bit about Mr. Isma, yeah? Okay, so when I asked him what he loved about working, he said that it's their enthusiasm and creativity, their openness to new ideas and eagerness to contribute, make them the driving force for innovation and also positive change in the society. You know, so through his work with Azam, Young Souls and Unimas as well, yeah, Isma has actually supported initiatives and fostered leadership, volunteerism, and community impact. So inspiring youths to explore their potential to serve with purpose. So he is actually right there with Mr. Ali. Umai is his favorite for its freshness, bold flavors, and deep connection to heritage, and that explains why he is so empowerment towards youth as well. So let's give a really warm welcome to Mr. Muhammad Isma. Yay! That's great. Lastly, we're going to invite Mr. Melvin. You know, so when he is the president for Youth Empowerment Society Sarawak. So in short, later I will call it as YES. Yeah. So when asked what drives him for his passion, he said, quote, "I believe this is the right time for me to create initiatives that I strongly believe in while providing platforms for my peers and fellow youths to serve a larger purpose in whatever capacity they are in." So he certainly walked the talk, because in 2023, he won 6 academic awards, including Pro-Chancellor Award, and also represented Malaysia twice actually in YSEALI Academy in Vietnam, all in a single year. Well done. And also his favorite Sarawak dish is oyster pancake. How many umai and oyster pancake lover here? Yeah, so many. I know, now you make us all crave for it this morning. So actually, I would like to just, it's clear that each of us have a really deep passion for youth, from community leadership to digital innovation. So now let's turn the passion into our conversation, okay, today. And we will set the scene first today to actually talk about the context of what our conversation is about. So artificial intelligence is now shaping the way we learn, communicate, and even making decisions. Yesterday I was talking to my colleague, and they also use ChatGPT to ask for a diet plan to lose weight. Especially now we are coming up to January, where, it's a New Year resolution, let's all lose weight. ChatGPT gives actually the best diet plan, recipes, and also workout. So it's quite interesting when all the youths give insight that they use ChatGPT to actually, do their everyday lives as well. But saying that, that youths are both the consumers and also the creators in the space of TikTok algorithms and also AI chatbots. So, to set the context for today's conversation, maybe we can ask one key question. How can we ensure that youth are not just using technology, but actually using it wisely, with critical thinking, empathy, and also ethical awareness? Perhaps we can dive right in with two of our speakers right here.
Okay, all right. Very good morning to all the audiences, and thank you, Miss Ashley, for introducing me and also setting the stage right. So, being youth, I like myself. So AI is already there. So I think we live in a world where we already have AI, and we can't escape from AI. And in everything that we do, for example, like even elements in our houses. So maybe we have smart elements like smart fridge, smart lights, and everything. So those are AI powered. Even your Waze, as you go here, maybe for those who are first time to go Pustaka, if you use Google, if you use Waze, that's already AI. So AI already determines where is your best kind of route to reach here. So I think for me as a youth, and how can we use this technology, specifically AI, wisely, is to understand what are the consequences if you don't use it wisely. Because over-reliance to AI, if you rely too much on AI, it really, you don't have the, I'll say, the authority to choose or make your own decision. So you already take that away from yourself, right? So we already let calculator take our cognitive ability to count, right? We already use Google Maps to take our cognitive ability or memory ability to remember our roads. So we already have calculator, we already have Google Maps to take away the things that, what makes us human. So before technology, people know how to go to Kuching up until Miri, but now people use maps, right? So, and then calculator. Even I saw a few of my friends, they use AI to calculate a simple purchase in a grocery supermarket. So that's over-reliance because, okay, it's fast, but I think I believe that our brain is faster if we train it enough. So for AI, the more we train, the more better it gets. Right? So us like human also, the more we train our brains, the more better we get. So how to use AI wisely is to understand what are the dangers if not using it, because that way we lose our ethics and we lose our morals.
Thank you. Well said, and guilty as charged as well for Waze. I use Waze all the time, even though previously I know how to get to Pustaka. Now I use Waze to Pustaka as well. So yeah, how about Mr. Ismail?
That's all right. Actually, this question is very general, because for the youth, youth can, for me as student, I'm from Unimas. I use AI for brainstorm for my questions that I'm studying lah. So this AI for the youth, they must use in the ethical way to ensure that they not just to depend on what they are using this AI and also digitals. This means that AI cannot, for me, that AI cannot be placed in your mind. And for me, also add AI can to be your brainstorm lah, what I mentioned last time. So that's it, yeah.
Thank you so much. Really well put, actually, to see that we understand the whole landscape, that AI and digital technology actually shapes our everyday lives, from going to work, to understanding how to calculate in grocery stores, to also be actually a brainstorm as well. So it's both positive and negative, right? I think when you mentioned about over-reliance. So actually, a follow-up question to Mr. Melvin. Yes, works closely with youth at community level, right? So what patterns or challenges do you see in how young people interact with social media and AI tools, especially around misinformation or over-reliance on technology?
For this part, I think I can see the patterns of the youth right now. Of course, misinformation is already very widely shared in social media. If you see Facebook, now there's a lot of AI generated videos and you find it funny. So I think we live in a time where we want to push for entertainment. So youth are very driven by entertainment. So if it's viral, they will immediately share it. So that they don't check. So cross-checking is always something that I always remind even my peers to cross-check. Is this AI or not? And certain things are not actually real. For example, in Facebook, I found a article about a two-eye frog, but the eyes are inside the body. But that one is AI generated. But people can just do a graphic, put a title, and then put source news article. But we don't really find the news article. But it may be convincing because youth right now are targeted to things that they can see firsthand. I think youth right now is very visual learners. They don't really read. If it hooks you for the 3 seconds, they will take that. Yes, this is
Real.
how it is. This is real, right? Taking the extra effort to go in the link and read it. That's another effort. But normally people just pass the 3 seconds. If you scroll on TikTok, if it's not interesting, you just swipe up endlessly. If it's interesting, the first 3 seconds, 5 seconds, you will stick on until the next 15 seconds. So for me, the pattern now is that lower attention span, and second is graphics or visual really hook all the use right now.
Okay. Thank you so much for that. And I guess with that patterns, a lot of actually agencies of people, that they're marketing items, they know that is what the algorithm is looking for, what youth is looking for. I guess that's why we are talking about MIL today as well. Just to follow up question to Mr. Isma, as a youth leader within Azam as well, Young Souls, what does AI awareness mean to you personally and to your peers? And the second question is that what are some of the common fears or misconceptions that young people have about AI?
So for moving to your question, I want to little brief what is Azam Young Soul.
Yeah, sure, great.
So for everyone, Azam Young Soul is one of the youth wing that under Azam Sarawak, means Angkatan Zaman Mangsa Sarawak. So we established in 2012 the commitment to movement for progress, and we done with many kind of the things which is like element like leaderships, even collaborations, and so on. So with going to your question, actually, for me that AI and this digital technology means that are deeply embedded in the daily life of the youth in Sarawak.
Yeah.
So from they learn and they socialize and impress what they are on talk. So for me, it's have the positive and negative ways lah. For the positive way that we can see that AI can enter as the enhance the creativity thinkings and also provide how we can generate the learning and also like brainstorm ideas. And for have the negative side, we can see that AI can be seen as if the information can be misinformation lah, because if we can see the ChatGPT right there, they see that AI is not truly correct lah what we can generate the things lah.
Yes.
Yeah, that's why we must see this kind of the AI as our knowledge lah, knowledge for them to know is it betul or wrong, something like that lah.
Yeah.
So for your next question, actually for me that as the youth leader, how you see that this is common fear or misconceptions, we can see that I have two questions for everyone lah.
Yeah, sure.
Is it, firstly, is it AI dangerous for us? We don't know. AI can be concerned, like deeply we can see has deep facts, misinformations, and civilizations are growing, especially in the viral, like in the Facebook, TikTok, and so on lah. And next question is it digital tool are risky for us? Is it some of youth actually have fear and being hacking by the unresponsible individual or kind of the organizations? Also, is it they been manipulated by online? And this can be lit as the digital disengagement. So that's my point.
Thank you so much. Actually, we can go back and talk about the fears as well. Maybe we can have some insights from Mr. Melvin, because recently there's so many news about, you know, students that have used ChatGPT or even DeepSeek to actually have conversation, and they have asked for, you know, and actually, or some even have relationship with ChatGPT as their AI girlfriends, boyfriends as well. Things like this. You know, it actually creates a lot of mental illness and fears to the youths, you know, and of course there is a brainstorm that it helps, but how can parents or even teachers, you know, policy makers, how can they help in terms of youth to actually be aware and realize that AI is still just a tool like Microsoft? But not so much of, it is a Microsoft, yeah, but it is owned by Microsoft, but yes, but how is it that we can not be over-reliant on it? Maybe you can give, is there any tips that you will give, maybe tips that you will tell youth?
Okay, of course, relating to how we interact with chats, right? I think there's a news where this student asked generative AI tool and ask, can I commit suicide? And they say, yeah, go. But so that's why we didn't have this kind of elements to moderate this kind of, we don't have a framework to ensure that, you know, are we regulating our generative AI tools correctly, ethically? And I think what we should do as consumer of this generative AI tool is to always input good things, you know, so it, you know, AI, like I mentioned, AI is trained on data. So we have to put in good data so that there's no bad data. So for example, like, you know, commit suicide is bad. You should not do that. Seek help. So that is something that you have to feed into generative AI tools so that they can better understand. So it's a collective effort. I mean, everyone should play a part in this. You know, how can you put in good intention into generative AI tools? Because if not, then people will be all neglected and people will be influenced by all these different types of dangers and risks. And relating to safety, so me and my team at Yes Sarawak and also Azam are conducting an online safety program next month, on the 16th of November. So the program is called Menasi Talk. So because I think for locals, we always say, Menasi Talk, is this real? So right, it's direct translation of, is this real? Is this legit? So Menasi Talk is a program where we introduce youth to different types of scams, right? So now scams are evolving. You know, it's a whole operation. We have like the boss, the departments, HR, recruitment. So it's a wide operation. And scammers right now or malicious actors are already adopting or evolving their modus operandi. Their MO has gone from basic scam MO to now enhanced scam. So now we hear, probably in Facebook, you have seen like how parents are being called using their daughter or son's voice. And it's just a voice cloning AI tool that people can just access and, you know, people can just purchase either legally or illegally on the dark web. And people are being fooled for this one. So if you're digital aware, then you will know, okay, this AI, because my son and daughter is just next to me. But if you're not, and because scammers, they take your sense of urgency and your fear, right? So these two things, because Malaysia are very compliant to, you know, to our authorities. So if there's someone in danger or someone authority that calls you, you will definitely adhere to what they say, right? So that is something that we are born with it. You know, when our parents say, "Hey, you do bad things, I send you to a police station," right? So we have been used like that since young age. So for me, so that's why the program that I initiated with Azam also is to ensure that youth they know what types of scams that are out there, and also how do they protect themselves, and how do you report if you get bullied or you get scammed, you get fish, and all these types of things that we're gonna learn on that program lah.
Yeah, thank you so much for your insights. And I think I really agree and echo with what you said about how it's a collective workforce, you know, how we are feeding into AI tools, about the good of how we, like for example, all the missions that we are doing in Sarawak, but also there's also the bad things that we need to feed AI tools as well. But actually, let's turn to Mr. Ali. I think we all want to hear a bit of insight from Mr. Ali as well. You know, so let's have Mr. Ali on the screen shortly, but I will ask him two questions. As CEO of Azam, how do you see the organization's role in shaping Sarawak's youth to be AI aware and responsible digital citizens? What key strategies is Azam implementing to ensure both rural and urban youth benefit equally from digital transformation and AI awareness? So let's welcome Mr. Ali.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera dan salam azam progresif to everyone. First and foremost, I would like to thank Pustaka Negeri Sarawak for inviting Azam Sarawak to this meaningful dialogue. And thank you to our moderator for this question. It's truly an honor for Azam Sarawak to be part of this collaborative effort that focuses on building a digitally aware, informed, and responsible community. At Azam, we believe that preparing our youth for the age of artificial intelligence is not just about teaching them to use technology, but to understand it, to think critically, apply it ethically, and use it to create positive impact within their communities. As an organization committed to empowering communities through participatory communication, Azam Sarawak continues to serve as a catalyst in nurturing youth who are both digitally skilled and socially conscious. Through our youth wing, the Azam Young Soul, or AYS, we have introduced a range of initiatives that promote digital literacy, innovations, and responsible technology use, from community programs in rural areas to international collaboration such as the AI Innovation for Impact session with the US Embassy and ZOAir. These initiatives go beyond technology. They are about instilling values, empathy, and awareness in every digital interaction. For us, true progress happens when technology enhances human connection, strengthens cultures, and supports inclusivity. Before I continue, I would like to apologize for not being able to join you physically today. Due to several overlapping commitments, all equally important, I am connecting with you virtually instead. But perhaps this too reflects the very essence of our discussion today, how AI and technology enable us to remain connected, to collaborate, and to contribute meaningfully despite physical distance. And while you may be seeing me on screen today, please know that it is me, not AI, speaking to you. A real person who believes deeply in the potential of human connections powered by technology. This is in fact one of the best examples of how AI and digital tools can complement our lives, allowing us to adapt and stay present wherever we are needed. As Azam continues to grow, we will keep embracing technology as a means to empower, not replace. Our focus remains on cultivating human creativity, empathy, and purpose, the values that will keep Sarawak's progress both innovative and inclusive. Once again, my deepest appreciation to Pustaka Negeri Sarawak and our moderator for providing this important platform. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ali, for your insight. Actually, I have a few follow-up questions with you as well. From a policy and leadership perspective, what are Sarawak's most pressing challenges in building an AI-ready generation? And how can actually collaboration between government, NGOs, and private sectors accelerate progress to make this happen? Over to you, Mr. Ali. I think we can skip that. So I think he wrapped up his strategies in the before already.
Thank you. From other perspective, the journey towards a digitally literate generation is not without challenges. We must adhere to that. One major concern is the digital divide, particularly between the urban and rural areas where connectivity and access to technology remain limited. Another challenge is the mindset and digital ethic among youth. While many are active users of technology, awareness of responsible digital citizenships and AI ethic is still growing. Additionally, Sarawak needs to build a stronger talent pipeline where youth become innovators and creators, not just mere consumers of technology. This requires sustained mentorship, hands-on exposure, and continuous collaboration among all stakeholders.
And just another question about the collaboration that you could actually explain a bit more how the government and NGOs and private sectors could work interlinked together. Thank you.
While collaboration is at the heart of Azam's strategy, we believe progress in digital literacy and AI awareness require shared responsibility. The government provides policy directions and infrastructure. The private sectors bring technology, innovation, and mentorship, while NGOs like Azam ensures community inclusions and grassroots engagement. A clear example of this synergy is the Sarawak Media Conference 2025, co-organized with Sarawak Public Communication Unit, UCAS, Team AI, Shaping the Future of Media and Journalism. This event gathered media practitioners, government representatives, and tech experts to explore how AI can redefine storytelling and communication in the digital age. Such partnerships allow youth to witness how multi-sector collaboration drives innovations and inclusions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ali. Actually, I want to follow up on what Mr. Ali has said with Mr. Isma. Actually, maybe you want to share a bit of your experience. Should AI literacy be taught in schools alongside, for them to understand a bit better about media literacy? So if yes, how do we localize that for Sarawak's multicultural and rural urban context? Oh, it's for Mr. Isma. Yes, so sorry, yes. So actually, you know how schools, we talk about youths, right? So how can we actually, would you agree to put AI literacy in the syllabus perhaps? For them to understand a bit more about media literacy with now everyone's using laptops in schools, right? So AI chat box, AI tools are just in their fingertips. Most people would say, would you say yes? And if it's a yes, how do we localize that, for Sarawak's multicultural and rural urban context? Because Sarawak is quite different. I think everyone knows that we are a very indigenous group and we're very unique. And, so how can we make that more localized?
Just for my opinion lah,
Yes.
yeah, because this is not be implemented to the education system.
Yeah.
Actually, it's the good way for AI be practiced in the next syllabus for school education. Mostly, we can introduce to the high level for sekolah rendah, high level and high school also, because this is we must see as part of our education progress. Now we towards to the technological era, and as admissions to the education plan also, we see this AI should be implemented into the syllabus. Because it's why, because as despite see the progress right now, everywhere we using AI. Yes. You agree with that?
Yes, definitely.
Definitely. Because from university also, they're teaching more about AI system. Even my assignment also can be implemented by AI general plagiarism, like from Trinity. And for this education in this AI, teacher can brainstorm them how to acknowledge this AI as the syllabus in the class. So for the student also, they can know how the using this AI with the direct way in the right way.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is why, because of what, AI can teach students for implemented to know how they can express what they are known from the syllabus subject, especially we can see in the subject information and technology syllabus.
Yeah.
Inside there, they just spill the information kind of the, not AI, just digitalization lah. Yeah. We hope that in the few years, hope the governments can see this AI as the medium for the next subject and the syllabus for our future generation lah today.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that would also create a AI-ready generation for our future in the people in Sarawak. Actually, this is to Mr. Melvin. With AI-aware digital citizenship, what does that mean to you personally, and how can we translate that into education policy and everyday practice? I think Mr. Isma made it very clear that actually it's really important to have that in schools, you know, in young education till, you know, who are we today. But actually, and also maybe you can relate it to how, yes, how is yes helping young people build that skills. You know, you mentioned about that you have your program coming up, but is there any other program that is very maybe age based, you know, because every youth, they experience different things, like from primary, secondary and college and university. How can we use that to actually cater to their everyday, but also to be able to make them think critically, you know, creativity, and use that technology well?
Okay, thanks for the question. So I think for us right here is that I think programs like this is helpful because it directs the communities, the people to the topic of AI. And then for those who are either in the rural communities or people who are outside the city, so that's where we sort of like NGO bodies, you know, different partners like Pustaka Negeri Sarawak has the initiative or has the platform to spread this kind of information to the communities at a local level. So for me, being digital aware is something that we have to have a digital literacy inside of us, because that is still a gap across Sarawak, right? So digital divide is still pretty there, and I think that is something that we have to solve first. So probably gonna share a story where I was talking to one of the NADI officers. So for example, like MCMC, they do campaign Internet Selamat at every district in Sarawak. I think not all, but they are slowly pushing for internet safety for all the schools and different bodies across Sarawak. And just want to say that there's a story where I was talking to a NADI officer. So NADI is our National Dissemination. It's very long. Before this, it was Internet Satu Malaysia. Before that, it was PEDI and all so different governments, different names. So I was talking to officers, and you know when Sarawak rolled out SKAS, the Sumbangan Khas Sarawak, right? And so not everyone were digitally aware on how to use the app, right? And this goes on to the older generation that do not have access to this kind of information, or like, for example, as logging into your account, logging into like Sarawak Pay, and to get the funds. So youth right now, you know, so this grandmother was asking a youth like, oh, boleh kah cucu, grandson, can you do this account for me? But then the grandson would be like, oh, saya cas RM10. You know, because they don't know, because they're desperate, because people are desperate, people are in need, and people like this, they need the money fast, so they just agree on whatever. So it's 10 ringgit or 50 ringgit, and that is quite a number, quite an amount, because setting an account for us is probably easy, right? For those who are in the community areas, it's a big task, it's a difficult task. So when they say, okay, bagi RM50, so the grandmother just agree lah, RM50, because desperate for the money, right? And after that, they will log in. So this youth not only get 50 ringgit richer, but also get the credentials of the grandmother, like the name, the username, the password. So people can use these credentials to do bad things, and they're not aware, they do not know. So first they got scam 50 ringgit, which is so easy to set up account, but you got fooled anyways. So we missed that part. So the digital divide is still there. So I think partners like us, NGO bodies, different ministries can actually help. So putting it in the education sector would take some time, right? But if you want an immediate relay of information, so we are the medium to sort of bridge this kind of information to the communities that we know. And also I'm going to share a story where I think at one of the seminars in Sarawak, we were talking about online safety, about scam, about this. And then I heard from conversation from a makcik at the back there. He said the auntie will be like, apa di barang nyatok si faham? Because it was in English, right? And for us, it's very English based and it's very jargon. It's all the big words. So how do we translate that? So in bahasa pasar, it will be much easier to understand. So when we do things, bahasa pasar, local language, local terms would make sense to them. So that's why people in radio station, because I think still a lot of people in the rural areas still listen to radios. So we do public service announcement, and you do skits. Like I mentioned, Sarawak they like entertainment so much. So if you do skits, you do scenarios that are funny, it really relates to them than very like jargon, ceramah or speech is. So that's my take.
Thank you so much. That's very insightful. Yeah, I definitely agree because it really goes back to who are your target groups, right? Yeah, and different target groups, the receiver receives it very differently as well. I think now we're gonna go on towards youth-led innovations and peer empowerment topic, and how maybe you guys can share a bit more on how both Yes and Azam Young Souls can involve youth-led initiatives, right? Can you share some examples, that I know you shared a few programs. Is there any other that is maybe more on a focus on digital engagement? Like, is there a digital engagement a concept that you have done instead of just only sharing on trauma segments? But is there like a maybe one-to-one mentoring? Like yesterday, the DBKU just announced, right, that now for all Kuching parking, they're no longer using that paper. But how can actually the older generations be able to get on board with because it's literally the implementation is this Saturday. So it's so fast, right? So how would that happen with your digital engagement for the youth to maybe the youth can help their parents, maybe those kind of sessions that you can share that you have done?
Sorry. Within Azam Young Soul, with collaboration with the Yes, Melvin here, we have done a lot of the collaboration actually. Yeah. Just mentioned. We done with some kind of digital engagement. Likely last time we done workshop or training calling Building Inclusive Community or BIC for third series. Upcoming could be in Lawas lah next month. In this workshop, we have done a lot of the informations, likely in digital ways, for those community in the rural area. Last time we done at the Betong Sarawak, where we engaged most of the youth participants and also some of the local leaders, likely our chief Ketua Kampong and senior citizen. We did in this workshop, we implemented how they can implement the digital ways using not AI, just digital way, how they can know the current issues and also about the SDG 2030, and also how they know about our government's state policy, likely PCDS 2030. And this is good way because of what? Most of the participants are likely the senior citizen. They have not been introduced about this because they are on the rural area. This could be seen as the digital disengagement. Yeah, this is how we can collaborate with the many of the youth participants to engage more, how they can implemented this digital as to our senior citizen and most of the like that lah.
Yeah. Yeah,
actually.
thank you so much. Do you have anything to add?
So yes, Rao, we did a Google workshop. So Google workshop, we introduced about Google Slides, Google Docs, Google, all the different types of Google in the Google Suite. And what we do is just get the communities. This was at Kota Samarahan. We get them and they learn about how to use Google, how to use Gmail. So all those basic stuff, setting your account is one thing, but using different tools, that's another one. And especially now we have Gemini AI. So that's something, one of the free tool they can use, and again, when these tools are already available, so we have to teach them how do you use this ethically. And for me, I'm gonna do this event again next year. And then for now, we are also currently applying for a grant for digital parenting. So nowadays, if you can see, parents are using devices as, there's their digital nanny, right? Pacifier. So your pacifier of the day is tablets or smartphones and YouTubes and games. So of course you can do that because with technology we do have access to this, but how do you limit this kind of access? How do you moderate this kind of influx of information, the things that they see, hear and watch? So for that project is more to digital parenting. How do you safely, educate your child? How do you monitor ethically, and how do you ensure that they are safe? That's important. Second is communities in probably those who are older generation. We're planning to bring in Google and also government initiative. So government initiative is where we bring in different partners, for example, like MCMC, our local SMAs, teach about either what are the policies available and what are the different types of initiatives done by the government. I think we all know what the governments are doing, but not to extend what are they doing actually. What are the things that they have introduced. I think our state government has been pushing for great things, and I think people would need to know that. Probably they don't have access to that, so that's why we bring the access to them. We bring in officers from the state government or the federal government to introduce. Oh, these are the things that we already have in plan, that's already rolled out, and these are the things that you can explore. And we'll be there to assist, to help them probably to translate in a more local language, so they're easier to understand, easier to click here and there, like our Yama Brahma Premier say, ketik aja. So everything now is ketik aja. Yeah, so we.
Very well said. Actually, it's not just to leave Mr. Ali left alone because we're enjoying ourselves too much. So we're gonna, invite him back on the screen and actually ask him how does Azam, integrate cultural understanding, particularly the Dayak heritage, into its youth and digital literacy programs. So I think it's something that, so when we say about localizing the programs, so this is what we want to hear from Mr. Ali as well. So Mr. Ali, please take away. Thank you. He's coming.
Thank you for the question. Again, at Azam Sarawak, we integrate cultural understanding, particularly Dayak heritage, into all its youth and digital literacy programs through an approach that emphasizes inclusivity, unity, and the preservation of local identity amid technological advancement. As an organization that upholds the principle of unity in diversity, Azam Sarawak and its youth wing, Azam Young Souls, have always prioritized multicultural representation in both leaderships and membership. The AYS network comprises young members from diverse ethnic backgrounds, including the Dayak community that includes Iban, Bidayuh, and Orang Ulu communities, collectively fostering an ecosystem of youth leadership that is inclusive, respectful, and reflective of Sarawak's unique cultural diversity. The Dayak community, which represents approximately 40% of Sarawak's total populations, remains a cornerstone of the state's social fabric. Recognizing this, Azam ensures that Dayak values and cultural identity are meaningfully integrated into the design and implementations of its program. Over the past few years, Azam and AYS have carried out various community engagement and participatory communication programs in regions such as Cebu, Kapit, Bintulu, and even Long Lama, This initiative combined elements of cultural heritage with digital literacy and communication training, ensuring that a development message is conveyed in a context that resonates with local communities. Through leadership workshops, digital content creation, and communication skill building sessions, participants not only develop digital competence, but also learn how to anchor their progress within the values and traditions of their culture. Looking ahead, Azam Sarawak is planning to introduce the youth public speaking competitions in the Iban language. This initiative aims not only to strengthen communication and leadership skills among young people, but also to elevate the status of the Dayak mother tongue as a modern and impactful medium of expression. The competition is envisioned as a platform to showcase the voices, creativity, and leadership of Dayak youth, celebrating both cultural pride and progressive thinking. In essence, this effort reflects Azam Sarawak commitment to ensure that digital and social development progresses hand in hand with the preservation of Sarawak culture, language, and identity. Through this approach, the organization is shaping a generation of
Thank you so much. I think there's a bit of a technical error, but we got the overall summary of what he wanted to say, Mr. Ali. And I'm very thankful that actually what his initiative is. And actually, we want to go into a bit about the cultural erosion. So the Ministry of Tourism Performing Arts, they have been pushing about the heritage, the cultural, and really pushing on programs, having books. There's so many books that have been published to actually like folklore, to really keep alive our heritage, right? So how can we actually ensure, this is to Mr. Isma, how can Azam actually integrate this cultural understanding? I know for your young souls, and to ensure actually modernization doesn't mean cultural erosion, because I spoke to a few Turai Rumah from Bintulu and a few other places, on how one of the Turai Rumah said to me, I'm really envious on a different, like the Ibans, because they really do it so well, how can I, and they are a minority. And so how, because we have 27 ethnic groups, but how many have we heard, right? So how can we keep alive those cultural heritage, and how to make sure that they still be able to keep up with the new era?
Sorry. Actually, in Azam Young Soul, in our organization, most of us, many kind of those who are from ethnic background, most likely they are from Ibanese, Chinese, Malays, Melanau, and so on. Yeah. Because we in this is good question lah, because we want to see the Sarawak engagement from the any kind of the rest ethnic in these youth organizations, such as Azam Young Soul itself. This is why, because we see participant by the many of ethnic kind of the youth progress and program, they can lead as the participant to ensure there cannot be merapatkan is closing to their own engagement. So we did that. This is good way because of what, as our ambitions in the Azam Young Soul itself, we want to see the background leaderships, kind of the type of the personality and leadership and so on within the AYS itself. So back to the question again. So we can see AI as the literacy to be integrated with the youth background ethnic. So that can be as the part of the education for them to know how they can see it is literacy progress, something that's it lah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I definitely agree with that. Actually, we dive just one more question deeper with Mr. Melvin. You know how we all have been striving towards AI transformation, digital transformation, and we actually have been promoting Sarawak's heritage. So, like for example, myself, I'm in Borneo Talk, so we do a lot of digital, we do a lot of AI content. You know, how can actually you be part of that? Is there, Mr. Ali mentioned that they're doing Iban languages, and someone just, there's a lady in Sarawak actually also did a Kalabit book because they want to teach the kids how to speak Kalabit. What else can the digital platforms help in terms of keeping the heritage alive? What other things that would you suggest youth, maybe you have heard from other youths to suggest?
Okay, like I mentioned, so our generation or the younger generation would prefer entertainment. So we have to find ways on how to make learning fun. And how to make learning fun is to introduce gamification. So that is something that me and my team has been working a lot right now. So in terms of experiential learning, so we don't want like a one-way conversation. So we want to have two-way conversation. And what we're going to do is that in what modules we're going to do. So right now, the next year's focus is on AI and also internet safety, online safety in the digital space. So that's next year's goal for my team. And what we're going to do is that we translate this into booklet that we can distribute. And it's open source that we're going to do it in probably the first few easy language. I would say Bahasa Sarawak and also Bahasa Iban first. That's commonly the communities here would know, and then slowly go into different languages as we go on. But these are the pilot languages that we're going to do first. And what we're going to do as well, apart from the booklet, is to have like card games. So that is also in this discussion, card games. That's not digital, but I think it complements with a digital platform later on. So these cards, like I mentioned, it has to be interactive. We're going to put gamification element into it to see how can they interact each other with, again, with their peers. And we do have options for card game offline and also internet online one, because again, we know that infrastructure-wise, not everyone can access to internet. That's why we opt for book and also card, which can also be accessible online. So even my team, we're also part of like IT background team as well. So we do have solutions that we're going to roll out. Again, AI, I can just do a website or do a platform with AI right now. So no one has to know about coding in depth, but also you just use AI, you can build something amazing. There's a lot of tools out there, example like Lovable and different types of tools that you can just prompt and do a website. That's very easy. But people should have access to this so that they can also be builders. So not only us here, builders, but people across Sarawak can be builders. And yeah, just need to, like I mentioned, has to be in bahasa pasar so that people know. Mau bahasa tidak paham lah. Mun bahasa English terlalu mendalam, it's too big, it's too jargon, so people will be intimidated. But mun bahasa pasar, orang lebih faham.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I really am a true believer on keeping the paper alive and also going into AI tools as well. So I think that is in itself would really keep the cultural heritage alive with, for example, your card game that brings the atmosphere, the vibes of the people and who true Sarawakians are, and also the other countries. And actually, it's very good initiative for foreigners to learn, because in our platform in Borneo Talk, we receive so many DMs from foreigners asking how to speak Bahasa Sarawak. So please send me that link so I can send to them as well. So it is so good. Actually, just one last question for Mr. Ali, and then before we wrap up the rest as well, is actually looking ahead. What are Azam's aspirations and initiatives to further strengthen youth engagement with emerging technologies? Thank you.
For the future, Azam in line with Sarawak vision of becoming a developed digital and inclusive state by 2030, we continue to emphasize empowering communities through participatory communication, supported by evolving technologies. At the heart of Azam approach is the belief that real progress happens when communities are not just recipients of informations, but active contributors and co-creators in the communication process. To achieve this, Azam has embraced various digital media platforms to reach wider and more diverse audiences, particularly youth and the rural communities. One of the best examples is the Azam Community Podcast, Team Brewing Conversation, Moving Sarawak Forward. This podcast serves as a vibrant platform where Sarawakians, from young innovators to community leaders, share their ideas, experience, and solutions on issues that matter most to the localities. Through this initiative, Azam not only promotes open dialogue, but also equips youth and communities with media production skills such as scripting, audio editing, and digital content creation. These skills allow participants to express their perspective and contribute to the state's narrative of progress. Beyond podcasting, Azam also integrates social media, live streaming, short videos, and digital campaign into its communication strategy to ensure messages of empowerment and development reach the different layers of society. By combining traditional engagement methods such as workshops and dialogues with digital platform, Azam strengthens two-way communication between policy stakeholders and the public. These efforts reflects Azam's long-standing philosophy of participatory communication, where the public is not merely informed but also involved in identifying issues, shaping initiatives, and celebrating local achievement. The organization training and engagement program, such as those under the Azam Young Soul initiative, further enhance these by mentoring youth to use technology ethically and creatively for community storytelling and advocacy. Moving forward, Azam plan to incorporate more AI-based tools and data-driven approaches in community engagement. This includes using AI-assisted transcription for multilingual podcast episodes, content analytics to understand audience needs, and digital storytelling workshop powered by accessible technology. This innovation aims to help communities express their aspirations, challenges, and success stories in more impactful and inclusive ways. Ultimately, Azam Sarawak envisions a future where technology amplifies local voices, empowering Sarawakian to tell their own stories, shape public discourse, and drive development from the ground up. Through continuous innovation in participatory communications, Azam remains committed to building an informed, connected, empowered society, truly moving Sarawak forward together.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ali. Just for before we close, can you guys share one message to the young people of Sarawak about being AI-aware digital citizens while staying true to their cultural roots? What would that be, Mr. Melvin?
Okay, for me, very short, always think before you do things. So that's the word lah. And another one is always ask before clicking. Tanya dulu, bawa click. So that is what I want to inform the audience. So very general, but whatever you do with that word, that sentence is up to you, because again, for us humans, we have the ability to think and ability to reflect and also to analyze different things. So use that ability.
Thank you so much. And Mr. Ismail?
Oh, so for me, for the youth actually, let AI be your tool to explore and to connect to the world. And also, but also always keep that AI as the culture, your culture as your compass. And use that technology wisely. So you as the bridge between the traditions to the innovations way. So let with that as hard and also be think critically as youth, as the future generation for this innovations way. So that's my point. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, our panelists, Mr. Melvin, Mr. Isma, and also Mr. Ali online for such an insightful and inspiring discussion. Today's dialogue reminds us that empowering youth is not just about giving them tools, it's about nurturing wisdom, the ability to question, to empathize, and to act responsibly in the digital world, shaped by AI. As Dr. Sri Roland mentioned before, and in his welcoming remarks, that MIL is actually very much a mandatory. So let's continue to build a culture of digital citizenship that is inclusive, ethical, and forward-looking, where our young people don't just adapt to technology, but help shape it for the better. Thank you to our organizers, the Sarawak State Library, Malaysian National Commission of UNESCO, and UITM, and to all of you for being part of this important conversation, physically and online as well. But before we end, I just want us to really wrap up and actually just say that you guys understand what we have chat, because I know it's very cold and everyone's very hungry. So maybe we can do one cheer together, and the cheer word is that we are AI-aware digital citizen, so that when we get away, we know that this is what we have learned, and it's our responsibility and collective effort to do, not only to educate the youth and the young, but actually to help our parents, our grandparents as well, so that we are all included in this new digital era. Are we ready? The louder you say, the more food comes. I hope, is that true, Pustaka? Yes? Okay, so I'll count 3, 2, 1, and we all shout, we are AI-aware digital citizens. So 3, 2, 1. We are aware digital citizens. Ooh-ha! Thank you so much, and have a great Global MIL Week 2025.
Thank you to all panelists and our moderator. Next, please welcome Yang Berusaha Hajah Salina Haji Zawawi, Deputy Chief Executive Officer Services Sarawak State Library, to the stage to present the token of appreciations. Dipersilakan. Thank you, Hajah Salina, and congratulations once again to our distinguished panelists and moderator for their valuable contribution. Please be seated.
Up next, ladies and gentlemen, we have a presentation by Mr. Gunawan Zaki, National Professional Officer at UNESCO Jakarta. A little info regarding Mr. Zaki is that he provides technical assistance to countries under the UNESCO Jakarta office, including Brunei Darussalam, Indonesia, Malaysia, the Philippines, and Timor-Leste, with expertise in education, policy, peace education, inclusive education, and child protection. He will be presenting on UNESCO, media and information literacy cities, building sustainable and inclusive information ecosystem through education and lifelong learning. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Gunawan Zaki.
Thank you very much, MC. So I'm so impressed, like standing and with my photos. And so thank you so much, MC. Thank you so much, the organizer. So once again, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning, almost afternoon. So today presentations, as mentioned by our MC today, I would focus on what we are now calling media and information literacy cities, or let's make it short, MIL cities. So the presentation today will focus on the UNESCO new initiative on MIL cities, MILs, media and information literacy cities, a transformative approach to building inclusive, sustainable information ecosystem through lifelong learning. So today's focus on presentation would be including the inclusive education, civic engagement, and also digital resilience. Let me start my presentation. I know most of you know UNESCO, but when we come to like a cities or UNESCO Global Cities Network, for example, anybody knows? Do you have any ideas when I mention like a UNESCO Global City Networks? What are in your mind? Do you have any information? Okay, let me start then. No problem. Let me share with you. UNESCO initially has this like a global networks of cities, and I will share with you only a few of the cities. Of course, we have like a series of cities focusing on different areas under the responsibilities of UNESCO. Let me share with you. Number one is what we call that as UNESCO Creative City Networks. So these creative city networks is to promote cooperation with and among cities that have identified creativity as a strategic factor for sustainable urban development. So it means that these networks of cities are focusing on the cities which are creative and focusing on the creativity in the areas of could be culture or the other innovative areas. So now currently we have 350 cities around the world which currently make up this network together toward a common objective, placing creativity and cultural industries at the heart of their development plans. So hopefully in the future also in Malaysia there'll be some cities joining this network. The second cities network of UNESCO, we call that Global Network of Learning Cities. So it falls under education. The first network, it falls under cultural sections in UNESCO. And the second one, it falls under education section in UNESCO. Global Network of Learning Cities network support the achievement of course, all the 17 SDGs, and particular SDG number 4, quality educations, and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. So the activities for this Learning Cities network including to promote greening educations, climate change educations, healthy environment in educations, and of course inclusive educations like engaging young people, women's group, and also like the other members of the societies including the indigenous communities. The next cities network is, we call that member of International Coalitions of Inclusive and Sustainable Cities. These cities to assist local authorities in combating discriminations in their capacity as policymaker service provider in areas diverse as education, employment, housing provisions, and also cultural activities. The next one is we call that World Heritage Conventions or World Heritage Cities Program. So also like one of the cities network of UNESCO focusing on the conservations of the heritage areas or heritage sites in the cities. Last but not least, we have this Mega Cities Alliance for Water and Climate Change. So from the name we know that these cities really focus on the water and the climate change. And the new initiative of UNESCO, that's what we call that as UNESCO Media and Information Literacy Cities. So this topic that I'm going to discuss today, in short we call that MIL cities. So when I'm mentioning about MIL cities, it refers to Media and Information Literacy Cities. Okay, so what is MIL cities? So MIL cities is more than a geographical designation. So it is a commitment to empower citizens through media and information literacy. So UNESCO launched this initiative to localize MIL effort, recognizing that the cities are hubs of innovations, educations, and also civil life. So when we are talking about the MIL cities, we know already the definitions about media and information literacies, and we also understand how the media and information literacy is integrated into the a life of the people through the policies, through education, through the other sectors. Now we really focus on the cities as a hub of innovations, educations, and the civic life. So in the MIL city, schools, libraries, media outlets, and also local governments work together to promote critical thinking as one of the components of MIL, Media and Information Literacy, and also digital literacy and ethical engagement. So we expect that now many cities will join this network, even though it's going to be officially announced next year, the city that would become part of this global network of media and information cities. So now why we need these MIL cities? Aside from we have the global cities, global learning cities network, we have also creative city networks, we have also the cities, mega cities for water and climate change. Now why we need these MIL cities? So I think everybody agrees that we are now working as media colleagues. You are also already working on the campaigning for media and information literacies at school level. Also, you are working in teaching media and information literacy at school level, and also the other groups of communities, including the indigenous communities. But why we need the MIL cities? Because now we are living in the era of information abundance and confusions. Misinformation spread faster than truth. Algorithms prioritize engagement over accuracy. Many communities lack of access to reliable information or the skills to evaluate it. So that's why UNESCO MILS frameworks, or Media Information Literacy Framework, addresses these challenges by promoting critical thinking, ethical use of media, and inclusive access to information. So this is the background why we need the MIL cities. I think in some cities, that the infrastructures of the connectivities are available, so it's easy for the people, for young people, for the communities group to engage with all the dynamic of the media information literacy. Either it is through the digital platform or through the other available platform. But for those cities, in communities in which the access to all these connectivities are limited, maybe they have some challenges to face to get the real information on what's happening outside, whether it is truth or it is false, whether it is correct information or it is misinformation, or it is kind of false information or fake information. The next one is, once a city would like to be part of this network, so they should work together with different stakeholders. From the local government institutions, of course, in Kuching City or in Sarawak, we have the local government authorities. We have also the education system. We have the educational system from the early childhood education until the higher education. We have the health system, which provide the health service. We have the transportations, and also the entertainment industry, local public broadcasters, the newspapers, the online news platform, and also commercial centers. We have malls and other public facilities that many people go and engage with activities. We have the local decision authorities, city developers, other private actors and also other actors, families, libraries, community centers, and NGO. Like just now we heard some insightful experience from the young people how the media information literacies and AI are part of their like a daily life. So it is very important for us to know the ethics of that. So that's why we need these MIL cities. So because the cities can regulate the existing like activities platform which is like used by the young people and also by the communities. So this is like the potential partners of MIL cities. When a city would like to become this network, at least they have this kind of partners to be engaged with, but not limited. They can reach more partners, but at least they have this group of partners based on the UNESCO guideline. Okay, now I presented about MIL cities and what are the benefits of becoming the MIL cities then? So it is like the same as other cities I mentioned earlier. We have Creative City Network, we have the lifelong learning cities, and then now what are the benefits of becoming MIL cities? First, of course, like there will be a possibility to extend partnership. So of course, like we expect that the city will link with the other cities in this globe, in this universe. Not only in the specific regions, Southeast Asian regions, but one city, for example, Kuching City in Sarawak or Miri City, and then they can like expand their partnership with the other cities in the region, ASEAN Pacific, but also with the other cities that have becoming part of MIL cities. And of course, the second one is there'll be possibility for knowledge sharing. So we heard from this morning that there are so many knowledge and information, the existing activities that are done here in Sarawak that could be exposed to be shared with the other cities. And the next one is like a stakeholder engagement and also access to the opportunities. So there is opportunities for the city that becoming part of MIL cities to be exposed in many international platforms, conference, meetings, and also other platforms in which the city can promote, can present about the achievement of the engagement with regard to media and information literacy. The second one is increase the feasibility. Once a city becoming part of UNESCO global networks, so there are many opportunities to show the feasibility of the cities. And last but not least, of course, the benefit of becoming MIL cities is empower citizens. So we have more opportunities, more privilege to empower citizens, including the indigenous communities, because it has been already our responsibilities to work closely with some groups of communities, indigenous communities, inclusive persons with disabilities, women's group, girls, and also young people in the city. So those are amongst the benefit of becoming part of this like a MIL cities network. And I hope that like we can learn. Of course, the benefit here listed are very limited, but there are many other benefits that can be gained achieved by the city when they become part of the MIL cities. The next slide would talk about how the MIL strategy as part of life learning approach. So aside from MIL cities, now I turn a little bit to lifelong learning approach. Okay. So UNESCO views that MIL, media information literacy, as a lifelong learning process. So it doesn't stand only as the media component. Media information literacy is a part of lifelong learning process. It begins in school, but extends to libraries, as now we are in the State Library of Sarawak, community centers in some communities that they have the community learning centers, or they have like a package A, B, and C in terms of the out of school educations. And also they can also like extend to the digital platforms, the existing digital platform which is like being used by the people around. And UNESCO, to support this like a strategy, of course, the strategy to support the government to integrate a MIL into national curriculum. It could be through the national policies development, or it could be through local curriculum in Sarawak if you have this local curriculum. So we can integrate MIL, as I think during the previous sessions, there is a question, is it possible to integrate MILs into the local curriculum? Yes, but of course we need to see together with the education authorities how, in which portion that we can include into the local curriculum and when. and which level, which informations, which sections that need to be included into the curriculum. So this is possibility to include that into the curriculum. And also, we need to have this kind of training educators. So not only teachers, but educators. We are all here educators. We need to be trained as well. So once we are talking about education, sometimes we really focus on the teachers, but we are, as human beings, we are all educators. We need to be educated as well. We need to find the resources. And last but not least, of course, we need also to link in between meal to the cultural relevant resources. I think in Sarawak, you are very rich of the cultural documents, cultural practice. So I think it is very important for us to link in between meal and also the cultural existing activities and also resources. Okay, now we come to the role of the cities. After I talk about the benefit of becoming the meal cities, now the role of the cities. Cities are uniquely positioned to lead meal efforts. They host diverse populations, education institutions, and media outlets. UNESCO Meal Cities Initiative encourages local government to invest in digital infrastructure. So things that we need to do as a city, we need to focus first on the investment on the digital infrastructure. We should make sure that all the connectivity, all the towers of this internet access are available. The second one is support the community media. So this is very important. We have all this national media, we have this government media. Sometimes we forget about the community-based media initiative because they are very strong. They are the resources of all the information from the communities. And also the promote inclusive education. This is really opportunity for us working on media and information literacy to promote inclusive education. Inclusive education is not limited to the person with disability only, but means that education is for all. So for us all. So we include the person with disabilities, we include the indigenous groups, indigenous communities, we include the girls, we include the women, we include the local religious leaders. So this is about the inclusiveness in education. Of course, we prioritize the person with disabilities because they sometimes have the lack access to the quality of education. So the next one, I would like to share with you some cities that have started initiative to be part of the UNESCO Meal City Network. From the European city, we have Helsinki in Finland. Thank you. Operator helps me. So in this, the example, can you get back? Okay, yes. From the Helsinki, so the city has integrated the meal into the public educations and libraries serve as hub for digital literacy. So they are using two components. One is the public educations. It means we are talking about the formal educations. The second one is they really utilize the existing libraries. Libraries is not only libraries managed by the government, but libraries managed by the communities as well. So those the initiative from the Helsinki. The second one is the city also collaborates with media organizations to promote ethical journalism and fact-checking. So aside from working with the schools, they are also working with the media institutions. Media, maybe we call press councils or media organizations, or youth media organizations. So to make sure that there is to promote ethical journalism and also fact-checking. And also they also engage youth program, encourage civic participation through digital storytelling, media publications. I think now common in our region at schools. Usually the school has this kind of media walls in which young people can publish any information in the media walls. And we just would like to make sure that all the informations they share in the media halls or the school media informations are correct. So it's not something which is a fake, or it's not something which is a false information. So those kind of the responsibilities of the media information stakeholders. The next example for the Meal City initiative coming from this region, from Jakarta. So Jakarta is a big city. So UNESCO is working closely with the Ministry of Communication and Digital Affairs. So we have the new name for the ministry. Previously, we called it Ministry of Information and Communication. Also, UNESCO is working with some universities and some groups of NGOs to promote meal across the sector. So UNESCO is working not only with the government, but we are working with some groups of religious-based organizations, women-based organizations. We work with some groups, organizations which really focus to do advocacy at their level. Because when we do this work to support, let's say, women's leaders, so it is easy for the women themselves to promote about meals within their communities because they know, they understand the language they are used in their communities. So aside from that, we are also working closely with some schools, like a school program, we teach the students to evaluate the online content. I think this is good practice for us when we are talking about meal. So we come to the students and then just let the students to evaluate the content. So this is kind of very interesting exercise for the students because 10 students can have different opinions of one information. So this is very interesting how we start to promote media information literacy. We just show one photos, for example, and then ask the students to evaluate whether the photos is okay, the information under the photos is valid, and then there will be more interactions. And at any time the students or learners, for example, they go to the public facilities, they go to the bridge, for example, and there is kind of announcement on the bridge, they can easily identify, oh, this information is correct, this information is valid. So this is the way how we can engage the students. Not merely we come with the curriculum, but maybe we can come to something which they are interested of. So in Jakarta also UNESCO is working to support the communities through the workshop to address cyberbullying, privacy, and also online safety. So this effort reflects holistic approach to building an inclusive information ecosystem. So as I mentioned, when we are talking about inclusive ecosystem, inclusive approach, so those are amongst the examples of the approaches that we can apply. We can make some practices at our institutions, either at schools or non-school institution. Okay, now why meal cities or why meal it is important at this time? Because when we are talking about meals, it's not only talking about one component and SDGs. We have 17 SDGs, and linking meals to the SDGs is very important because in the areas of education, we link meal. Okay. To the SDG number 4, meals also support SDG 4 by promoting inclusive and equitable education. Also, media information and information literacy also support contribute to SDG 11 by fostering sustainable urban communities. And last but not least, when we are talking about meals, also it strengthens SDG 16 by empowering citizens to engage with institutions and hold them accountable. So this is how UNESCO is working with the meal cities, aligns with these goals, demonstrating how information literacy can drive sustainable development. So meal doesn't stand by itself, a meal, but also it linked to the SDGs components. So the last two slides I would like to present today is spaces for lifelong learning, the role of libraries and community centers, because now we are in the libraries, we are in the Sarawak, Pustaka Sarawak. So now we really need the support from the libraries and the community centers to promote about the meals and part of the meal cities in the future. Libraries and community centers play a vital role in meal cities, I can say that. They offer safe, inclusive spaces for learning and dialogue. So we come to visit these centers, and then we see some open spaces in which we can utilize the space to have dialogue, to discuss. And also, for UNESCO, this is very important, and then we have supported the training for the librarians and community educators to deliver meal programs. For one example, in one of the countries in Africa, in Kenya, public libraries host integrational meal workshop. And today, this is the real example. Libraries, state libraries, organize this global media in information literacy week. This is one of the real example of the use of public spaces to promote meals. This is the real example that we need to expose. It's not coming from the really education institutions. It's not coming really from the media institutions, but it comes from the library. So we have to give applause to the Sarawak State Library for organization of these events. Okay, so the next one, I'm going to talk about how we see the future of the meal. Okay, so UNESCO is inviting all the cities in the globe, in the region, ASEAN Pacific region, Southeast Asian regions, invite the cities, educators, policymakers to join the Meal Cities movement. We are not started yet with this recognitions of Meal Cities, but we have started the movement to be MIL cities. So, because we can invest in the lifelong learning, we can support the inclusive digital infrastructure, and also we can also empower citizens to shape the information environments. UNESCO, in this regard, we have our director, Ms. Maki Katsuno Hayashikawa. We can offer technical support, training, and global platform for collaborations. So global platform, this is one of the activities, Global Media Information Literacy Week, in which we can promote the activities of the institutions, both from government and non-government institutions, on the media information literacy. So we hope that together we can build sustainable, inclusive information ecosystem that serve all people. So my last slide would be, so let's reimagining cities as learning communities. Let us reimagine our cities now. We are here in Kuching, or maybe if you are coming from the other cities, let us reimagine our cities. Whether this is just cities, or this is really lively cities, or this is really like a kind of like the city that a place for people to interact, or just is like a business, only a business city. So the city is not only the place to live, but the city as a communities of learning. So dialogue and empowerment. So we experienced yesterday when we landed here in Kuching, and we see all the public facilities around the central of the river front. And then we see the bridge, we see some public facilities in which young people are having dialogue. We see the boat race in the afternoon. So it is really unique. And then these kind of open spaces are really good platform, a good opportunity. It's going to be a very good opportunity for us to promote media and information literacies. So I think we really impressed with our visit to Kuching, and then I hope that we can visit Kuching next time again. So as I mentioned earlier, the UNESCO remains committed to supporting cities in this journey. So I'm inviting the cities, educators, colleagues working for non-government institutions also. Let's support the city. For example, when Kuching is really would like to be part of this global network on the Meal Cities, let's support them. Provide them with the support, provide them with the information, provide them with all these resources that we can have. So Kuching could be in the future part of the UNESCO network for Meal Cities. For further information, if you would like to know more about the operational guideline for the Meal Cities, you can browse this information. Okay, so we have the guideline. So, and then in this guideline also there are some indicators in which the city can be part of the Meal Cities, and then what are the responsibilities of stakeholders. It is very clear described in this guideline. Also, we have the video that you can watch how the city is built to be part of the MIL cities. I think that's the end of my presentation today. So thank you once again, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. So as mentioned earlier, media and information literacy is not the responsibility of one single institution, but it is the responsibility of every of us. And please make sure that when we promote the media and information literacy, we have to make sure that it should be inclusive. No one should left behind, including the indigenous communities and groups. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Gunawan. Kindly remain on stage. Once again, thank you, Mr. Gunawan, for sharing such valuable perspective on how media and information literacy cities can foster inclusive and sustainable learning environments. To express our heartfelt gratitude, we would like to invite Yang Berusaha Haja Salina Haji Zawawi, Deputy CEO Services, Sarawak State Library, to present a token of appreciation to Mr. Gunawan Zaki. Please welcome. Thank you, Haja Salina. And once again, a big round of applause for Mr. Gunawan. Please be seated.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to our second panel discussions before the lunch break. So this session is titled Libraries, Archives and Public Institutions as Guardians of Truth. So today's discussions will explore how these institutions can leverage AI tools to enhance information curation, promote transparency and strengthen public trust while continuing their mission as credible knowledge hubs for all. To guide us through these engaging discussions, we are pleased to welcome our moderator, Mr. Addison Rickett, Head of Lifelong Learning and Information Literacy Divisions, Sarawak State Library. Joining him are four distinguished panelists: Haja Salina Haji Zawawi, Deputy CEO Services, Sarawak State Library; Mr. Afham Jauhari Aldi, the Director, National Archives of Malaysia, Sarawak Branch. Joining us virtually, then Professor Dr. Namtip Wipawin, the Lecturers, School of Liberal Arts, Sukhothai Thammathirat, Open University Thailand, also joining us virtually, and Associate Professor Dr. Shamila Mohamed Shuhidan, Lecturer, School of Information Science, UITM, Malaysia. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our moderator and esteemed panelists for the sessions on libraries, archives, and public institutions as guardians of truth. Mr. Addison, the floor is yours.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, colleague and friend, both here in Kuching and joining us online. It is my privilege to moderate this second panel discussion, library, archive, and public institution as guardian of truth. This theme sits the heart of our shared mission in an era where artificial intelligence creates our news feeds, where deepfake blur facts and fictions, and where misinformation spread faster than the truth. The questions faced is urgent. Who will safeguard credible trust and the public record? For centuries, library, archive, and public institutions have carried this responsibility with integrity. They preserve knowledge, protect history, and empower people to learn and grow. Today, these roles are not dismissed, they are evolving. Our institutions must now extend their guardianship into digital space, harnessing AI responsible, promoting critical thinking, and ensuring inclusivity for all community. Urban and rural, young and old, indigenous and multicultural. This panel brings together four distinguished voices from different sectors. Haja Salina, the Deputy CEO of Sarawak State Library Services. Associate Professor Dr. Shamila Shuhidan, Lecturer from UITM. And Mr. Afham Jauhari, for Director of National Archive of Malaysia, Sarawak Branch, and Professor Nantip of School of Liberal Arts, Sukhothai Thammathirat, Open University Thailand, where together they will help us to reflect on how we can renew the social contract of trust between institution and community in AI, the age of AI. I encourage everyone to listen actively, reflect critically, and think about how the insight shared today can inspire practical strategies, whether in Sarawak, across Malaysia, or a wider region. With that, let us begin our conversation. Let us start with an opening framing question to all panelists. Yeah? In today's AI-driven information ecosystem, library, archive, and public institutions are still regarded as trusted custodian of truth. From your perspective, what does it mean to be a guardian of truth in 2025, especially in an age of AI, algorithm, deepfake, and disinformation? Perhaps we start with Haja Selina on this statement.
Thank you, Mr. Eddie, for that questions. First of all, let me express my pleasure for having all the panelists today for this program. Okay, in answering for the questions, Guardian of Truth, as a librarian, I believe that Guardian of Truth to a librarians, to the library, it means that we must upholding the trust given by the public as a library, as reliable sources for information. So library must ensure that what we do is ethical enough, practical enough in giving reliable sources that is not biased, that the sources must be from the authoritative sources. That is first. The second one is library as a guardian of truth. We must promote media and information literacy in the sense that we have to empower our public to be MIL literate so that they know that this is correct, this is incorrect. They have to think critically and wisely to know the sources that they have. And the third one, I think, is as a guardian of truth, we must championing the open access and inclusivity for all. Open access and inclusivity for all so that nobody is left behind. That is my first thought of this thing. Yeah, Eddie.
Thank you, Haja Selina. How about Prof?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Addison. Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And hi, everyone. I'm very grateful to be here, and then thank you for inviting me. So this is actually my point of view in regard with the question from one of the public institutions. So what I can say that we as academicians will say that in order to build the trust, especially to the socials, by using the any devices or digital age, so we provided that become the mediator, okay, so between the human knowledge and also machine intelligence. So in order to cover both of it, it's not easy. So we must be one above one of the level, whereby we need to be more innovative, whereby we need to fulfill the needs and demand by our user, especially for nowadays. It's not easy because as a student, sometimes they explore more advanced than us. So by providing the MIL, I think to integrate, especially in this AI, okay, it's not easy. However, I think as what we said, that this is urgent matter. We need to explore more to promote MILs and also working with smart partnership with the library, archive, and other institutions, okay, to build trust and to use for this MIL specifically. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. How about Mr. Adham from the perspective of National Archive of Malaysia?
I also welcome fellow panelists in this forum. Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you, Mr. Adham.
The National Archive of Malaysia is an institution that preserves and protects valuable information from archival materials that holds historical and national significance for the country. The information preserved in these records and archives serves as a reference for researchers and others to rely on facts that and data on their work. We play a vital role as a guardian of truth, safeguarding authentic records that reflects our nation's real history, policies, and stories. In this era of AI, where information can easily be manipulated or distorted, archives still serve as the foundation of factual evidence and national memory. For example, one of the principles of archive is the strength of provenance. It is like a birth certificate for all records produced. Every record we keep has a traceable history. We know who created it, when it created, and why it is created. This is called provenance. This record in the form of metadata trail is like a digital ID that cannot be easily faked. This meticulous record keeping guided by laws like the National Archives Act 2003 is the most beneficial tools we have against fabricated stories. From this law, National Archives of Malaysia has established record keeping procedures and guidance for the federal agencies to follow and comply in their records management, from creation until disposal of the records. Only the valuable, unique, long-lasting, important and significant records are transferred to archive to be kept and preserved for future use. So in short, being a guardian of truth means ensuring that even when false historical information spreads fast in the society, the archives still remain the reliable source that protect Malaysia and Sarawak real story. That's on my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Afham. Now we move on to Prof. Nantip. What's your opinion on this statement?
Hello, everyone. I think it's very important, to talk about this issue because in the past, I think more than 20 or 30 years that we are working with the information literacy and media and library and information literacy in my area. And I'm sure that every libraries and archive are more concerned about this, as well as the lecturer in university. We also have the class that teach media and information literacy, and we have archival training for that. But now, I think we move forward, from what we listen to the work of UNESCO, what they have done as the guideline, the strategy, and we need to follow that guidance. And also at the same time, I think we have to move forward to AI literacy because it's now the stage that we are, but to make sure that what we have in our libraries are the truth. We are giving the truth, the true information for our users. And that's why I get more concerned about digital repository as a trustworthy digital repository that when you come to the library, you can get the true information. That's how we work on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Nantip. So we agree that the public institution, archive and library is the custodian. We are the reliable institution who subscribe to database to filter the information, conduct MIL to our community, so they are aware and all have their skill to differentiate whether it is reliable or reliable resources or not for their work or for their study. Yeah. So now we move on to again to Haja Selina. Perhaps we can start in Sarawak. Yeah. Haja Selina, as the deputy of CEO of Library Services or Sarawak State Library, the Sarawak State Library has been the forefront of digital inclusion and lifelong learning. How is library currently leveraging AI tool or ML initiative to build trust and counter misinformation among local community?
Pustaka Negeri Sarawak or Sarawak State Library, we established since 2000. Since 2000, now we are 25 years old, 25 years younger, okay? I don't want to mention all. If I mention all my colleagues will feel that they are that old. Okay, basically in 25 years journey of Sarawak State Library, we have been engaging in MIL actively through the information literacy class, through the workshops, through the talks, and every year we have these kind of programs. And for that we have a specific module for literacy, what we call is Pandey. People
accessible network for
accessible
digital
network for
empowerment and
digital,
inclusivity.
Empowerment and inclusivity that Madam Naki mentioned that we won the Confucius Literacy Award. In this module, we have 5 modules, and we have about more than 12,000 registered participants engaging in this module, whether physically or virtually. But in terms of the e-learning, when we put this one in the e-learning platform, we have about 2,000 complete members for Pandey module. This is one of what Pustaka is doing. The second one is we are very active in engaging the community engagement, for the MIL. And the third one is, when I mentioned that we engaging the community engagement, we want the community to know that what is MIL for them, what is information literacy for them, and how that they need to be the literate user, not only using the consumer of the information, but they have to be as well be the contributor for the informations that they use. And the third one, we try to be very much ethical use of technology. Yeah, we have to be in trend with technology, and at the same time we have to be very careful, and technology has to be used ethically. That is from the Pustaka side on that.
Yeah, Jacinda, you have a vantage point on how libraries are building trust with community. Could you share how Pustaka is balancing the traditional role with new responsibility like AI literacy?
Okay. In that matter, we try to balance our traditional balance in terms of preserving our heritage, as well as we have to use the technology wisely. What I meant by balancing the heritage and the technology, you can see that since 2000, Pustaka has played a significant role in producing all these books. We have this Sarawakiana series of books there where we work together with the NGO, with the ethnic people, various ethnicity in working together in preserving their culture, as well as we have all these technology classes, like we have the Pandey classes, and all these things is how we try to balance between balancing heritage and innovation, And the second one, Pustaka, in doing the balancing, we must shift a bit, okay? As a librarian, we have to shift our role, not only as librarian, custodian of knowledge, but we have to evolve ourselves. We must be facilitators, educators to the new technology, and at the same time, preserve our culture and heritage. And the third one, we must empowering our users, our citizens. Let them be informed community, let them know how to use the technology wisely, and also what is important is minds over technology, minds over AI, that we must humanize or put human values in this digital age. Yeah, that is the thing, is how the balancing role of Pustaka in this AI digital age. Yeah.
Thank you, Hajaslina, for your point on that. And I do agree with that, because as a public library or state library, we play an important role to connect our our community, regardless whether they are in urban or rural. Like program like a Pandey, we're able to reach out. Even during COVID, we're able to reach out our community despite COVID or lockdown. And with that program, we're able to continuously feed our community, even a simple module like Zoom, how to use Zoom to connect during COVID, during lockdown. Yeah, these are the one of the example, the rural folks asking, how do I use Zoom Meet in order for them to connect with their children overseas or other state of Malaysia. Yeah, so public library, state library archive also played the same role as what we had done for our digital inclusion program or projects throughout Sarawak. Now we move on to transition to Mr. Afham Johari. Let's now turn to the archive perspective. Mr. Aham, as director of the National Archive in Sarawak, your institution safeguard historical truth. How are archives adapting to the new digital threats, such as disinformation, and ensuring authenticity in the AI era?
Okay, thank you. I would say that the challenge of digital threats such as disinformation, manipulated images, and even AI-generated deepfake have made our role more vital than ever. Archives are no longer just custodian of our records. We are now the defenders of digital authenticity. That's what I learned when I was still a junior archivist, when my seniors tell us about the intellectual defense and the physical defense of the archives. So in that context, first, we need to promote more about our archive and our collections by digitizing our archival materials through secure digital preservation system and SOPs. Every documents, photos, and recording are tagged with digital metadata and unique identifiers to ensure that their originality and source can always be verified. Since 2016, National Archive of Malaysia implemented for federal agencies to use digital document management system, what we call DDMS 2.0. It is a system that captures and stores the current records of the agencies, such as letters, files, reports, minutes of meetings, in physical forms, and we scan and stored in servers. These records are managed entirely in digital environment and paperless. Right now, we have around more than 400 federal agencies have implemented the systems. In the end, these records that valuable to the nation will be transferred to the National Archive for preservation. Secondly, I would say we can develop a digital literacy and public awareness. This is where dialogue like this take place and play its roles. When people understand how to trace information back to its authentic archival source, they are less likely to fall for misinformation. For example, we can organize our online exhibitions and outreach program in Sarawak, highlight how archives can present facts about local history and cultural heritage. And the most important is to promote what are the collection in the archives that can be benefited by public, such as newspapers, gazettes, photograph, and etc. Then I would say third is we can embrace AI responsibly. Instead of fearing AI, we use AI tools to enhance our work, such as automating transcription of historical handwritten records, identifying damaged material for restoration, and improving accessibility through smart search functions. But at the same time, we apply strict human oversight to ensure the data produced by AI remains authentic and contextually accurate. Yesterday, during my in the hotel, I have opportunity to see a television where in our RTM TV1, the Hari Ini Dalam Sejarah, or Today in History, or we call it HIDS episode, where the RTM producer used AI video to picturize the presenter, and the content of the script that prepared by the National Archive of Malaysia to make the video or content livelier or more attractive. That's such an example of why to use AI for benefit of the public. So ultimately, our mission is to ensure that amidst the flood of digital misinformation, the National Archive remains the nation's anchor of truth, where evidence, authenticity, and integrity are preserved for future generations. Thank you.
Okay, with that, what opportunity do you see for collaboration between archive and library to strengthen information verification and truth safeguarding for the future generation?
I see three enormous opportunities for collaboration to strengthen information verification for future generation. We can collaborate with the library to create a single national or state level program, perhaps named Source Check Sarawak or Source Check Malaysia, which teach students and public how to distinguish a secondary source, such as a news report, from a primary sources, maybe a government records. Libraries can host the workshop, and archives can provide the Sarawak-specific, compelling historical evidence to illustrate the danger of taking historical claims out of context. Secondly, maybe we can, I can suggest a fact-checking partnership. When a viral disinformation campaign about Sarawak history or Malaysian history, perhaps a deep fake video or fabricated documents emerge in the social media, our combined institution can issue a joint statement read by national media, backed by verified primary sources from the archive, and distributed through the library expansive public network. We turn the archive into definitive back end for the national fact-checking efforts. Other thing is the trend right now is by podcasting. National Archive of Malaysia, with collaboration with Finas and Adlin Ahmad Rahman Ramli, a celebrity in Malaysia in the national level, has a podcast channel called Legacy Podcast, where they discuss about performance art history, P-Ramli legacy, and entertainment industry based on oral history by the entertainers. Maybe National Archive of Malaysia, Sarawak branch, and Pustaka Negeri can collaborate in future a podcast sharing content on true story of Sarawak based on facts and documents. By embracing these measures, we not only protect our records but actively empower the citizens of Sarawak to become critical, informed participants in this digital age. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Aham, for highlighting the archival role. Now, I would like to bring a regional academic perspective. Prof. Nantip from Thailand School of Liberal Art. From an academic perspective, how do you see university and research institution partnering with library and archive to foster critical with the AI-driven content?
Yes, thank you very much for the question. I see the partnership of university, library, and archive in two levels. In the policy level is to develop the guidelines and principle in using AI tools, and in the practice level is to implement the digital curation and digital preservation and giving a learning course of AI literacy. What I say in most university in Thailand this year just announced the guideline and principle in using AI tools comprised of AI proficiency and literacy, AI culture, AI ethics and responsibility, and also AI assessment scale for students to submit an AI acknowledgement statement to identify how they use AI in their work. And also in the academic journals, in Thailand also, some journals start having the declaration of generative AI in scientific writing. So authors must declare how many % of their work using AI tools. But for the practice level, and our digital contents need to be trusted of their originality. So the library, university, and archives should have the trustworthy digital repository by using digital curation and digital preservation practice. And Thailand, we just have some example of 7 digital repository that that just have been certified by Cortasil International Standards. And last year, we just have the national standard of digital repository and archives based on Cortasil, which have 3 components of requirements in organizational infrastructure, digital object management, and information technology and security. In our region, we just cooperate with the repository of NTU or Nanyang Technological University, Singapore, to have the COP or Community of Practice for knowledge sharing. So if you are interested to join us, and I think Ms. Yu Yun from NTU Library also will be happy to welcome you to join us. Thank you.
Yeah, in Thailand and across Southeast Asia, cultural heritage is deeply linked to information system. How can regional collaboration help protect cultural truth and prevent them distortion in digital space? Prof. Nantip?
It's very difficult question, but it's not too late for us to do something more for the regional collaboration to protect cultural truths. Both archive and library have a shared mission of preservation because archive focus on preserving primary records and library preserve published work, both rare books, research paper, and publication. So both have the role in resource and access, especially now we are working with the digitization project and digital repository and digital archives. So I have seen a lot of example from the collaboration between library, archive in USA, UK, Canada, and Asia. Most of them are university library, and to collaborate with the National Archive and National Library. So what I see we can do together in our regions are, first is the training education. We can have a training session, workshop, and educational program in digital curation and preservation and show the best practice in our regions. The second is build a digital directory of cultural truths in Asia so we can share the best practice of training and education for our future generation to prevent the distortion in digital space. I think I agree with our speaker from UNESCO that the important thing is the training and education. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Nantip. Now we're shifting to Malaysia academic landscape. Associate Professor Shamila, as an information science lecturer at UiTM. Your research touch on information science and literacy. How can we integrate AI literacy into the training of future information professionals so that they can continue serving as a credible knowledge mediator?
Okay, thank you for the question, Mr. Addison. Okay, regarding about that, my recent research is actually regarding the readiness among the library between Malaysia and Indonesia. So what we found that is that from the 6 dimensions, all the other dimensions like management support, HR, is actually at the average or moderate. However, that what we found that the proficiency or competency of the library staff, they still, even though they are willingly to learn, however, they're still lacking of a clear policy. I think it's not only specific to the library, but we also as academicians, just for example, whenever our students are doing their assignment, we have the turning in, to check the similarity, it's like plagiarism. However, we can trace the percentage of it in the AI, but we still do not have the policy that saying that we have to stop them to say that this is not right, even though we can advise them, but in order to just to give a marks, there is no indicator or a clear policy to say that. So what we are trying to highlight here,
through the education, through the training, and then I've been working with the National Library. We have like soon, yeah, we then already try to launch it, NILA, National Information Literacy Agenda. So in that component, yeah, there's already try to insert all this AI, yeah, because for me, AI cannot replace from the human judgment. So that's why they need to put the important element of MIL, such as to assess critical thinking, okay, and then to evaluate, filter information, and to use it, ethically and responsibly. So same goes to that one of this agenda by our Ministry of Digital. They also will come up with the digital framework. So in that digital framework also, they have a component of AI. So I think AI is an urgent that we need to incorporate in to be required for this training, okay, per se, for the, like you said, that especially for the information professional. And other than that, yeah, being the information professional, at least, yeah, they need to be a self-learner. Yeah, self-learner, what I mean here is that they need to equip themselves, not only the knowledge, skill, and ability to understand the fundamental, the basic fundamental of AI, and at least they are the one of the user to use the AI power tools. So for me, in terms of the readiness, I think yes, but however, we need a clear policy. There's a specific to customize the training sessions for the information professional to be in terms of knowledge, skill, and ability. And then maybe I can add on a bit, Mr. Addison. In terms of skill, yeah, not every time that we say that AI is about technical skill. What I found that one of the articles saying that the critical issue is not about the technology itself, but the information behavior, the attitudes among us towards the information, how we digest the information from the true and the fake information. So towards that, yeah, I will go back to the basic, that information literacy is also important, even though we have to take a line with the living in digital age. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Shamila. And thank you, panelists, for this insight. Let's now widen our discussion. Yeah, you all have mentioned that trust and credibility, two vital elements. In your view, is AI more of a challenge or a tool for library, archive, and institution when it's come to safeguarding truth? Haja Selina?
Okay, in opinion, it is both a challenge as well as a tool. Because the right balance lies basically, we have to use AI with integrity and human values. And libraries, for instance, yeah, specifically, we must remain transparent of how AI is applied, and then continuing teach people how to use information correctly. People do not just simply use the information, but they must be able to see, to question, and verify and think critically of the things. Because at the end, as what mentioned by Professor Dr. Shamila, yeah, what is important is AI should strengthen our ability, yeah, to safeguard the truth. Yeah, AI should strengthen the ability to safeguard the truth. It's not the thing that AI should weaken us. It is a tool basically to serve us, the values, and not to define it. Meaning, I believe that AI is a challenge as well as a tool, provided that we use it with integrity, with human values. That's why mine is over AI. It's not everything. AI cannot replace us. Yeah, we are the user of the AI, and to use it ethically on that. Yeah, that is my point of view on that question. Yep.
Encik Adham, your point of view on this?
Okay, I see AI as both challenge and as a tool. It really depends how we use it. As archivists, our main concern is authenticity. AI can create convincing fake images, document, or even voices right now, which can easily confuse the public and distort history. That's a serious challenge for institutions like ours that safeguard credible information. But at the same time, AI is very powerful tools. It helps us to digitize faster, transcribe handwritten records, and even make our archive more accessible to the public. For example, we are looking at how AI can help preserve and transcribe indigenous oral histories. It is a challenge for archives to adapt wisely, but also offers new ways to use AI as a tools to educate and help public better understand history and past events. So the key is here is balance. We should use AI as a support to our mission, not replace human judgment. The technology must serve authenticity, not compromise to it. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Okay. How about Prof. Nantip?
I think it's not different from what you two have talked about, but AI should help us to be smarter people by having more information. So that's why critical thinking is more important in the age of AI. So it is a tool also the challenging now today. Thank you.
Prof. Shamila.
Okay, thank you. I think we need to complement each other, even though they are machine learning, but we need to complement them because behind that machine learning is the human who is actually try to navigate, okay, the other human minds, okay. So despite of having this benefit of to have a better services, user experience for the decision making, and also to personalize your whatever that you would like to do instead of for education, for your work, okay, and also for your living style. I think like others, yeah, I do agree that AI helps us a lot. But the key point here is about your MIL, your media and information literacy, how literate you are. I mean, we have to be smarter than machine learning, okay? So once you know about this, I think you are, you must be good in everything. So there's no problem. It's either like we as a, if you see something, you need to check first. Okay, you cannot blindly just accept as it is because we are a smarter person. Yeah, we are very knowledgeable person, and then we know that if you are using like Hajah Salina said that you are very as a worker are very high integrity. You cannot slowly just cut and paste other people's work, or you cannot just imitate other people's work. So meaning that we as a person, as a human, must be very knowledgeable and have a good judgment in any things that we will do. So with that, we'll become this MIL literate, yeah, in everywhere and anywhere at any time. Thank you.
Thank you to our panelists for such insightful reflections and to all of you for engaging in this important dialogue. What we have heard today reinforce a powerful truth. Libraries, archives, and public institutions are not relics of the past, but living guardian of credibility in our digital present. They are evolving from being a repository of knowledge to being active defender of truth, leveraging AI tools, empowering digital citizens, and fostering resilience against misinformation. We also been reminded that this is not a role for institutions alone. It's a shared responsibility. It's call for collaboration between libraries and archives, between university and community, between government and civil society, and across border in our region. Together we can safeguard not only information but also trust, cultural identity, and civic participation. As we close, we invite each of us to carry forward the spirit of this panel to innovate boldly, to act inclusively, and to champion media and information literacy as the foundation of more trustworthy digital society. On that note, let us give our panelists a warm round applause and continue this conversation beyond today's session. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our moderator, Mr. Addison Rickett, and all our panelists for that thought-provoking discussions. And thank you also to the Mr. Afham and Professor Dr. Nam Tip for joining us virtually. Indeed, libraries and archives are more than just repositories of information. They are the guardians of truth, helping our communities navigate the complex information landscape with trust and integrity. With that, let's express our thanks to our panelists and moderator for their thoughtful contributions. Next, I would like to invite Yang Berusaha, Hajah Salina Haji Zawawi, once again, the Deputy CEO Services Sarawak State Library, for the token of appreciations presentation. Dipersilakan. Thank you, Hajah Salina, and congratulations once again to our distinguished panelists and moderator for their valuable contribution. Ladies and gentlemen, perhaps everyone is lapar, hungry, So we'll now take a break for a lunch and perhaps a networking stations. With that, we would like to invite Hajah Salina, our distinguished guests and panelists to the seminar room where lunch has been prepared. And for the participant, the lunch is provided at the back of the gallery. Please take this opportunity to connect, exchange ideas and enjoy your meals. And with that, we will resume at perhaps 2:15 p.m. for the next sessions. Bon appetit. So in case any of the participants want to perform a prayer, Zohor, you can just go to direct the other sides of the library, go inside the counter. You will see the sign there is surau, move on the right side. Okay? If any of Muslim here to perform a prayer. To the panelists and distinguished guests, you can direct your move to the seminar room for the lunch. And for the participant, your lunch is provided at the back of the gallery. For the panelists, for the distinguished guests, your lunch is provided at the seminar room. For the panelists, the moderator, your lunch is provided at the seminar room. Might be different from the participant joining here. So for the participant, your lunch is at the back of the gallery. And for those who wish to perform a prayer for Zohor, you can just direct on the ground floor, the other side wings of the library. and you will see the circulation counter, multimedia gallery counter. At the right side, you will see the sign Surau, and then that's it for you to perform the prayer. And I would like to remind once again, we will resume at around 2:15 for the third panel discussions with the title Indigenous and Multi-Ethnic Perspective on AI and Media Information Literacy. To the moderator and the panelists, your lunch is provided at the seminar room on the first floor. Okay.
Can I call you baby? Can you be my friend? Can you be my lover up until the very end? Let me show you love, oh don't pretend. Stay by my side even when the world is giving in. Oh don't you worry, I'll be there whenever you want. I need somebody who could love me at my worst. No, I'm not perfect, but I hope you see my worth. 'Cause it's only you, nobody knew I put you first. And for you, girl, I swear I do the work. If you stay forever, let me hold your hand. I can feel those places in your heart no one else can. Let me show you love, oh don't pretend. I'll be ready, baby, you know I'll sink or swim. Oh don't you worry, I'll be there whenever you want. I need somebody who could love me at my worst. No, I'm not perfect, but I hope you see my worth. 'Cause it's only you, nobody knew I put you first. And for you, girl, I swear I do the work. I need somebody who could love me at my worst. No, I'm not perfect, but I hope you see my worth. 'Cause it's only you, nobody knew I put you first. And for you, girl, I swear I do the worst.
Just like my favorite song going round round my head. Like my favorite song going round round my head. 5 days on the freeway, ride shotgun with you. 2 hearts in the fast lane, victories in blue. Playing your sweet child of mine, and I still feel that line. Where are you now? Where are you now? Hey, it's been too long
in days. Yeah, we're just young, dumb, and broke, but we still got love to give. Well, we're young, dumb, young, dumb, and broke. Young, dumb, young, dumb, and broke. Young, dumb, young, dumb, and broke. Young, dumb, broke high school kids. Da, 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 young, dumb, broke high school kids. We have so much in common. We argue all the time. You always say I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure I'm right. What's fun about commitment when we have our life to live? Yeah, we're just young, dumb, and broke, but we still got love to give. Well, we're young, dumb, and broke. Young, dumb, dumb, and broke. Young, dumb, dumb, and broke. Young, dumb, broke high school kids. Da, 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 young, dumb, broke high school kids. Jump, then we sing, leave it all in the game of love, love. Front and sin, do it all in the name of fun, fun. Whoa, I'm so high at the moment. I'm so caught up in this. Yeah, we're just young, dumb, and broke, but we still got love to give. Well, we're young, dumb, and broke. Young, dumb, and broke. Young, dumb, and broke. Young, dumb, broke high school kids. Da, 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 da. Young, dumb, broke high school kids. Da, 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 da. Young, dumb, broke high school kids. You broke me first. Maybe you don't like talking too much about yourself, but you should have told me that you were thinking about someone else. You're drunk at a party, or maybe it's just that your car broke down. Your phone's been off for a couple of months, so you're calling me now. I know you're like this. When shit don't go your way, you needed me to fix it. And like me, I did. But I ran out of every reason. Now suddenly you're asking for it back. Could you tell me where'd you get the nerve? Yeah, you could say you miss all that we had, but I don't really care how bad it hurts when you broke me first. you go away, I'm still your girl. Holding on too tight, head up in the clouds. Heaven only knows where you are now. How do I love? How do I love again? How do I trust? How do I trust again? I stay up all night, tell myself I'm alright. Baby, you're just harder to see than most. I put the record on, wait till I hear our song. Every night I'm dancing with your ghost. Every night I'm dancing with your ghost. Never got the chance to say her last goodbye. I gotta move on, but it hurts to try. How do I love? How do I love again? How do I trust? How do I trust again? I stay up all night, tell myself I'm alright. Baby, you're just harder to see than most. I put the record on, wait till I hear our song. Every night I'm dancing with your ghost. Every night I'm dancing be so lonely. If you're leaving, baby, let me down slowly. Let me down, down, let me down, down, let me down, let me down, down, let me down, down, let me down. If you wanna go, then I'll be so lonely. If you're leaving, baby, let me down slowly. If you wanna go, then I'll be so lonely. If you're leaving, baby, let me down slowly.
It's the most beautiful time of the year. Lights in the streets spreading so much cheer. I should be playing in the winter snow, but I'ma be under the mistletoe. I don't wanna miss out on the holiday, but I can't stop staring at your face. I should be playing in the winter snow, but I'ma be under the mistletoe with you. Shawty with you, with you. Shawty with you, with you. Under the mistletoe. Everyone's gathering around the fire. Chestnuts roasting like a hot July. I should be chilling with my folks, I know, but I'ma be under the mistletoe. Word on the street, Santa's coming tonight. Reindeers flying through the sky so high. I should be making a list, I know, but I'ma be under the mistletoe with you. Shawty with you, with you. Shawty with you, with you. Under the mistletoe with you. Shawty with you, with you. Shawty with you, with you. Under the mistletoe. Hey, love. The wise men follow their star, the way I follow my heart, and it'll lead me to a miracle. Hey, love, don't you buy me nothing, 'cause I am feeling one thing. Your lips on my lips, that's a merry, merry Christmas. It's the most beautiful time of the year. Lights in the streets spreading so much cheer. I should be playing in the winter snow, but I'ma be under the mistletoe. I don't wanna miss out on the holiday, but I can't stop staring at your face. I should be playing in the winter snow, but I'ma be under the mistletoe with you. Shawty with you, with you. Shawty with you, with you. Under the mistletoe with you. Shawty with you, with you. Shawty with you, with you. Under the mistletoe. Kiss me underneath the mistletoe. Show me, baby, that you love me so. Oh, oh. Oh, oh, oh. Kiss me underneath the mistletoe. Show me, baby, that you love me so. Oh, oh. Oh, 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 oh.
Let's dance in style, let's dance for a while. Heaven can wait, we're only watching the skies. Hoping for the best, but expecting the worst. Are you gonna drop the bomb or not? Let us die young or let us live forever. We don't have the power, but we never say never. Sitting in a sandpit, life is a short trip. The music's for the sad men. Can you imagine when this race is won? Turn our golden faces into the sun. Praising our leaders, forgetting in tune. The music's played by the madman. Forever young, I want to be forever young. Do you really want so that I never feel alone again. They've always been so kind, but now they brought you away from me. I hope they didn't get your mind. Your heart is too strong anyway. We need to fetch back the time they have stolen from us. I want you, we can bring it on the floor. You never danced like this before. We don't talk about it, dancing on, do the boogie all night long. Stoned in paradise, shouldn't talk about it. I want you, we can bring it on the floor. You never danced like this before. We don't talk about it, dancing on, do the Can't you see I'm calling? A guy like you shouldn't wear a warning. It's dangerous. I'm falling. There's no escape. I can't wait. I need a hit. Baby, give me it. You're dangerous. I'm loving it. Too high, can't come down. Losing my head, spin around and round. Do you feel me now? With the taste of your lips, I'm on a ride. You're toxic, I'm slipping under the taste of your poison paradise. I'm addicted to you, don't you know that you're toxic? And I love what you do, don't you know that you're toxic? I'm addicted to you, don't you know that you're toxic? It's getting late to give you up. I took a sip from my devil's cup. Slowly, it's taking over me. Too high, can't come down. It's in the air and it's all around. Can you feel me now? With the taste of your lips, I'm on a ride. You're toxic, I'm slipping under the taste of your poison paradise. I'm addicted to you, don't you know that you're toxic? With the taste of your lips, I'm on a ride. You're toxic, I'm slipping under the taste of your poison paradise. I'm addicted to you, don't you know that you're toxic? And I love what you do, don't you know that you're toxic? I'm addicted to you, don't you know that you're toxic?
How can you see into my eyes like open doors, leading you down into my core, where I've become so numb, without a soul, my spirit sleeping somewhere cold, until you find it there and lead it back home. Wake me up inside, wake me up inside, call my name and save me from the dark. Bid my blood to run before I come undone. Save me from the nothing I've become. Now that I know what I'm without, you can't just leave me. Breathe into me and make me real. Bring me to life. Wake me up inside, wake me up inside, call my name and save me from the dark. Bid my blood to run before I come undone. Save me from the nothing I've become. Bring me to inside without your touch, without your love, darling. Only you are the fear from the light. As I wander down the avenue, so confused. Guess I try and force a smile. Pink lemonade sipping on a Sunday. Couples holding hands on the runway. They're all posing in a picture frame. Watch my world's crashing down. Solo shadow on the sidewalk. Just want somebody to die for. Sunshine living on a perfect day while my world's crashing down. I just want somebody to die for. I long for you. Just the touch of your hand. You don't leave my mind. Lonely days I'm feeling like a fool for dreaming. As I wander down the avenue, so confused. Guess I try and force a smile. Pink lemonade sipping on a Sunday. Couples holding hands on the runway. They're all posing in a picture frame. Watch my world's crashing down. Solo shadow on the sidewalk. Just want somebody to die for. Sunshine living on a perfect day while my world's crashing down. I just want somebody to die for. I just want somebody to die for. To die for. I just want somebody to die for. To die for. Pink lemonade sipping on a Sunday. Couples holding hands on the hallway. They're all posing in a picture frame. Watch my world crashing down. Solo shadow on the sidewalk. Just want somebody to die for. Sunshine living on a perfect day while my world's crashing down. I just want somebody to die for. I just want somebody to die for. I just want somebody to.
Is my love too much, or is it just enough for you? For you. 'Cause it's getting late. Would you like to stay? 'Cause I'm bad at reading signs, but I wanna do whatever you wanna do. If you wanted to, boy, we could cross that line. No, we've been friends and love only knows broken ends. Yeah, that's what you said, but boy, let me change your mind. Cause feelings are hard to find. Feelings are hard, I feel them in my chest. A tiny war within. When I pull you closer, boy, I can't explain, but I wanna do whatever you wanna do. If you wanted to, boy, we could cross that line. No, we've been friends and love only knows broken ends. Yeah, that's what you said, but boy, let me change your mind. Cause feelings are hard to find. Feelings are hard, and I know that it hurts sometimes, that it hurts sometimes when I'm with you. And I know that it hurts sometimes, that it hurts sometimes, but I miss you. And I know that it's on your mind, that it's on your mind when I kiss you. But I wanna do whatever you wanna do.
Welcome back, everyone. We hope you're all recharged after lunch. We will begin shortly, so let's settle in and get ready for the next session.
She will be the
Ladies and gentlemen, as we are about to begin, please take a seat. We will begin shortly.
Hanya saya dapat bahan still.
Oh, okay, upgrade. Okay. Welcome back, everyone. We hope you had a pleasant rest and fruitful networking session. We're now continuing with our afternoon program with the third panel discussion, which carries a topic that is especially close to our heart, that is indigenous and multi-ethnic perspective on AI and media information literacy. This session explores how artificial intelligence and digital tools can be balanced with the protection of indigenous knowledge, languages, and cultural narrative. This session will bring together voices from various communities, cultural advocates, scholars, and heritage leaders to discuss how we can ensure technology serve as a bridge, not a barrier, for cultural understanding and continuity. To moderate this engaging and meaningful discussion, we are honored to welcome Dr. Remy Anak Gedat, Lecturer, Faculty of Education, Language and Communication, University Malaysia Sarawak, UNIMAS. Joining her are four esteemed panelists: Ms. Janet Rata Noel, Curator of Tunjuga Foundation; Datu Roni Edward, Head Council of Native Custom and Tradition Sarawak; and Dr. Ute Lais Siti Khadijah, Kantor Pengelolaan Perpustakaan Universitas pada Jajaran Indonesia. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have another panelist, that is Professor Dr. Pauline Bala. But apparently she is unable to join us today due to unforeseen circumstances. However, her contribution and research continue to inspire our ongoing discussion on cultural knowledge and digital inclusivity. With that, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our moderator and distinguished panelists for this afternoon session on indigenous and multi-ethnic perspective on AI and MIL. Dr. Remy, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a privilege to welcome you to this important session focused on indigenous multi-ethnic perspective on artificial intelligence and media information literacy. As digital technologies continue to shape the way we communicate, learn, and preserve knowledge, it becomes increasingly vital to ensure that these tools serve not silence the diverse voices and cultural narrative that make up our society. Media information literacy plays a key role in this effort. It empowers individuals and communities to critically engage with digital content, to question how information is shaped, and to assert their own stories in a world increasingly mediated by algorithms and platforms. So let us approach this session with open minds and shared commitment to cultural integrity, ethical innovation, and inclusive digital futures. Shall I start with my first question? My first question goes to all of our panelists today. So, in your respective field, how can media information literacy be used as a tool to ensure that artificial intelligence and digital technologies support not to undermine the preservation, representation, and transmission of indigenous and multi-ethnic knowledge system in the digital age? Madam Janet?
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Dr. Remy. The first question is for the three of us, right? Yeah. Okay. I think digital spaces. I talk about digital spaces because that's where we can preserve indigenous knowledge, such as digital documentation of indigenous knowledge, and also it has a data record of indigenous knowledge. I don't know how much indigenous knowledge of the IBAN. I will talk about the IBAN in the digital spaces. But of course, this digital documentation is useful. Yeah, even though there isn't much yet on the IBAN. And in terms of preservation, digital transformation of knowledge I talk about indigenous knowledge, is now at the click of your fingertips. The young generation, they can learn from internet, AI, whereas in the old days, it's different. For example, in weaving, Pokumbo weaving, the knowledge is transferred via intergenerational process, whereby the knowledge is passed down from ancestors to younger generation. In terms of representation, I'm not sure if I understand that, but in terms of digital content, images and audio, for example, Pokumbu, oral tradition, Iban, Pantun, Timang, cultural performance, in terms of images, I think, right? Which is good for us, because everybody can learn about our culture. And as you can see this morning, then you have the Sapet performance, and it can be captured directly for digital content. And in terms of MIL, we must have the ability to check accuracy and authenticity of digital images or digital data. For example, when you have a digital video of Iban Ngajat, so if you see, it must be accurate, the caption, because we do a lot of curating. Instead of the picture is Iban Ngajat, but the caption is Bedayu. So you must know your culture. Then you can see which is correct and which is incorrect. I think that's from me for the first one.
Okay. Maybe you can hear from Dr. Rudy. Silakan.
Hello, thank you, Dr. Remy. I'm from the Majlis Adat Istiadat. Our main function is to advise the state government on all matters relating to Adat. And apart from that, we are giving advice to anybody who need advice on Adat. But our function is only advisory, which means that we do not have the power like the Majlis Islam to issue decree or fatwa on any Adat. If the person who asked for the advice want to take the advice, he can take it. If not, otherwise he can ignore our advice. So that is our function. Now when it comes to knowledge on the Adat, the knowledge on Adat is very intangible at the moment. And then knowledge is passed down by oral tradition and keep in the memories of mostly the elders. So there's a question of to whom does that knowledge belongs to? Is it personal or communal? The knowledge is personal, but there's a presumption that the knowledge is communal. So this is still not determined yet. Sama ada ilmu ini adalah persorangan ataupun komunitasnya ilmu. Jadi lagi ilmu, this kind of ilmu is in the public domain, di mana tidak ada control. There's no regulation on that. So when we talk about AI, we welcome AI or any information technology here to help us. But then, are we able to control or regulate this AI beyond Malaysian shore? Because AI is global. So this is the issue that we are worried about. And then, is it about the worry of losing knowledge, the knowledge through AI? Yes, I think, yeah, there's a big worry is that most younger generation, I'm speaking on behalf of the Iban community, do not speak that language properly anymore. If you hear a young, I don't know how many young Iban here, those who are maybe 15 to 18 or 20 years old, they cannot speak Iban. I don't understand because I belong to the older generation. They cannot speak the proper Iban language. So with that kind of knowledge of language, they cannot understand the adat. Because the adat are expressed in ancient terms. Maybe the adat was made about 200, 300 years ago or 400 years ago, before the arrival of the first civil government in Sarawak, that's James Brooke. And not many of them are able to understand that language. The language of adat is in that kind of language. So the moment the AI come in, they will say that this is Iban, but it may not be Iban. I think if you hear a young Iban speaking now, I think maybe more than half of the sentence that he makes may be in Malay, not Iban. So this is the worry, because the moment you cannot speak the language, you don't understand the language, it will be subject to loss, or there's a danger of losing the language and misinterpretation in the adat, especially the adat in our case. And culture, traditions. Culture and traditions are not static, it keep on moving. But then the moment you don't understand the language, culture and tradition will be the first casualty in the language problem. So the first thing is that the native, especially when we talk about indigenous here, have to learn their own language, understand the language. If they don't understand the language, that's it. Before AI come in, language is always there to kill the survival of the adat. Then after that, AI or MIL, which will come in later. But what we face now at the moment, we are not able to transmit the knowledge because of, there's a new problem again because of Christianity. Christianity also impede the development and survival of the language and adat also. So this, what I call it modernity. Modernity is the first issue here with us, and nobody look into the relevant or significant of adat anymore. I mean, very, very few younger generation. Then the moment the younger generation are not having the knowledge, and then that will be the end of that knowledge. Yeah. Okay, I think that's all of me.
Thank you for your precise response, Dr. Roni. Let's move to our third panelist today. From all the way from Indonesia, I just learned how to pronounce her name just now, Dr. Ute. Yeah, Dr. Ute. Okay, silakan. Yeah.
Terima kasih Bu Remi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang semuanya. Mungkin saya minta izin untuk saya.
Boleh.
Ya, boleh ditayangkan sedikit. Oke, ya. Seperti yang disampaikan tadi. Oh, sebelumnya saya mau terima kasih dulu kepada Mr. Edison dan Ibu Salina sudah mengundang saya di sini. Gitu, senang sekali saya bisa di sini. Ini juga sebetulnya salah satu yang ingin saya sampaikan kepada Bapak Ibu sekalian mengenai riset kami, saya dengan Ibu Dr. Ernovani. Mengapa saya tertarik pada Pak Mr. Edison untuk mengundang saya? Karena di sini kita memang bergerak dalam bidang preservasi budaya. Jadi banyak sekali seperti yang tadi disampaikan oleh Dato Roni bahwa budaya itu bisa hilang dari kita apabila kita tidak mempreservasi dan juga tidak mendokumentasikan. Kemudian Bapak Ibu, kami membuat sebuah penelitian riset mengenai wayang. Mungkin Bapak Ibu sudah sangat mengenal wayang gitu ya. Kenapa wayang ini kita ambil menjadi sebuah riset kami? Karena makin berkurangnya teman-teman anak muda yang menonton wayang. Sehingga peran dalang di situ untuk mengenalkan kembali budaya itu dengan membuat sebuah inovasi. Sehingga kami mencoba untuk membuat penelitian ini menyimpan juga membuat anak muda lebih aware terhadap wayang gitu. Jadi wayang. Nah, mungkin next. Ya. Oke, wayangnya seperti ini. Wayang Jawa Barat mungkin berbeda. Wayang kami di West Java itu berbeda dengan daerah-daerah yang lain. Bahkan di Jawa Barat pun ada beberapa jenis wayang. Ada wayang kulit, ada wayang ceper namanya di Cirebon. Dan ini adalah wayang yang ada di Bandung namanya wayang golek. Nah, wayang golek ini banyak sekali perannya di sini. Sehingga para dalang di sini itu mempunyai wayang yang berbeda. Jadi setiap dalang wayangnya berbeda, tapi satu profil gitu ya. Jadi misalnya Arjuna, kemudian Bima, kemudian Yudhistira itu berbeda di tiap dalang. Jadi kebayang oleh Bapak Ibu bahwa dengan perbedaan-perbedaan itu semakin banyak wayang yang harus kita simpan, kita dokumentasikan agar banyak sekali anak muda yang mengetahui. Oke, next. Ya, nah dari sini kita akan melihat bagaimana AI dan MIL itu atau Media and Literacy, Information Literacy itu harus hadir di budaya kita. Karena apa? Di sini bagaimana kita membuat sebuah partisipasi untuk budaya kita. Ini yang harus kita kenalkan pada anak muda gitu ya. Karena di Indonesia itu semakin lama itu masyarakat yang mengenal budaya itu semakin sedikit. Lebih banyak yang kenal K-pop daripada budaya setempat. Jadi anak-anak lebih suka K-pop ya. Mungkin di sini juga yang Gen Z, ada Gen Z. Nah, ini tuh sangat suka K-pop. Bahkan lebih bisa bahasa Korea dibanding dengan bahasa Sunda atau bahasa Jawa begitu. Next mungkin. Next lagi mungkin karena ini SDGs juga. Nah, ini kenapa kita ingin mengenalkan ini. Next juga mungkin karena waktu saya mungkin sedikit ya. Next mungkin 2 menit. Nah, ini kita lihat di sini kerjasama kami dengan Badan Riset Inovasi Nasional. Jadi dari BRIN juga kita punya kerjasama ini merupakan membuat bagaimana wayang-wayang ini kita simpan sebuah dokumen. Jadi kami membuat dokumen itu berbentuk foto, kemudian kita masukkan menjadi AI sebagai culturing modeling di sini. Kenapa kita buat seperti ini? Karena kita mengenal bahwa anak sekarang itu kan lebih suka TikTok ya dibanding dengan membaca. Jadi mengenalkan itu menggunakan media-media yang mudah digunakan oleh anak-anak. Sehingga pertanyaan dari Bu Remi, bagaimana media literasi ini bisa budaya ini menjadi lebih digunakan oleh masyarakat. Nah, dengan mengenalkan ini dengan AI, kita akan lebih mengenalkan budaya ini dari mulai kita simpan sampai kita gunakan kembali atau retrieve untuk model AI ini. Oke, next. Ya, nah model ini mungkin ini kemarin tuh saya berdiskusi dengan kurator, ibu sama dengan ibu juga ya, kurator itu banyak sekali yang merasa tidak suka menyebut ini adalah puppet. Jadi tidak boleh Ibu Ute menggunakan ini namanya puppet, harus wayang. Jadi ini disebutnya harus wayang gitu Bu. Nah, kemudian di sini kita lihat bahwa setiap wajah wayang ini maka kita membuat klasifikasi. Diklasifikasi mungkin dari pustakaannya diklasifikasikan. Jadi Arjuna kalau dalangnya saya dengan Arjuna kalau dalangnya Pak Datuk itu akan berbeda wayangnya. Atau misalnya dengan Muremi itu akan berbeda. Jadi setiap dalang berbeda wayang maka dia akan berbeda juga AI-nya. Ya, next. Oke. Kemudian karena 1 menit lagi katanya. Nah, inilah yang kita buat ini. Jadi dari sini kita akan melihat bagaimana membuat MIA itu dengan menggunakan storytelling yang akan menguatkan partisipasi dari masyarakat. Jadi kita bikin dulu. Jadi kita akan buat kenapa AI ini dijadikan sebagai sebuah kegiatan kami, karena AI ini nanti yang akan mengisinya pun masyarakat. Jadi orang-orang yang bergerak di situ maka dia akan bisa mengupload sendiri gambar wayangnya apabila dalam AI ini kami belum menyimpankan dalam database kami gitu. Jadi kalau database ini belum tersimpan gambar tersebut, dia akan menambahkan dari partisipasi publik. Next. Oke, next. Ya. Nah, inilah yang akan kita sebut dengan AI and ML synergy. Nah, di sini kita akan lihat AI provide the intelligence layer atau data analisisnya. Kemudian di sini kita akan melihat bahwa bagaimana kita akan membuat satu kombinasi dokumen dan sesuatu yang nanti akan kita lihat dari digital cultural preservation. Jadi walaupun nanti di sini kita akan melihat bahwa community ini bukan hanya objek, tapi community ini akan bergerak dalam bidang digital preservation. Di Indonesia sebetulnya ya ada yang disebut dengan perlindungan hak kekayaan intelektual namanya Pak. Jadi ada yang disebut dengan hukum komunitas. Jadi dalang ini sudah sepakat tidak ingin membuat haki atau hak intelektualnya secara mandiri, sendiri-sendiri, nggak mau. Tapi mereka akan membuat hak intelektualnya itu secara komunal, secara kelompok begitu. Jadi di sini apabila AI itu ada, maka kita akan next. Nanti kita akan buat di sini AI itu akan menjembatani intangible cultural, kemudian ada AI ethnic in cultural context dan cultural identity ethnic. Nah, yang terakhir mungkin kita akan lihat ya di sini bagaimana nanti terus sampai pada prototipenya aja. Oke, sampai prototype. Terus, oke, satu lagi mungkin. Nah ini nanti kita akan lihat. Nah, aplikasi klasifikasi wayang ini pada prototype AI. Kenapa saya sampaikan di sini? Karena kita ingin menunjukkan bagaimana membuat model AI ini. Karena model AI ini yang akan kita ambil, mungkin gambarnya bisa di sini, uploadnya pun bisa perorangan. Jadi upload gambarnya itu bisa setiap orang mengupload ke situ. Jadi nanti pada saat kita akan menghasilkan sebuah AI ini, memang ini masih develop ya, masih dibangun oleh kami, belum sempurna. Tapi minimal bahwa yang namanya wayang golek ini dengan bentuk yang berbagai rupa atau berbagai macam, maka akan terlihat bahwa ini adalah menunjukkan karakter atau profil dari semuanya. Sehingga kalau dikembalikan mengapa kita harus membuat sebuah kegiatan menggunakan literasi media gitu ya. Karena memang pada saat ini adalah sesuatu yang tidak mungkin kita hindari. Karena kita harus membuat sebuah media tersebut menjadi alat atau tools untuk menyimpan dokumen-dokumen yang kita sebut tadi. Bahkan menurut tadi kata Pak Dato Roni bahwa banyak sekali intangible, sama juga di Indonesia ada yang namanya jangjawokan. Jangjawokan itu ismin mantra atau spell gitu ya. Itu tidak bisa ditularkan pada siapa saja. Jadi dia harus melihat bahwa oh ini kayaknya hanya bisa pada anaknya saja atau hanya bisa pada orang yang dia percaya tanpa ada teks apapun sehingga dokumentasi tidak ada. Dan itu end of knowledge itu betul Dato. Jadi end of knowledge itu bisa dan itu terjadi dimanapun sehingga kita sebagai orang yang bergerak dalam bidang akademik itu wajib untuk membuat tools-tools seperti itu. Satu lagi mungkin, maaf Ibu Remi, satu lagi. Ya, next. Nah ini hasilnya seperti ini, jadi ada wayang kita bisa mengklik, tapi sayang sekali mungkin yang ini masih di-develop juga, ini memang masih banyak yang tidak matching gitu ya, masih tidak matching. Misalnya gambarnya Arjuna, profilnya masih belum Arjuna, jadi seperti itu. Jadi kita masih mendevelop untuk lebih baik lagi. Mungkin dari saya demikian, terima kasih Bu Remi.
Terima kasih Bu Ute Lis. atas penerangan yang begitu jelas dan terperinci tadi, dan saya terpesona dengan hasil kerja Dr. Utet. Mungkin ada yang di sini berminat boleh bekerja sama dengan beliau selepas ni, boleh hubungi beliau. So let's move to our deeper conversation kita hari ini dengan kita punya discussion. Kita tukar kita punya perspektif into grounded in cultural preservation and heritage. This question goes to Miss Janet Ratanoel. Okay, Miss Janet, with your deep experience in curating Iban heritage, I'd love to hear your thought how you see AI playing a role in preserving cultural artifacts and oral history. Yeah. Do they help or there's any risk that we should aware of? Okay.
I can't see, that one is too small.
Too small.
And that one is behind me. But anyway, at the Tun Juga Foundation, we preserve Iban culture, language, and oral history. In terms of Iban tradition, we are, not to say famous, we are well known for preserving the Puak Kumbu weaving. Yeah? So we have a museum and gallery which is open to the public, and we don't charge any fees. The museum itself is where we actually safeguard the tangible heritage and also the intangible heritage, which is the indigenous knowledge in weaving. And that is the traditional part of it. But in the digital age, we know that we need to do digital documentation of the collections. We do have our own database, but it's very hard to update because the system is quite old. Maybe we need to go for a better system. But anyway, I think in AI, you can access some of the knowledge on weaving. You just go to the internet, search for information. I think you can find some. Yeah? And in terms of Iban language, we are very active in publishing actually. We not just publishing, we also do research and development into Iban language. And we have quite a number of publications in dictionaries and stories, proverbs, riddles, which you can buy from us. And we also have one set, a 4-volume set of Iban encyclopedia. So a lot of information on the Iban, you can find it in the encyclopedia. And in terms of the digital age, we don't do a lot of digitization because that will be in my later PowerPoint. Because we concentrate more on preserving by getting the old people, getting the information from the old people who are disappearing very fast. So in this sense, we can provide the information for AI actually. We are the source provider. But of course, digitization, we need help from maybe Unimas or Pustaka, because the materials are already in the market. You just need to digitize and put them and give them to AI. And in terms of preserving oral history, we also collect oral traditions which are also quite fast disappearing. For example, we have Sabak, Pantun, Timang. I'm not sure if you know any of these oral tradition. They are mostly in the form of chants. But many of these we have collected, recorded, transcribed, and published. And also in the digital age, like the dictionary just now, we can digitize and we can be the source provider for IBAN oral history. Next. Next will be.
Okay. That's all? Yeah, you want, yeah. Okay. Maybe we move to Datu Rudi first. Is it okay, or you want to continue? Okay, you just continue. The second question. When it comes to digitalizing indigenous knowledge, what are some of the challenges you've encountered, and how do you think media information literacy can help communities engage more critically with how their culture is presented online?
Oh, that is the third question. It's okay. Then I reverse the.
Yeah. Okay.
Why don't I go to the second?
Sure.
I read myself.
Yeah.
The next slide, please. Okay. This is the question you're asking me first.
Yes.
Okay, in terms of digitizing IK, I just use IK for indigenous knowledge. What are the challenges that we face? The traditional challenges, we lack manpower. We don't have manpower at the foundation to do all this digitizing. And also we don't have the technological facilities like the scanner. And not only that, we don't have the technological know-how like the Pustaka degree. Yeah? And also it's going to be a very expensive project. And of course we have to make sure that the information for the digitizing must be accurate. Where we have done a lot of research on this. So whatever we publish, we try to be as accurate as possible. And in terms of indigenous knowledge like weaving is there's a lot of tacit knowledge in weaving where the knowledge is in the minds of the weavers and they are very difficult to articulate and describe. So this one will take a long time to do, especially like weaving. But language, yes, you can go and digitize. And then how does MIL help communities? We must know our own culture. For example, like I mentioned just now, you must know like Iban Ngajat is Iban Nobudayo. And we must be responsible for what is posted online. And we must ensure accuracy of information before we share. And then avoid sharing negative information. This is more general. Can you ask me the second question? This one.
Okay. The second question.
The one you asked me was this. Now we go this one.
Okay. Which one? Okay. How do you see AI tools playing a role in preserving cultural artifact and oral history? Do they help, or are there a risk we should be aware of? I think I asked you already this question. Okay. It's okay. You go on.
Check my slide. Which one is done? Okay. This one. AI tools. AI tools playing a role in preserving cultural artifacts and oral history. How does it help? Okay, when we do curatorial activities, we need info, right? So my assistant and I normally we check for the using Google, but Google only gives basic information. For example, if you in general, let's say you click on ceremonial swords, or even if you want to try to check my biodata, general biodata, very basic. When I use ChatGPT, it provides a generative AI, which is quite detailed. So we use more of ChatGPT, but I prefer to use Microsoft Copilot because the information given is more, how do you call it? It's more systematic and concise. Okay, in terms of preservation, we have to share these digital records online. But the Tunjunga Foundation is a private organization, and at the moment we don't really share our primary sources. For example, how do we say it? Okay, never mind. Risk to be aware of first. Data need to be checked. Inaccurate data has to be checked. Online data. Okay, this one. Online data is accessible online, so it's quite difficult to control. There's no borderline in digital world. There's no. I don't know if there's any copyright for digital world. In terms of oral literature, like I said, it's closed access because we still need those for research. I think Pustaka Negeri did requested from us last time our primary data, but we cannot provide because we need it for our research. But once these are published, this can be a source provider for AI. Yes. So mostly we are more of a source provider. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Janet, for your explanation. Okay, let us now turn to perspective rooted in the preservation of native custom and tradition, and irrevocably connected to community identity and cultural continuity, representing the Council of Native Custom and Tradition Sarawak. Kalau dalam bahasa Melayu kita panggil sebagai MAIS. Our next speaker will share insight on how this value can be upheld and respected in the digital age. So, Dr. Rooney, given your role in safeguarding native custom and traditions, I'm curious, how do you see the influence of AI and how these customs are passed down, especially among young generation who are so engaged with digital platform?
Thank you, Dr. Remy. So what we are doing now, doing our research and study, is a very, very ancient method. That is, I think this method was, if you ever heard of Freeman or Sutcliffe doing anthropology studies in Iban culture. I think we are still doing the same thing now. What we do in the preservation of Adat is, the process are as follows: collection of data, transcribing of data, preparation of draft code, verification and consultation with native chief, submission of code to the Attorney General, and submission to the Cabinet for approval. Then with the Cabinet approval, then we start to print and publish the Adat, buku Adat. So I think that was done in the 18th century, I think, what we are doing now. But we are doing something that is not, you cannot see it. The Adat are more or less like descriptive. That bring back my memories to when I was in secondary school. I think long before you were born here. We were preparing a play for Midsummer Night Dream. And then those school artists were preparing the stage for the play. And it was midsummer, it's supposed to be midsummer scenes. There was no AI, no TV or internet at that time. So the impression in our mind at that time, midsummer was dry, yellow, and brown color. That's how we look at summer then. When we read it through the books, we try to use our imaginations. So the color for summer was yellow and brown. That was very wrong. See? That's how, if we have AI at that time or internet, we could have drawn a very different background. Instead of brown and yellow are normally associated with autumn. Not summer. Summer are green, just like ours here. That is how summer looked like. But then just because we did not have any picture or whatever it is, and then we had no knowledge in rural school, so that's how we imagine what summer was like. That if we have the AI or electronic media, that will help us a lot. Say, for example, in the Iban culture of Miring, what does it look like? How does a Miring look like? We describe it in book, yeah. We write it down and then transcribe it and put it in books. But can you understand it if you don't have the visual, the image of it? So AI will be very helpful if we can have that kind of image, because today's generation, the generation what, X, Y, what do you call it?
Gen Z.
Yeah, they understand more from visual aids. So if you can have that kind of thing, that will be lasting. They will give them lasting impression then. Instead of reading the book, they cannot understand. And then I think, like me, I do not have the patience to read a long story there. That's why when I read something very long, I used to read at the bottom of the paragraph. Not the first one. The first one, yeah, sentence, then I read at the bottom of the paragraph to find out what does that writer want to tell us. So in the case where you have, we tried last time to use animation, but it doesn't really help to show that how do an Iban perform Miring ceremony or a wedding. That's the word. I don't know how many Iban here. Do you understand the word melah pinang? Melah pinang is only used, that ritual is only used in the Seribas, Betong, and Kelaka or Serato area. Not in Batang Lupa, not in Batangai, not in Bali. But the term used for wedding is melah pinang. So if you use, then what is melah pinang then? Nobody understand it. Melah pinang, in the case of Serato and Seribas, the pinang will be cut into half once they have reached a settlement on the adat for that marriage. And then it will be slices into 3 or 5 or 7. 3 mean, after that, if the pinang is sliced into 3, that means on the 3rd day, the bride and the groom will go back to the girl's longhouse to have a minor celebration. We call it Nyundang Pinang. That means normally the melah pinang is held at the girl's longhouse or bilik if it is in the same longhouse. Then after that, they will go back to the men's longhouse. And then if the pinang was slices into 3, and on the 3rd day they will go back to the bride longhouse. So that is the implication. But if I talk like this, I don't think you understand it. Definitely you don't understand it. You cannot imagine it. But if I have a picture of it, people melah pinang there, then that will be very, very helpful. So yeah, AI tool is very, very helpful to explain oral history or oral tradition. Because this thing, as I said just now, is very, very ancient. They said the word melah pinang itself represents a lot of the meaning are not what it actually means. Like in the Batang Lupa is berpangkit pala. When they sit on the tawa, the master of ceremony will just hit the 2 head together, and then that's it, to solemnize that marriage. So melah pinang is solemnization of marriage in the word. But then nobody can imagine, can understand it without seeing what does melah pinang look like. And the same thing with ritual. There are so many rituals in Iban which were started maybe 1,000 years ago. So do we understand the word used there? We don't understand it. So we have to use a kind of image Either we use AI to represent the image to show how does this ritual look like. And then the other one is that if I say to anyone here, Tajau Menaga, what is Tajau Menaga? Tajau means a vase, big vase or a jar. Then Menaga, there's always dragon motif on the jar. See? But to the younger generation, that has no meaning, because this one was introduced maybe about in the 18 something. And then those who are familiar with Singkawang in Indonesia, they had a factory in Singkawang which started around that time. And then a lot of the tajau were exported to Sarawak. And then, of course, the earlier one was from China. But then the later part of it was from a factory in Singkawang. Because there's a Chinese community which started this tajau. And then tajau mean money at that time. Yeah? So nowadays, do you understand tajau mean money? See, so this is the issue now. The problem with that, we write all these things down, but nobody understands it. Maybe with AI, that will be very, very helpful. The only thing is, the worry is that it might be used by someone else to make a profit or to take advantage of it. So that is the worry there. Because once it is in the public domain, and nobody can control it. So do I explain myself there?
Yeah,
on the
your nostalgic memory of summer.
Yeah, that's how I see. If without what do you call it, visual aid, or he cannot understand. Then in our primary school, we talk about winter. What does winter like? So we were brought to a place called in Norway. There's a name of Eric from Norway. So we're thinking about this. How good we have ice, because ice was a what do you call it, luxurious commodity in my young days. Yeah, we hardly see ice. So yeah, Dr. Remy, AI is very, very important to help us to migrate from that ancient way of doing research to the modern way, because at the moment I admit that we are still using the 18th century, where Derek Freeman, Sutter, Sutcliffe, and all these people are, I think, are all gone now. But we are still using that method to conduct our research. So which is a very, very outdated way, and then we are doing ancient things. So they are ancient and outdated, doesn't represent any meanings to the modern generation, because it's very, very hard for them to understand it. Yeah,
Okay.
the second question.
Well, my second question also, from your perspective, what can be done to make sure AI systems truly respect and reflect the value within native nations rather than unintentionally changing or dilute them?
Yeah, this at the moment, what we do now, when we talk about adat, we are doing the modernization of adat, pembaruan approach, pembaruan and adat. So here we have to be very careful on this one, because you see, adat was based on very ancient society, and then it was good for the governance of that society during that time. And now, after hundreds of years, it is not much relevant anymore. So what shall we do with that? So this is the thing that AI may misrepresent what the intention of the adat. For example, there's a adat Iban on, we call it celap dapur. Celap dapur literally mean cold kitchen. Apa makna tu celap dapur tu? So I think to most generation here, they don't understand what is meant by celap dapur. What is cold kitchen? Cold kitchen mean if you don't cook in your house for a month or more, a lapse of a month, then the dapur is celap, and then you will be fine. But what does that adat mean? What is the purpose of that adat? The purpose of that adat before telephone was there, before the present modern communication was there, you must visit your house regularly, because house were made of soft material, tied with creepers, rattan, and then they are not that strong. And then people may walk on your ruwai, or the ruwai call it the open space there, step on broken plank, and then it may hurt. That fellow may be hurt. Then you are liable to pay for a fine for that injury. And the other one, if you go to your longhouse without cooking, which means that you'll be there just for a few minutes, and you don't have the time to see the condition of the house. So actually, if you look at it through modernization, that is not really spiritual. Because the first part of it just now is that if you don't cook in your house, then the spirit may run havoc in the longhouse or bring a lot of bad luck. But that is to enforce the adat in the old days, because there's no court, no police, no prison. So what you do, if there's no enforcement authority, you put it up to the spirit to enforce and prosecute. And then a lot of people will fear God. They fear God, and then they follow. They will follow the law or adhere to the law. So that was how I look at it. But then the purpose, in today's purpose, it is to visit and regularly maintain your house. So we reinterpret it in that way. But it may be interpreted in different way if we have the AI or electronic media. So this is the fear, because you see the knowledge is in the public domain. So anybody can have their own interpretation of the adat. And the same thing is about incest. Is a marriage between a first cousin and incest or not? In some of the community, no.
No. Yeah.
First cousin marriage is not. And then, but in some community, yes, they are still considered as brothers and sisters. So what happens if you have the AI and people start to spread it in a different perspective on that? So this is the danger of AI. It's help. At the same time, it may destroy or mislead the community. So this is a challenge for us. How do you control it? So I think the answer is that we must come first to define what is incest in that case and what is silap dapur. So how do we modernize it? Because you see, for those Christians, they don't believe in the silap dapur. There's nothing wrong if we don't cook. Because nowadays, if we look at some Iban long houses, they're just like terrace house in town. What is there to maintain? And then nobody will step on broken plank anymore. And in the past, yes, it was common. The floor was made of split bamboo or just a piece of wood, a piece of young trees. And normally that house can last about 5 years. It's not longer than 5 years. And then you have to build another long house. I served in Sarike at one time. So I noticed that one long house keep on building new long houses. I said, what happened to the old long house? I didn't know about that. So when I went to the long house, the old long house, it was made of very, very soft material. And then on this can last for about 5 years. Yeah. So I think that's how I look at it. Yeah, AI helps, and at the same time, it may. There is a danger of misinterpretations of adat, custom, and traditions, and ritual. And then the other one, it may. Those people who do not believe in traditional may use AI to campaign against it. That is the problem there. See, because you see, even today, see, why do we need adat? Because you see, yeah, I have to give you a bit of the one on the adat. According to most native language in Sarawak here, adat can mean legal rules or social rules. These legal rules are the undang-undang. In Indonesia, they call it adat law, which is very clear. And then social rules are all the rules regarding our social activities, like values, etiquette, protocols, and all that. Those are not enforceable in any court of law, but are very useful for upbringings, conducts, and behavior. Whereas the adat, which are law, are used to regulate social relations among members of a community. So, but we confuse this one. And especially in the Iban community, even the way you dress, using traditional dress, is called adat. And then if someone wear it wrongly, then they said, MICE should take action on that. No, yeah, we don't have authority. And then it is not enforceable in law. And then one very famous one last time was, if you ever heard about durian kimchi. Yeah, the durian kimchi, a lady from West Malaysia, I think originally from Korea, wearing a tango. And then husband was saying that the tango looked like floor mat, something like that. Yeah, and it was very, very poor quality. But he never mentioned Iban. He was belong to the Iban. Then tango, that kind of dress, a shoulder dress or cover, are worn from Africa until Argentina. From Africa to South America. And on the top, even the First Nation in Canada also have very similar thing. He could have been bought from one of these communities around the world. But the Iban was so sensitive, saying that he was Iban. What happened if you buy something from someone? Is that still belong to the person who sold to you or belong to you? It's a big question that. Whose ownership is that? Can you claim it that is yours when you have sold it? Yeah, I'm asking the one because that fellow was fined. I cannot remember he just admitted guilty, and then he paid the fine. He did not contest it. But I think if he contest it, he could have won the case. Because tango is not worn only by the Iban, but most community around the world. It's just part of the traditional, the early fashion in most native, call it primitive communities last time. So that's how. The other one was one of our activists was welcomed using puak kumbuk carpet. Same thing also, they wrote to us, asking us to take action because that one was pantang larang. Pantang larang, normally, the fellow who committed the pantang, he will be punished by the spirit, or not the community as a whole. Unless that one is involving pantang larang, which involve the community. But if it is on a personal basis, the community will not be punished by that. So if anybody want to take action, it was only the person who committed it, but not Majlis Adat Istiadat. Because Majlis Adat Istiadat is not the enforcer. The enforcer are the native court. We have native court in the one day. Yeah, I mean, for you here, I want you to bring this message. If any action based on Adat is to be taken, it must be in the native court, the judiciary, the native judiciary. Majlis Adat Istiadat is the legislature. So that's the difference between dua tu. Satu tu Majlis Adat Istiadat adalah perundangan dan kehakiman dan Mahkamah Bumi Putera Sarawak. So there's two different things. But to conclude my answer here, yes, we need AI, but it may be subject to abuse or unethical use of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have 5 minutes left. So now we shift to a regional perspective from Indonesia. Dr. Uta. Coming from such a rich and diverse cultural landscape in Indonesia, how do you see media information literacy helping communities navigate the growing influence of AI in media and information platform?
Oke, thank you Ibu Remi. Mungkin gini ya, di Indonesia itu mungkin media and information literacy itu dimulai tidak hanya dilihat bukan hanya teknologi, tapi merupakan sebuah perspektif bagaimana budaya ini bisa menjadi sebuah apa yang namanya sebuah mempertahankan identitas gitu ya. Saya tahun ini karena tadi saya penelitian tentang wayang, kemudian saya dapat grant yang kedua adalah inovasi seni namanya, innovation seni tari. Jadi seni tarinya itu adalah bagaimana literasi media ini membuat masyarakat anak-anak kecil itu untuk belajar menari begitu ya, belajar menari. Nah, salah satu indikator keberhasilannya adalah harus 50 orang anak-anak yang menari. Kebayang nggak sama ibu ya kan betapa sulitnya untuk mengajak anak menari. Nah, akhirnya kita membuat sebuah media pembelajaran digital. Dengan cara apa? Membuat media digitalnya itu jadi guru tarinya kita rekam kemudian kita bagikan ke anak-anak di rumah dan dijadikan PR, homework, jadikan homework. Setiap hari harus ada gerakan yang dipelajari baru. Nah, jadi di sini literasi media itu bukan hanya sebagai tool saja, tapi sudah merupakan bagian dari pembelajaran masyarakat, begitu. Jadi kami punya kegiatan ini, mungkin sudah hampir 4 bulan ini dibuat dan anak-anak ternyata lebih suka untuk latihan di rumah dibanding untuk datang ke sanggar sekarang tuh seperti itu. Jadi kita tidak bisa membayangkan seperti di Bali semua, enggak. Kita di Bandung itu sudah sangat kekurangan penari tradisional. Bahkan kalau menurut Bapak ini baju kostum tari itu bisa nggak sih untuk hakikan gitu atau di secara legal dikirim ke negara bahwa ini adalah milik saya, bisa kalau di Indonesia. Jadi kalau anak-anak itu dan gurunya membuat kostum itu bisa kita kirimkan ke Kementerian Kehakiman, Kementerian Hukum itu bisa dibuatkan haki bahwa guru itu membuat kostum tari tradisional dari yang asli gitu. Jadi ada ada kebaruan gitu ya. Nah, seperti itu. Kemudian yang kedua adalah kalau ditanyakan tadi dengan AI itu seperti apa? Nah, dengan AI di sini ternyata pada saat kita membuat sebuah media digital tadi itu dicampurkan dengan beberapa gerakan yang dibuat secara AI. Nah, ternyata anak-anak di situ dengan indikator 50 yang harus 4 bulan kita harus hadirkan anak-anak tersebut dan membuat sebuah pagelaran itu bisa berhasil dengan bantuan media literasi seperti itu. Jadi di sini media literasi bukan hanya teknologi saja, tapi sudah masuk pada konteks di mana semua kepemilikan budaya itu harus masuk pada kebutuhan masyarakat. Mungkin ini habis ya?
Iya.
Oke, terima kasih.
Ya, oke, terima kasih Dr. Ute. Mungkin perbincangan kita sebenarnya tidak terhenti di sini. Kita boleh lagi berbincang di platform yang lain dan sebagainya tentang sumber yang ada di Tunjunga, adat istiadat yang berada di mais dan juga tarian yang dipersembahkan dalam bentuk AI oleh Dr. Ute. Kita perlu cari titik pertemuan di mana kita nak menjadikannya relevan dalam zaman AI ini. Contoh yang tadi kalau ada hukuman celap dapur tu dijalankan, macam mana kita nak order Grab? Macam itulah. Itu kita kena cari titik pertemuan. Saya rasa ini sahaja untuk hari ini. Silakan pengacara majlis.
Thank you, Dr. Remy, and our panelists. Please remain on stage. Once again, thank you, Dr. Remy, and our panelists for that rich and thoughtful, provoking discussion on how indigenous wisdom can inform the way we approach artificial intelligence and media literacy in multicultural contexts. I too learned a lot in this session. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to welcome our Deputy CEO Services Sarawak State Library, Haja Salina Haji Zawawi, to the stage to present the token of appreciation to our moderator and panelist. Thank you, Haja Salina, and congratulations once again to our distinguished panelists and moderator for their valuable contribution. You may return to your seats. Thank you.
So now, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to our fourth and final panel discussion for today, a session that tackles one of the most pressing issues of our digital age: AI ethics, governance, and digital rights. These discussions will explore how ethical frameworks and digital rights can help ensure that AI serve humanity responsibly and equitably. To guide us through this important dialogue, we are honored to welcome our moderator, Madam Zahara Malim Sidik Malim, lawyer, Mrs. Zahara and Associates. Joining her are four distinguished panelists who bring diverse perspectives from law, technology, academia, and governance. Please welcome Madam Bibi Wahida Arman Khan, the Director of Law and Company Secretary, Sarawak Metro. Dr. Muhammad Fazli Baharudin, Lecturer, School of Information Science, UITM. Dr. Lee Chu Kyong, Senior Lecturer, School of Communications and Information, Nanyang Technological University, Singapore, joining us virtually, and Dr. P. Rajendran, University Librarian, ASRM Institute of Science and Technology, India, also joining us virtually. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to our moderator and esteemed panelists for these final discussions of the day: AI ethics, governance, and digital rights. Madam Zahara, the floor is yours.
Okay, Assalamualaikum and good afternoon everyone, and thank you to Pustaka and for having this AI ethics, governance and digital rights, media over AI. So today we explore not just how artificial intelligence changes our lives, but how to use it responsibly. So we know that AI is no longer futuristic, and it's shaping transport, education, libraries, and even our conversations. But with innovation comes responsibilities. So to protect data, prevent bias, and also uphold the trust. Now, with us today are 4 distinguished voices from law, policy, and academia, representing Malaysia, Singapore, and India. So each brings a unique lens on how we can build trustworthy and accountable AI ecosystem. So with us here, let's welcome Puan Bibi Wahida binti Arman Han. She's the Director of Law and Company Secretary at Sarawak Metro, Sdn Bhd, that develops and manages KUTS, or Kuching Urban Transformation System. She joined Sarawak Metro in January 2020 with over 13 years of legal experience in corporate and infrastructure projects. Previously, she was a partner at a leading Malaysian law firm, a licensed company secretary, and a Peguam Syariah as well. So at Sarawak Metro, she oversees legal and governance matters for the hydrogen-powered art projects transforming Kuching public transport. Have a welcome on Puan Bibi. And with us also is Dr. Muhammad Fazli Baharudin, a senior lecturer at the School of Information Science, MARA, University of Technology, UiTM, Malaysia, holds a PhD in information management and specializes in information literacy, digital literacy, data science, and innovative work behavior. Dr. Baharudin has published extensively on topics such as reading habits, knowledge management, and digital literacy instruments, and is also active in research related to education, technology, and library sciences, and recognized for his academic contributions in Malaysia and internationally. And also with us over the Zoom is Dr. P. Rajendran, a university librarian at SRM Institute of Science and Technology, SRMIST, in Chennai, Tamil Nadu, India. He holds advanced degrees, including a PhD, and oversees the University Central Library at SRMIST. He is also a Secretary General of ONE LISS, or Indian Library and Information Science Society, actively contributing to the library and information science community in India. His expertise includes scientometrics, bibliometrics, and public library systems, and he has a verified academic profile with publications in these areas. And as well, last but not least, Dr. Lee Chu Kiong, who is also a faculty member at Nanyang Technological University, NTU, Singapore. He serves as Assistant Chair for Lifelong Education and International Relations at the Wee Kim Wee School of Communication and Information. He is the Program Director for the Master of Science in Knowledge Management. And main academic interests include knowledge sharing, social network analysis, and knowledge audit. He has been teaching and developing programs that focus on practical knowledge management skills to help organizations improve using their intellectual resources. Now, before we start, let's see how many all of you have used AI. Any one of you? Please raise your hands. Cool. Right, now, how many of you trust it? Did you trust AI? Something to ponder, yeah? Now, interesting. Now, let's see how our panel can change our mind on this AI ethics, governance, and ethical rights, digital rights, sorry. Now, let's begin where AI meets infrastructure in public service delivery. So we begin with the panelists, the first panelist, Ms. Bibi Wahida, where Sarawak Metro stands at the intersection of technology and public trust. Now, Ms. Bibi, as a GLC, Sarawak Metro can establish a clear internal governance structure that assigns accountability for the AI system's performance and ethical compliance. Now, how do Sarawak Metro leverage its position to champion the digital rights, especially concerning the ethical use of AI and data protection influencing not only its own operation, but also the broader digital ecosystem?
Okay. Assalamualaikum and a very good morning. Thank you. Good afternoon, sorry. Thank you, Puan Zahara. Okay, so as GLC, or Government Linked Company, Sarawak Metro, which is solely owned by the state government, we bear both corporate as well as social responsibility to uphold the highest standard of governance, and not only on how we operate our ART operation later, it is also how we embrace emerging technologies such as AI. From the legal perspective, our focus is on embedding accountability, transparency, and ethical compliance in every stage of our digital transformation. At present, we are in the process of establishing a governance framework that will define accountability for overseeing AI-related risks, from data collection to decision-making algorithms. So our position as GLC allows us to set tone for the state's digital ecosystem. So what we aim to do this through several approaches. A is on the policy leadership, to ensure that our internal AI and data governance framework align with the Personal Data Protection Act, PDPA 2010, including and the amendments thereof, as well as what has been practiced globally. Secondly, ethical procurement. We required all technology partners and services provider to adhere to strict data protection and AI ethics standards through our contracts and compliance clauses. So if you what we are trying to do now is that all our contracts with our suppliers, with our vendors, or our even in our MOUs and LOIs, we will include clauses that the vendors or the suppliers or our contracting party has to follow the compliance, has to comply to the Data Protection Act 2010. So whatever applicable regulations, so on and so forth, has to follow as what the law has been provided for. And of course, we have the knowledge sharing. So to collaborate with state agencies, because we work very closely with other state agencies, regulators and academia to foster an awareness in responsible use of AI and data within Sarawak transport and public sectors. So by taking these steps, Sarawak Metro is not only ensuring compliance, but we also help to shape the culture of trust, responsibility and respect for digital rights and across the state.
Thank you. With that, public confidence, given the fact that Sarawak Metro is now under the ART, right? Doing the ART, which is about to kick off sometime in early 2037. Am I right? So now, the integration of AI into ART system will depend on public trust. Now, how will Sarawak Metro AI governance framework ensure that the public trust the AI system to use in our public transport? Like when it comes to things like safety and data privacy, how when you wanted to travel, and how does AI governance that?
Okay, so public trust is the key or essential items for the success of our Sarawak Metro ART system. This is to ensure that the ART system later on in future will be used by the publics. So the AI will support in many parts of our operations. For example, vehicle movement, scheduling, passenger services, and we understand that trust must be earned through transparency and accountability. So if you have tried LRT, MRT in KL or in any parts of the world, for example in Singapore, so similar system will be adopted for our ART under the Kuching Urban Transport System project. So we will have all the panels showing where our train will be coming at what time, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, something similar. So this employs or acquired a lot of AI system in our system. So for our AI governance framework, we will currently in the process of developing it, because now it's still in the project construction phase. So we will make to ensure that AI used in public transport, which based on this following three main principles. So our framework, AI governance framework, will be based on three main principles. So number one, safety first. So safety is very important to our company as well, to our O&M operation later on. Okay, safety related matters shall be continuously monitored through integrated system and controls and human oversight, with strict compliance to all established procedures, regulations to maintain system integrity. Secondly, regular auditing and system checking. So our system is subject to regular audits, both internal and external, to support continuous improvement and identify potential areas for enhancement. So these regular safety checks, third-party review, public reports will help to keep our system accountable. And thirdly, the public engagement. So we believe trust is built through transparency and communication. So our company will continue to engage with public through information sessions, open demonstrations and awareness programs to enhance understanding of their rights and how AI contribute to safer and more efficient public transport. So in short, our goal is to make sure that the use of AI in our system, ART system, is safe, ethical, and transparent so that the public can travel with confidence.
All right. So, and then one more question, especially for you, yeah. All right. With so much data being collected, now, how can I be sure if Sarawak Metro or any other transport company is protecting my personal information and travel history?
Okay, we understand the requirement or the sensitivity of data which our system will be collected later on during O&M. So we also understand that the running of intelligent transport system, including autonomous rapid transit, will involve, as I said earlier, collecting and using certain passenger data such as trip records, okay, payment details and system usage informations. So protecting this data is essential to us to maintain public trust and meeting the legal and ethical standards. At this stage, what we are doing is that we are embarking on the implementation of Personal Data Act PDPA 2010 within the organization. As I mentioned earlier, we are still in the construction phase, so the data involved is only for the employees. We have yet to deal with data from the public. However, we are gearing up for Operation 2027. And so what we actually currently doing is that we are developing our PDPA policy and building awareness among employees, departments involved in data collecting and handling. Okay, so these mark an important steps towards strengthening data protection across our operations. So our approach focuses on several key principles. So the number one is that a compliance with PDPA. So all personal data will be collected, used and stored in the PDPA stored in line with the PDPA 2010. Okay, so data will be used for the legitimate purpose such as improving service, ensuring safety and enhancing the passenger experience. So if you notice, right, if you go and register something online, for example, right, so once you registered and then there will be a clause that says that, you know, you are giving consent, blah, 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 and all that. So that is the requirement under our law, I mean under the PDPA. So this is what among others that our team, together with the project teams and also operation team, is developing to ensure that we comply with PDPA, because consent is the utmost important element in collecting data. So, and also how we manage storage and use it. This is another areas that we actually currently developing the policies on that. And then secondly is on the privacy by design. Okay, so we aim to build privacy measures into our system and processes from start to ensure that data protection is not an afterthought, but part of the design. Thirdly, data security. So we will apply strong safeguards such as encryption, control access, and regular monitoring to protect the, personal and travel information from misuse and unauthorized access. And of course, awareness and accountability. So Sarawak Metro is currently taking proactive steps to comply with the Personal Data Act 2010 while we have not yet reached the threshold requiring for the data protection officer (DPO), we are currently have a designated focal person within my department, our department in the in Sarawak Metro, to oversee PDPA implementation, the initial PDPA implementations. So we are also conducting awareness program to ensure that all employees understand their responsibilities in handling personal data securely and ethically. So in short, your personal data belongs to you, and Sarawak Metro is responsible to handle it carefully, transparent, in full compliance with the existing law. Thank you.
Thank you for instilling the confidence in us in using the ART in 2027, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool. All right. Now, let's move to the educational side, to Dr. Fazli. As university play a pivotal role in shaping AI literate citizens, yeah? So, given the rapid development of generative AI, and how should universities evolve their curriculum to ensure that future graduates possess not just digital literacy, but also AI literacy? Now, what are the most important AI skills that needed today, and how is your faculty preparing them for a world with more AI?
All right, thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good afternoon. First of all, I would like to thanks to Pustaka Negeri Sarawak and organizer for this invitation to join this important dialogue. And of course, I'm happy to be here with the distinguished panelists, physically and online. All right, back to the question. Anyway, university today are entering what we call a post-digital era, whereas the focus is no longer about how to use the technology, but the focus should be on how the technology thinks. Okay, as mentioned in the question itself, university cannot rely on digital literacy alone. That's why they must also cultivate AI literacy. While digital literacy teach a student to navigate digital tools, AI literacy navigate them to navigate the data, algorithm, bias, and automation. In university, especially in UITM, for example, we have two types of subject, which is a university subject and faculty subject, which is a core faculty subject. One of our subject from the Faculty of Information Science, which is the information literacy, was once adopted as university subject, meaning every faculty in UITM, they have to insert or include information literacy in their curriculum. It shows the initiative of UITM, a long-standing commitment to make sure all students competent in navigating information age. Even me, myself, as a coordinator of information content management program, within this program, we offer a course that we call digital citizenship. Okay, and then this subject is not only discuss about the 9 elements of digital citizenship, it also explore about the social media ethic, AI ethic, and responsible towards the technology use. Back to the AI related skill that the most important today. Okay, based on conceptual perspective, AI literacy framework itself contain 4 key dimension, which is cognitive and analytical, ethical and responsibility, creative and design thinking, and civic and societal awareness. So we have 4 key dimensions that supposedly students should focus. Okay, from my point of view, the student itself should focus on all dimensions to make it as essential AI related skill for students today. We shouldn't focus on one specific AI related or specific AI tools, because the important thing is to understand about the fundamental or foundation of AI understanding. Okay, because many people think when they mastering the technology, when they mastering the AI, they mastering the technology. But I don't agree about that, because it's similar to the what happened today, that young generation question about the relevancy of higher institution. Okay, let me give the simple example related to library technology. Okay, every library they use different kind of library management system. We have Koha, Virtual, Elmo, Slim, and many more. Even it's this system different in appearance and brand, but they have the technological foundation are the same. Okay, one day a new library management system will emerge. But if librarian already understand the fundamental structure and logic, how the system work, they will easily adapt with any new technology. So it is same with AI literacy skill. If our student understand the foundation and the principle of AI, how it's learned, how it's reason, and how it's process the data, there's no matter what new AI tools appear in the future, they will always be ready to adapt and innovate. Thank you.
Cool. Now, you said that you are a researcher in the digital citizenship, right? Now, as a researcher, what strategies do you believe are most effective in fostering a sense of civic responsibility among Malaysian social media users to combat AI-generated deepfakes and information? You know that nowadays there's a lot of deepfakes, misinformation, even AI content generation, which is basically at BS, you know. So how can educational institutions like UiTM itself partner with the government and platform to address this?
All right, as I mentioned just now, digital citizenship is very important, and one of element in digital citizenship is digital literacy. So in digital literacy, so that digital citizenship and digital literacy, they have to embed in every curriculum in all universities. Other than that, as I mentioned just now, in AI literacy framework, there are one component that talking about ethics and responsibilities. That's the way we teach our students to respond responsible, or in every content they produce or they post in the social media. Okay, meaning to promote civic responsibility among Malaysian social media users, we must begin with integrate digital literacy, digital citizenship into the curriculum. It's not about digital citizenship and AI literacy. Media and information literacy also should be embedded across the national education system, from the primary school until the higher education. Because this type of literacy is no longer optional. They have become core civic competency for navigating a world that full of AI-generated deepfake and disinformation. Okay, I just want to share this morning. I have the opportunity to serve as a keynote speaker at the one of international conference on technology and innovation that organized by Universitas Negeri Padang, Indonesia. What I come across the interesting fact during the conference. In 2024, Indonesia reported thousands of cases of hot content related to national election, including deepfake video and other misleading AI-generated material. How about Malaysia? I think we have the same number. Okay, this shows how serious and global issue has become. Okay, in terms of the involvement of us as academician with the government agency, me myself actively involved in development of digital literacy framework, which is it's aligned with the Malaysia aspiration to become an AI nation by 2030. We also be part of a National Information Literacy Agenda that collaborate with National Library of Malaysia. So through this initiative, I believe we can contribute research insight and policy recommendation to the relevant ministry. It is, of course, helping to shape a national approach about ethical AI and civic awareness.
Thank you so much. Now, let's zoom out to Malaysia, out of Malaysia now, yeah? So we see what our panelist, Dr. P. Rajendran, had to say on this matter. Can we get Dr. P. Rajendran on Zoom? All right, Dr. Rajendran.
Yes, I'm here.
All right, Dr. Rajendran.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you,
Yes.
loud and clear. Now, let me ask you a question here. In your opinion, Dr. Rajendran, especially with the assistance of the AI creating more content, how does the library make sure its collections are trustworthy and not filled with fake or low quality information? Over to you.
Yeah, very good afternoon. See, I'm very happy to be here for this panel discussion. See, as a practicing librarian, I'm having some good experience over there for information resource collection. As a library, it's at the heart of knowledge ecosystem. It's not only playing the role of ensuring the fair and ethical access of the information to the academic and research community. So the librarian, so while building the information resources for particularly the standard publishers, so we need not worry about that because these all content are published by some reputed publishers. So we need not worry about that content which is built in the library, either the textbook or reference book. So all the content it's a trustworthy content. While thinking that the trustworthiness of the reports submitted by the students, by the project work or by their thesis and dissertation submitted by the reports will be the big question because almost all the students, either undergraduate or postgraduate or research scholars, are nowadays depending AI tool for generating the report for their research. So that will be the big challenge for us to find out that what are the content which is generated by the AI or which is written by the human. So we do have a system. We have to conduct a regular training programs to the students how to make use of AI for as a supporting system for creating the reports or generating the reports. Well, simultaneously, whatever the reports generated by the students are submitted to the university, that we have to check, cross-check, either using the tool or while reading the information itself. Sometimes we may found whether it is the report is generated by written by the human or by the AI. So that we are following that tool called Eternity. We apply all the reports submitted by the students will be undergo through the some check. It is certified by the research supervisor or the faculty advisor. Then it will be come to library for once again cross check. Then we have to certify that this report is this many percentage is the similarity report. It is taken from the other source or generated from the AI. Now the tool has given the clear information stating that this much percentage is taken from AI. Even that is also again question mark. The AI report shows that sometimes it says that likely AI created content. But again, the report not clearly says that it's a completely AI report, but likely to be. So it's a difficult task for us to ensure that the content is created by the scholar. So only way to avoid this, to educate them, to train them how to make use of AI for fairly and ethically. This is what my opinion on this.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Rajendran. Having to say that, it means that the libraries is an intellectual freedom. So now, is you saying about the literacy programs just now, saying that there is a keep on doing the training program to the researchers as well as the students, right? So based on your university, how do your library help students not just to use AI tools for research, but also to understand the ethical concerns behind them, such as bias in the training data? So maybe you can share if there is any AI literacy program by your university or taken by or adopted by your university. Thank you.
Yes. Yes. We have a system. We have created a system, a policy for the university level. So it's created by the research department. It's circulated to all the research scholars and students to make use of this one thing, to follow the regulations. Again, the library can arrange various training programs from the reputed publishers, either elsewhere or John Wiley or Taylor Francis. So because almost the SRM is having large number of research scholars, we have around 4,000 plus research students are working with us. So every month, 100 plus articles submitted to the publisher to get published in the reputed journals. So the recent past, we have encountered problems. Almost nearly 40 to 55% of the manuscripts are returned, stating that the manuscript rejected because we found that the content having large volume of large content is generated through AI. So we avoid this. Then we keep on that. Call upon the research scholars. We'll conduct a training program. We teach them with the regular intervals. You should not make use of AI for, you can use that AI, but you should not use the content as it is to post whatever things you ask, post the question that will be results. Do not copy and paste it in the report. We can generate ideas. For example, when you go for some research and particularly in life science, you may ask something because the research scholars sometimes they may be blind. They do not know how to start the research, where to start. You post the questions and get the reply. You can use the ideas to your research. Apply these ideas to your research. Not directly to the AI report, whatever suggestion given to them, you should not apply as it is to their research report. So, unless we are supposed to keep on educate them, we can keep on do the training program. We keep on to conduct a orientation to the students with the regular intervals. That's the only way. It's a collective responsibility of the academicians and society and students. I may give some assurance. I'll make use of AI technology for fair and ethical use. This was my suggestion.
Okay, all right. Now, libraries, education, and governance, we come that to do an all point to one goal, which is trust and transparency. Now, let's explore how this connects to society as a whole. Now, our final lens takes us across the causeway to where Singapore AI's governance experience offers valuable lessons. So, over to you, Dr. Lee Choo Kiong. I would like to ask you, in your research on social networks and online communities, how do you see AI influencing the spread and impact of misinformation? Now, what communication strategies can we develop to make online spaces more resilient to this kind of AI-driven deception? Over to you.
Hey, and selamat petang to all. And thank you for your invitation to this event, the Sarawak Global Media and Information Literacy Dialogue 2025. It's an honor to be here. The question about AI and social media, I'm actually outside my classroom. I just took a little bit of time to just come to this forum in the midst of my class. But in any case, AI is very capable today. I tell my students that, my first exposure to word processor was this word processor called WordStar 4.0. And I used WordStar 4.0 in 1987. And when I used WordStar 4.0, I thought it was the most fantastic tool in my life, because before WordStar 4.0, it was this thing called a daisy wheel electric typewriter. And I thought, my goodness, this is something wonderful, a word processor where I can save it in a floppy disk, I can go for a cup of coffee, and I can come back and continue my work, which cannot be done with the daisy wheel typewriter, electric typewriter. Now, in 1987, I thought it was fantastic, but now it's 2025, and when I reflect back at Microsoft WordStar 4.0 in 1987, it looked really Jurassic. It looked really, really, really very, very Jurassic, very like from Zaman Purba, That's how it looks like. Now, I tell my students the same thing. The AI that you are using today looks amazing. It seems amazing, just like WordStar seemed amazing to me in 1987. But I tell them that, in 10 years' time, when you use the ChatGPT or whatever software, whatever LLM available in 10 years' time, it is going to blow your mind away, because it's going to be so realistic. And so, that is the danger. AI today is already capable of producing such realistic content. Imagine 10 years from now, because every university I can think of is pouring so much money into AI research, and it's already capable of so much. And imagine 10 years time, we are going to be producing so realistic content that we will not be able to distinguish it from real authentic content. So here, generative AI will be able to produce realistic but false content. And this will range from false news articles, deepfake videos that are very difficult to distinguish, and it's going to get worse. Things are going to get worse. So, algorithms on social platforms often prioritize engagement. They prioritize, kind of like realism over accuracy, sensationalism, and they produce misleading content. And of course, AI-powered bots today can mimic human behavior. My students today are producing kind of like documentaries, and the narration is given by AI. And, it is so real, it is so good, the narration, that I think, I'm led to think that it's a real human being. And I think this has tremendous implications for librarians. And the implication is that for librarians, this means that the traditional gatekeeping role is no longer confined to physical collections. It's really, librarians need to help users navigate an increasingly chaotic digital and AI landscape, right? And librarians really need to equip themselves to be able to do so, right? And of course, I feel librarians can be a powerful ally, can be a powerful partner in the fight against AI-driven misinformation, right? And there are some suggestions that I want to give. The first one is strengthen digital literacy, strengthen AI literacy. This is very, very, very critical, because today, many people think AI is magic. AI is mysterious. So it's the two M's, magical, and it's also mysterious. AI is both magical and mysterious. We really need to demystify AI and bring it down to the masses, right? And we need to emphasize that it's neither mystical nor magical. It's mathematical. Most of AI, in fact, all of AI is mathematics. There's a whole lot of mathematics powering AI, and we need to emphasize that. And the curriculum for even down to the secondary school, down to the primary school, needs to reflect that. It needs to emphasize this. So here, strengthen digital literacy. The second one, curate trustworthy information. I think this is something that librarians need to be able to do also. They need to be custodians of not just sources of information, but custodians of credible sources of information. This is going to be absolutely critical, both in digital form and in print form, and they need to guide users towards fact-based repositories. Very, very, very important. And of course, the third suggestion that I give is to foster community dialogue. Host forums such as this, to explain AI, to bring people to give people an understanding of what AI is. As the previous speakers have done very, very ably, define what ethical use is, explain what ethics mean in relation to AI, and foster and advocate ethical use of AI. That's what I think we can do.
All right, thank you. So the next question is, from your perspective, what are the key digital rights issues coming or emerging from Singapore's approach to AI governance, and how can public discourse and media literacy empower citizens to participate effectively in shaping these policies?
I think also, the previous speakers have talked about this. Yeah. The first one is, privacy and data protection. Right. So here, we are unsure. For example, if we have a Microsoft document, my favorite AI platform is Microsoft Copilot. I like it a lot, right? And so if there's no assurance that of what actually happens to a Microsoft document that I upload. I create a Microsoft document, I put my thoughts in, I upload it. What happens to that content, those contents? I have absolutely no idea at all. So I think privacy and data protection is very critical. And as the first speaker has emphasized, privacy and when you talk about data, it's all about consent. And today, this word consent and this act of giving consent has been blurred. Really, it's very blurred today. So when I upload a document to Copilot or ChatGPT, am I giving consent? Is that an act where I'm giving consent? I'm not even sure about that. And the other thing, of course, is algorithmic and fairness and accountability. And I think AI unconsciously and unintentionally can reinforce bias. So here, I think we need to, put measures in place to ensure algorithmic fairness as well as algorithmic accountability. Now, the other one, of course, is freedom of expression and information access. With tools like deepfake and all that, it entails, what is brought to us is that we now have bans. You have content moderation laws, you have fine laws that balance misinformation and preserve open discourse. And I think as librarians are defenders of intellectual freedom. One of the things librarians do is to defend our rights to think, our rights to express what our ideas within certain boundaries, of course. And I think these need to be protected. Lastly, of course, there is a transparency in AI decision making. Right. So how does governance, affect legislation and gaps in citizen oversight, and all these things need to be addressed very clearly. What I tell students is this. We have to keep abreast, because this is a field that is dynamic. It's changing. It's not changing month by month. It's changing day by day. And the way to really be able to navigate an AI world is really to keep up with what's happening. Read and critically think about the developments of AI, right? Where it is bringing us. And of course, as Professor Periaswamy has said, and he said it very, very well, more and more students are relying on AI. And You know, one of my favorite books is The Story of the Human Body. The Story of the Human Body is written by Daniel Lieberman, who is a professor at Harvard University. And he wrote this book before AI, before generative AI. He wrote this book in the 2015 or 16, right? So before generative AI. And one of the themes in the book is this: the human body is designed in such a way that it works under the principle of use it or lose it. And, you know, I tell my students, you know, if you don't use your intellectual capacity, if you don't use your God-given, you know, intellectual capacity, one day you might lose it. So in the short term, it might look really good. Hey, I'm getting my assignments done very quickly. In the short term, you may be reaping a lot of benefits. But in the long term, you stand to lose, right? And I hope, of course, they get it, right?
Indeed, indeed. I agree with you that we tend to lose that towards AI. All right. Thank you so much for the all the panelists, but I would like to end with one sentence from each panelist, if I may. Probably from you first, Dr. Lee. What is how can we ensure AI remains ethical, transparent, and human-centered? At least one sentence from you.
Okay, AI is here to stay. You know, we have to use it carefully. We have to be reflective when we use it. Don't just use it blindly. That's my sentence.
All right. Over to Dr. Rajendran, if you're still there. Dr. Rajendran? Are you still there?
Just a minute.
All right.
Yeah, I do have a small thing.
One last sentence from you.
Which I want to tell, because the recent case study, which we have done it in NDLI. So because the India is having a large population, so many universities, a large number of, more than 15 languages, regional languages. When you apply for, see, we do have some NDLI, that's the National Digital Library of India. There's a large collection, more than 15 millions of records are collected and digitized in the, make it available for all academic institutions across India. It's a free one. So when you apply for cataloging this NDLI content, so because here the AI is not digitizing the cataloging the information which is available in regional languages. So it's meant only for the English language. So again, we are lagging it. So wherever the information is available in English language, then only we can get at least some, say around 70 to 80% of information is correct. The remaining 20% will be the questionable information. So human intervention it's highly essential to check all the reports. So this is what my suggestion. Then one more article recently I read in one of the leading newspapers called The Hindu. It was a newspaper across India. It's available in English language. The article says as a digital generation, this generation is a digital generation. After discussing the so many things in the AI, all those things in the article, finally the expert feels that they are warning it. While depending on the over dependence on AI tools for takes as such easy writing can negative impact of learning. Again, using it's a bypass the entire process of your human thinking. When you ask something, see, when you write something, you can think one by one, then you will keep on writing. Simply, if you pose the question to AI, completely your mind will get offset. Whatever things it is suggested by the AI, you keep on following it. But your mind is not working to create content, write content. The expert warning is there are four important areas. One is loss of core writing skills. The younger generation, those who start to use AI, their writing skill is going to be getting affected. So when you ask the teacher, given an assignment to go and write something on this, some subject, if you start to think, then it will continue for you get some good results. But instead of posting the information to the AI, simply he copy and paste it. He can do some small changes over there in the report and submit it. Again, lack of deep understanding on the subject. That's most important area. The students can lose the subject understanding. Then somehow it stopped the human skills, developing skills of human. Then completely the final sentence is more important. The human is surrendering the complete critical thinking skills to the machine, to AI. So our mind is completely stopped thinking of any of the thing. When you get extract everything from the AI, these are the major worriness given by the experts. It's an article written in the newspaper.
All right. Thank you, Dr.
Thank you.
Rajendran. And what about Dr. Fazli? Do you have any last sentence? One last sentence.
Order.
Right, my last sentence. Okay. University have to have a clear stance. AI is not enemy, but misuse is. Right, thank you.
Thank you. And to Miss Bibi, what's your last sentence?
Okay, I agree with Dr. Lee from Singapore just now. AI is here to stay. And AI has been using, we will be using, and has been using in all areas, including transportation. So does the regulations and ethical use of it.
All right, thank you. And also thank you to everyone over here. So far what we've heard is how governance builds trust, how education builds literacy, and how libraries defend truth. So whether through law, ethics, or public trust, accountability must remain human-led. So thank you to all our panelists and our engaged audience. And today's dialogue reminds us that technology alone doesn't define progress, but ethical leadership does. Now, AI governance isn't about stopping technology, but it is about how we steer it. All right, thank you so much to Dr. Rajendran and also to Dr. Lee over in Singapore and in India, as well as Dr. Fazli and also Puan Bibi. Thank you so much, and to the audience. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Madam Zahara, and all our panelists for that highly insightful and thought-provoking discussions. So you have provided us with a valuable perspective on the ethical, legal and human aspect of artificial intelligence, reminding us that technology must always be guided by principle of fairness, human dignity and trust. Ladies and gentlemen, let's express our thanks to our panelists and moderator for their thoughtful contribution. Please welcome once again Yang Berusaha, Hajah Salina Haji Zawawi, Deputy Chief Executive Officer Services Sarawak State Library, to the stage to present the token of appreciations. Dipersilakan. Thank you, Hajah Salina, and congratulations once again to our distinguished panelists and moderator for their valuable contributions. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let us take a moment to celebrate the vibrant cultural identity that makes Sarawak so unique. We are proud to present a closing cultural performance, The Spirit of Hornbill by the Dayak Cultural Foundation, symbolizing unity in diversity, a reminder that progress in technology must always move hand in hand with respect for culture and tradition. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Dayak Cultural Foundation. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the spirit of Hornbill by the Dayak Cultural Foundations. A big round of applause. Seems like our Hornbill just now flew quite aggressive, which symbolized the unbeatable strength and glory of the Hornbills, and the LED by the Hornbill, crashed by the Hornbill. So thank you to the Dayak Culture Foundations for their inspiring performance, a perfect blend of artistry, traditions and pride. Thank you once again, the Dayak Cultural Foundations, for their performance.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we draw today's program to a close, it is my pleasure to invite a distinguished figure who has been instrumental in advanced education, culture, and information literacy in Malaysia and beyond. Ladies and gentlemen, our guest will be joining us virtually. So please welcome Madam Fazila Fadzil, Secretary General of the Malaysian National Commission for UNESCO MNCU, to deliver the closing remark. Please welcome.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, salam Malaysia Madani dan salam UNESCO. Yang berhormat Datuk Dr. Anwar bin Rafai, Deputy Minister for Education, Innovation and Talent Development Sarawak, Mr. Japri Bujang Masli, Chief Executive Officer of the Sarawak State Library, Madam Maki Katsuno Hayashikawa, Director of the UNESCO Regional Office to Brunei Darussalam, Indonesia, Malaysia, the Philippines and Timor-Leste, a liaison to ASEAN, distinguished guests, colleagues and friends. First and foremost, I want to sincerely thank each and every one of you. Your presence, your insights and your active participation have brought real depth to our discussion and made this dialogue truly meaningful. As we come to a close, let us pause and reflect on the powerful message behind our theme. Minds over AI, media and information literacy in digital spaces. It reminds us that human wisdom, critical thinking and shared values must always guide our digital future. So ladies and gentlemen, Malaysia is proud to stand with UNESCO in advancing the global media and information literacy agenda. This is more than policy, it is a reflection of our belief in the power of informed, critical and responsible citizens. From the National AI Roadmap to the upcoming AI Technology Action Plan 2026-2030 and our AI Governance and Ethics Guidelines, Malaysia is laying a strong foundation for responsible innovation. And with the Digital Trust and Data Security Strategy 2026-2030 on the horizon, we are taking bold steps to protect our digital ecosystem and empower our society. But policies alone are not enough. Real change happens when we engage our people. Initiatives like the Pandai program in Sarawak have turned libraries into vibrant hubs of digital learning, reaching thousands, especially in rural communities. We are also investing in our educators through recent MIL workshops in Negeri Sembilan and Pulau Pinang, organised by the Malaysian National Commission for UNESCO together with Universiti Kebangsaan Malaysia and the UNESCO Regional Office in Jakarta. We are helping teachers bring critical thinking and media literacy into classrooms across the nation. This initiative is promising to be expanded to other states in Malaysia, and we hope we can implement the program here in Sarawak in the near future. Our journey is far from over. But as we've seen in Sarawak, where global ideas reach more than 80,000 learners, where we work together across sectors, communities and borders, we can turn vision into impact. Let us keep this momentum alive and ensure that media and information literacy becomes the foundation for a more inclusive, informed and empowered digital age. Thank you sincerely for your insights, your commitment and your partnership. Together, we've done more than exchange ideas, we've fostered trust and shaped a shared vision for the future. Thank you. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Madam Fazila Fazil, for your thoughtful and inspiring closing remarks.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, before we officially close today's events, we have one final treat for you, a special video montage highlighting the key moments and memorable insight from the Sarawak Global Media and Information Literacy Dialogue 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attentions to the screen as we present the Sarawak Global Media and Information Literacy Dialogue 2025 video montage. The arrival of Yang Berhormat Datuk Dr. Anwar Rapai, Deputy Minister for Education, Innovations and Talent Development Sarawak, accompanied by Yang Berusaha, Ms. Hajah Salina Hadizawawi, Deputy Chief Executive Officer Services, Sarawak Sgmild.
Let us build a future where media information literacy is not the privilege of a few, but the rights of all.
It is my honor to officially declare open the Sarawak Global Media and Information Literacy Dialogue 2025.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's it. The Sarawak Global Media and Information Literacy Dialogue 2025. Wonderful reflections of the key moments we have shared today.
Ladies and gentlemen, we love to hear your feedback. Now, before you leave, please take a quick moment to fill in the feedback form. The QR is on the screen. Your thoughts will help us make future edition of Sarawak Global Media and Information Literacy Dialogue even better. Now, whether you're here at Pustaka or joining us online, your feedback really matters. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the Sarawak Global Media and Information Literacy Dialogue 2025. On behalf of Sarawak State Library and all our partners, we thank you for your active participation both in person and online. Please join us for tea and networking before you leave. Till we meet again next year, thank you.
And have a pleasant evening. Assalamualaikum.